that it had been typed on high-quality paper. According to the letterhead, it had been sent from the William Morris Agency, 1740 Broadway, New York. It read, "Dear Mr. Punt, my name is Edgar Schultz, and I am a senior partner at the William Morris Agency in New York. It was my privilege to represent Miss Melissa James, a major motion picture talent and a wonderful human being. I am sure you will understand how shocked we all are by the news of her passing. As I write this, there have been no answers as to what took place at her home in Devonshire 1 week ago. Without wishing to disparage the work of the British police, my partners and I would like to engage you to investigate the crime. If you would like to call my office on Judson 6 5100, I would be most glad to speak with you. Yours sincerely, Edgar Schultz." Punt read the letter carefully, then laid it down. "It is most curious," he said. "I was speaking of this matter only yesterday." "Everyone's talking about Melissa James," Miss Kane agreed. "That is indeed so. It is a story of great public interest, and this invitation is as timely as it is unexpected. And yet, on reflection, it seems to me that Devonshire is a great distance from here, and the facts of the case, insofar as I am aware, are quite straightforward. I am surprised that the police have not yet come up with a solution." "Maybe they need your help." "That is often the case, but to travel such a distance—" "Whatever you say, Mr. Punt." She thought for a moment. "But Miss James was a very good actress, and you don't really have anything on your desk at the moment." "What of Mrs. Ellingham?" "I thought it sounded rather sordid. I'm sure this would be much more up your street." Punt smiled. "Yes, you may perhaps be right." He made up his mind. "Let us see. If you would be so kind as to book a transatlantic call for this afternoon, we will hear what this man, Herr Schultz, has to say." "Certainly, Mr. Punt. I'll see to that for you." The call was arranged for 3 o'clock, which would be mid-morning in New York. Miss Kane made the connection and was put through to Schultz's office. Only then did she hand the receiver to Punt. As he held it against his ear, he heard a low hissing and then, surprisingly clear, a voice with a strong Brooklyn accent. "Hello, is that Mr. Punt? Can you hear me?" Yes, I can hear you. Is this Mr. Schultz?" "Thank you for calling us, sir. I want you to know you have a great many admirers here in New York." "You are too kind." "Not at all. If you ever decided to write a book about your exploits, I hope you would allow this agency to represent you." This was, Punt reflected, exactly what he would have expected from a New York agent. Even as he was discussing the death of one of his clients, he was attempting to secure another. He said nothing, ignoring the invitation, and perhaps the man at the end of the line realized he had stepped out of line. "We're all heartbroken by the death of Miss James," he continued earnestly. "As you may know, she hadn't acted for some time, but she was about to make a comeback, and all I can say is it's a great loss to the movie industry. I'm sorry I can't be in London to speak with you personally, but I very much hope you'll help us out here. We want to know who did this. We want to know what happened. We feel we owe it to her." "And if I do find the truth," Punt said, "what then?" "Well, obviously that will be a matter for the British police, but our feeling is we can't just sit on our butts and do nothing. We wanted to get involved, and then some bright spark in the office suggested you, and we got in touch straight away. We were lucky that one of our associates was in London this week, and he carried my letter with him on the flight. I'm sure you'll agree with me that we can't waste any time. We don't want to let the trail go cold." "It is certainly true that an investigation is at its most effective in the days immediately following the crime," Punt agreed. "We'll pay your usual fee, Mr. Punt. You can ask your assistant to get in touch with our finance department. I can't tell you how much it would mean to us if you came on board. There are a lot of sharks in this business, male and female, but Melissa was one of the kindest and most considerate people I had the privilege to meet. She never let success go to her head, and she never forgot her fans. When did you last speak with her, Mr. Schultz? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. When did you last speak with her? About 2 weeks ago. We were discussing a contract for a new film. She was going to earn a lot of money, and it strikes me that may have had something to do with what happened. It is, I suppose, possible. Punt sounded unsure. Well, I'll leave the thinking to you. Can I tell my partners that we have an agreement? You can tell them certainly that I will consider the matter. Thank you, sir. I am truly appreciative. I'll look forward to hearing from you. He rang off. Punt sat in silence. What did he say? Miss Kane asked. She had been sitting opposite him throughout the conversation, but she had only heard one side of what was discussed. It is interesting, Punt said. If I decide to take this assignment, it will be the first time I have been engaged by a long-distance telephone call. You would have thought they could have flown over, Miss Kane sniffed. That is true. Are you going to do it? Punt turned the letter round and tapped his fingers gently against the paper, as if there was something hidden inside the words and he was trying to dislodge it. Finally he nodded. Yes, he said. Only last night this case was mentioned to me, and now this has occurred. There is something about the approach from her agents that persuades me that, as you suggested, this could be a case of great interest. Please, can I ask you to book 2 first-class rail tickets to, I believe, Torley-on-the-Water is the name of the village? We will also need accommodation in a comfortable hotel. Miss Kane stood up. I'll get on to it straight away. As a courtesy, we will need to contact the local police and inform them of our arrival. And you can also call back Herr Schultz and inform him that I have decided to take the case. Yes, I'll also organize the contract and the payment. That, too. I take it you have no issues that would prevent you from accompanying me? None at all, Mr. Punt. I'll pack the moment I get home. Thank you, Miss Kane. And if you will be so kind as to pick up the train tickets, the 2 of us will leave tomorrow. Chapter 7. A Question of Time. It took them 6 hours to reach Torley-on-the-Water, starting from Paddington at midday and changing trains twice, at Exeter and at Barnstable. Miss Kane had made all the arrangements with the efficiency that Punt had come to admire. She knew the different platform numbers, and porters met them at each stop, ensuring that the journey was as smooth as possible. Punt passed the time absorbed in a study that he had received from the highly respected American Academy of Forensic Sciences, an examination of the so-called nutshell studies of Francis Glessner Lee, who had constructed intricate models of complicated crime scenes in order to analyze them. His secretary, meanwhile, had brought a library book, A Daughter's a Daughter, the new Mary Westmacott. There was a taxi waiting for them at Bideford, and it drove them across the Bideford Bridge to Torley, just as the sun was beginning to set. The rain had finally cleared, and their first view of the village could have been taken from one of the picture postcards on sale inside the chandlery. They drove past a brightly painted lighthouse at the far end of the harbour, a line of fishing boats, the Red Lion pub, then a long crescent of sand and shingle. It was true that there were no children and no sandcastles, no donkeys or ice cream, but they could be easily imagined. A carpet of brilliant red lay shimmering on the water, and the waves broke with a soft, gentle rhythm as the moon took its place in the sky and the darkness gathered. "You wouldn't have thought a murder could happen in a place like this," Miss Kane muttered as she looked out of the window. "It is the nature of murder that it will take place anywhere," Punt responded. They were staying at the Moonflower Hotel. The taxi drew up, but nobody came out to help them with their luggage. Miss Kane rolled her eyes, but Punt was more forgiving. The hotel was in the middle of a police investigation. It was unlikely that things would be running smoothly. At least the young girl behind the reception desk was friendlier. "Welcome to the Moonflower," she smiled. "I see you've reserved for 2 nights. It may be longer," Miss Kane warned her. "Just let me know." She turned to Punt. "You're in the captain's room, Mr. Punt. I'm sure you'll be very comfortable there, and I've put your assistant on the floor above. If you'd like to leave your luggage here, I'll have it brought up for you." The captain's room had originally been an office when the building had functioned as a customs house. It was very square, with a bed where the desk might have been, and 2 windows looking out over the Marine Parade and the beach on the other side. It still had a strong nautical feel. There was a sea chest at the end of the bed, a captain's swivel chair in the corner, and even a globe between the windows. Punt was intrigued by the ship's cabinet in the bathroom, with its dozens of tiny drawers to keep things in place if there was a swell. Meanwhile, Miss Kane had been shown to a smaller room in the eaves. They were both tired after their long journey, and so went to bed early, having had supper brought to their rooms on trays. Punt opened his eyes to blue skies and the sound of seagulls. It was 7:30 when he came down to breakfast, and the girl who had greeted them the evening before had not yet started work. Her place had been taken by a man with a moustache and slicked-back hair, dressed in a blazer and cravat. He had been laboriously typing a letter, using just one finger on each hand, but he looked up as Punt appeared. "Good morning," he muttered. "You came down from London yesterday, is that right?" Punt told him that it was. "Do you like your room?" "It is most comfortable, thank you." "I'm Lance Gardner, the general manager. Let me know if there's anything you need. I suppose you'll be wanting your breakfast now?" "That was my intention." "We don't usually serve until 8. I'll see if the chef has got in yet." But Gardner didn't move. "Are you here about the murder?" "I am here to assist the police, yes." "I'm glad you're not a journalist. We've had them crawling around the place all week, all on expenses, of course, drinking the bar dry. As for the police, if you ask me, they need all the assistance they can get. It's been over a week now, and they haven't got anywhere, keeping us all here with their damn fool questions. It's like living in Russia." "You knew Miss James?" Punt asked, reflecting that actually Tawley on the Water had very little in common with the Soviet Union. "Of course I knew her. She owned the hotel. I ran it for her, not that she ever gave me much thanks for it." "You would not say that she was an easy person with whom to work?" "I'll tell you the truth, Mr. My name is Atticus Punt." "German?" "I'll make no comment. I didn't fight in the war." "Ricketts." He rubbed his neck as he considered what Punt had asked. "Was she easy to work with? Well, I liked her. We had a good relationship. But the truth is, she didn't know very much about the hotel business, certainly not the way we do things round here. Nothing's cut and dried. When you're working with farmers and fishermen who've been in Tawley for generations, you have to learn how to adapt. She wasn't from this part of the world, and she never quite worked it out. And that's the truth of it." Lance Gardner had used the word truth 3 times in almost the same sentence. From Punt's experience, people who were so insistent on the truth were very rarely telling it. "It must be very frustrating for you," Punt suggested, "awaiting the end of the investigation." "I certainly won't be sorry to see it over." "Do you have any theory as to who might have killed her?" Lance Gardner leaned forward, pleased to have been asked. "They're all saying it was her husband, but then it's always the husband, isn't it? God knows, if my wife drove herself off Beachy Head, they'd say I was the one behind the wheel. They'd be quite wrong. I'd be pushing it from behind." He let out a bark of laughter. "Take it from me, Francis Pendleton doesn't have it in him. He's not a killer." "Who, then?" "If you ask me, it wasn't anyone from around here. Melissa James was a star. She had all sorts of loopy followers and fans. They used to send her letters here at the hotel. They knew where she lived. It wouldn't surprise me if one of them had come down here with some sort of lunatic scheme in his head and killed her simply because he didn't like her last film, or she hadn't sent him an autograph, or he just wanted to be famous like her. The police are blundering about asking questions, but I think they're just wasting their time. And ours." "It is an interesting theory, Mr. Gardner. Where is the breakfast served?" "In the dining room," Gardner pointed. "Through those doors. I'll see if the chef is around." Breakfast was surprisingly good. Punt had purchased a copy of the Times, which had come down on the night train, and he read it as he ate scrambled eggs and bacon, toast and marmalade, and a cup of strong tea from Ceylon. Miss Kane did not join him, and he was not surprised. She was the sort of woman who was very sensitive to all the niceties, and she would have considered it over-familiar to have eaten breakfast even in the same room as her employer. In fact, she appeared at 9 o'clock, the same time that she began work in London, and the two of them repaired to the main living room. They were sitting there when 10 minutes later Detective Chief Inspector Hare appeared. He saw them at once and joined them. "Mr. Punt?" The Detective Chief Inspector stood in front of him as Punt got to his feet, and the two men shook hands. Hare's first impression was of a lean, smartly presented foreigner who seemed to carry a world of experience about him, and who was already measuring him up with eyes that would miss nothing. He was right about that. Punt was seeing a police officer who was being beaten down by a case that refused to unlock itself for him, and who was approaching the edges of failure and disappointment. And yet, at once, there was a warmth between them, as if their coming together might finally open up new possibilities. "Detective Chief Inspector Hare, I believe. It's a very great pleasure to meet you, sir. It goes without saying that your reputation precedes you." In fact, Hare had consulted his files in Exeter the moment he had heard that Punt was on his way. He had read the details of several of his investigations, including the arrest of Luce Julien, an internationally renowned artist living in Highgate, who had killed her husband with a palette knife on their 40th wedding anniversary, a case that had brought him to fame just after the war. More recently, of course, the return of the Ludendorff diamond had been the talk of the whole country. "May I introduce you to my secretary, Miss Kane?" Punt gestured, and Hare shook hands with her too. "A pleasure to meet you. And can I offer you some tea?" "No, thank you, sir. I've just had breakfast." "I hope you do not consider my presence here to be an intrusion," Punt began as the two men sat down again. "Not at all, Mr. Punt. Quite frankly, I couldn't be happier to see you." The detective drew a hand across his brow. "I've been a serving police officer for 30 years. For what it's worth, I wanted to join the army when the war started, but they wouldn't let me. They said they needed me here. The fact of the matter is, though, that I'm not used to murder. In my entire time with the Devon and Cornwall police, I've investigated barely a dozen cases, and in the first 3 of them, the perpetrators turned themselves in the next day. Any help you can give me will be more than appreciated." Punt was pleased. He had known straight away that he was going to get on with Hare, and what he had just heard confirmed it. "You are fortunate, Detective Chief Inspector, to be living in a part of the country where violent crime is a rarity." "You're right there, Mr. Punt. In the war years we had looting, racketeering, desertion. There was a lot of upheaval when everyone came home again, and, as you might expect, there were guns all over the place. But Devonshire folk don't tend to do each other in. That's been my experience. Until now." He paused. "May I ask why you have taken an interest in this case, sir?" "Miss James's agents in New York asked me to look into it on their behalf. Meaning, I suppose, that they have no faith in me. Whether that is true or not, Detective Chief Inspector, I can assure you it is not my opinion. I would like to think that we can work on this together." Hare's eyes brightened. "I see absolutely no reason why not. You are already several days ahead of me. Perhaps you could share with me what you have found so far." "Certainly." "Would you mind if I took notes, Detective Chief Inspector?" Miss Kane asked, drawing a pen and a shorthand pad out of her handbag. "Please, go ahead." Hare had produced his own notebook. He cleared his throat. "The trouble with this investigation is that it should be fairly cut and dried. This is a small community. Miss James was an extremely well-known figure. And there's a time period of just 17 minutes in which the crime must have taken place. I don't know why the answer isn't more obvious." "It is my experience that the more obvious the answer, the more difficult it can be to find," Punt remarked. "You may be right, sir." Hare opened his own notepad and referred to what he had written. For the next few minutes, he spoke uninterrupted. "The last person to see Miss James alive was her husband, Francis Pendleton. You may wonder why I don't refer to her as Mrs. Pendleton, incidentally, but she was known to the whole world by the name with which she appeared in her films, and that's the name she used here. Mr. Pendleton is 10 years younger than his wife, and comes from a wealthy family. His father is Lord Pendleton, a conservative peer, and I'm afraid he didn't approve of the marriage, so his son was subsequently cut off without a penny, as they like to say. There is a suggestion that there was a certain amount of friction between Francis Pendleton and his wife. Of course, there's a lot of gossip in a place like Tawley-on-the-Water, and it only makes my job more difficult, trying to separate truth from speculation. Anyway, they have a cook and a butler who live in the house, a 19th-century folly by the name of Clarence Keep, about half a mile outside the village. The two halves of Clarence Keep, that is, the part for Miss James and Francis Pendleton, and the part for the servants, are carefully separated, and sound doesn't travel easily from one to the other. But even so, they have told me there were occasions when they heard the two of them arguing. The gardeners who run this hotel have also confirmed that things between them were not going well. Miss James was in a meeting here at the Moonflower, which finished at 5:40 p.m. She went home, arriving just after 6 p.m. That time is confirmed by the cook and the butler, who saw her very distinctive car, a Bentley, draw in. According to Mr. Pendleton, he and his wife had a brief and friendly conversation before Mr. Pendleton left in his other car, an Austin, to attend the performance of an opera, The Marriage of Figaro, which started at 7 p.m. in Barnstaple. He left at 6:15 p.m., he says, although we only have his word for it, as nobody saw or heard him go. His car was parked around the side of the house, out of sight of the servants' quarters. Miss James was meant to be going with him, incidentally, but had decided that she wanted an early night. So, if the evidence is to be believed, at 6:15 p.m. there were just 3 people in the house. Miss James was upstairs in her bedroom. Phyllis and Eric Chandler, the cook and the butler, were downstairs in the kitchen. They are husband and wife? No, sir. Mother and son. That is unusual. I'd say unusual is a good word to describe them. Hare coughed. At about 6:18 p.m., a few minutes after Francis says he left, a stranger arrived at the house. We have no idea who he was. We only know of his existence because the Chandlers heard the dog barking. Melissa James had a pet chow by the name of Kimber. The dog always barked when strangers came to the door. If it was Melissa James or her husband or their servants or their friends, it remained silent. But at 6:18 it began to bark frantically, and a minute or two later both the Chandlers heard the front door open and close. Neither of them left the kitchen to see who it was? No, Mr. Punt, they were off duty, meaning they were also out of uniform, so it wouldn't have been appropriate. It's a crying shame, because if they'd only looked through the door, the whole mystery might have been solved. As it is, we have to ask ourselves this question. Did Melissa James open the door at 6:20 p.m. and allow a stranger into the house, and was that person her killer? It would seem to be the natural conclusion. At 6:25 p.m., Phyllis and Eric Chandler did finally leave the house, taking Miss James's Bentley. She had said they could drive over to Bude to visit Mrs. Chandler's sister, who was unwell. Eric noticed that the Austin was no longer there, by the way. And before you ask, there is absolutely no question that the Chandlers did actually leave Clarence Keep. I've spoken to a couple of witnesses who saw them drive past. You tend to notice a car like that. And the sister in Bude corroborates their story. If I'm correct, Miss James was now alone in the house with someone who was a stranger to her. She became very upset, and at 6:28 p.m., she made a call to Dr. Leonard Collins, who was her GP and also a close friend, so it's obvious that at that time she was still alive. Dr. Collins was at his home in Tawley with his wife. I should perhaps mention that the call was logged at the local exchange, and there can be no doubt that it took place. According to Dr. Collins, Miss James was terrified. She said she needed help and asked him to come to the house. Samantha Collins, Dr. Collins's wife, was in the room when he took the call and was able to hear at least part of it. She saw him leave and happened to notice the time of his departure, which was 6:35 p.m. Dr. Collins arrived at Clarence Keep at 6:45 p.m. and was surprised to find the front door open. He went in. There was no sign that anything was wrong, but having heard what he had heard on the telephone call, he was concerned. He called out for Melissa, but got no answer. Nothing seemed to have been disturbed, but he still continued upstairs. He found Miss James in her bedroom. She had been strangled with the cord from the telephone that stood on a cabinet by the bed. In the course of what must have been a violent struggle, the wire had been torn out of the wall. She had also struck her head on an ornamental table beside the bed. We found a contusion under her hair, and there was a blood stain on the wooden surface, AB positive, which was her blood type. Dr. Collins did everything he could to revive Miss James with chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. According to his testimony, she was still warm when he arrived, and he might have succeeded. Sadly, he didn't. He called for the police and an ambulance at 6:56 p.m. That call, of course, was also logged. A team was sent out from Barnstable and arrived about 30 minutes later. And that, Mr. Punt, is about the shape of it. I said that the murder could have taken place only within an interval of 17 minutes, and by that I mean between 6:28 p.m. when Miss James called the doctor and 6:45 p.m. when he arrived. There are other details, other testimonies of which you need to be made aware, but actually they only complicate matters. What I've given you is the basic timeline. I'm fairly sure it's accurate, but actually that's part of the problem. When you have everything down to the minute like this, it's very hard to see how the killer could have seized his opportunity. You have assembled the facts and the timings with great precision, Detective Chief Inspector, Punt remarked. I am grateful to you. It will make our work a great deal easier at the end of the day. Hare smiled. perhaps acknowledging the word our that Punt had used. "Is there anything more you can tell me about the crime scene itself?" Punt asked. "Not a great deal. Melissa James had clearly been extremely upset in the moments before her death. We know that already from the call she made to Dr. Collins, but we also found 2 balls of tissue paper on the floor of the bedroom and another in the sitting room. They were impregnated with lacrimal fluid." "Tears," Punt said. "She was crying when she spoke to Dr. Collins. I hate to say this, Mr. Punt, but it seems highly likely that her attacker was actually in the house when she called her GP." "That may well be the case, Detective Chief Inspector, although it would beg the question as to why he allowed her to make the call if he was intending to kill her." "That's true." Hare flicked a page in his notebook. "She must have put up quite a struggle. The bed was in disarray, a lamp had been knocked over, and there were several ligature marks around her neck, suggesting that she at least tried to escape from the telephone cord that was used to strangle her." He sighed. "I have various witness statements which I can share with you, but I expect you'd rather speak to the people concerned yourself. They're all still here, in Tawley, although 1 or 2 of them aren't too happy about it. There are 2 points which I should bring to your attention straight away, however. The first relates to a businessman by the name of Simon Cox. He had strong words with Miss James in the hotel bar shortly after 5:30. We know this because they were overheard by Nancy Mitchell, who works behind the bar. She's a nice, respectable girl, by the way. Her father looks after the lighthouse. But I have a suspicion that she may have got herself into trouble. Got herself in the family way." "What causes you to believe this, Detective Chief Inspector?" Hare smiled. "I have a daughter, happily married and doing very well for herself. I'm due to be a grandfather for the first time in September, and all I can say is you get to know the symptoms." "You have my congratulations." "Thank you, Mr. Punt. I haven't spoken to Nancy about it because it may not be relevant, and I don't want to upset her unnecessarily." He glanced back at his notes. "Anyway, Simon Cox followed Miss James out of the hotel when he left, and is unable to account for his movements between that time and 6:45 when he came down for dinner. He says he went for a walk, but I've heard that one before." "Have you threatened him with arrest? For obstruction, you mean? Or on suspicion of murder?" "It could be either of them, I suppose. I was intending to speak to him again today. Perhaps we might do that together." "Indeed. And what was the second point?" "A chap called Algernon Marsh, staying here with his sister, who's married to Dr. Collins. A good-looking young man, presents himself very well, drives a rather natty French car. But I've had a word with Scotland Yard, and they've been looking into his business dealings. By all accounts, he's a nasty piece of work, although that didn't stop him having a close relationship with Miss James." "How close?" "He refuses to say." "Could they have been romantically involved?" Hare shook his head. "Francis Pendleton insists that everything was lovey-dovey between himself and his wife, although he would want us to believe that, wouldn't he? He's still the number 1 suspect in her murder. And yet, according to Dr. Collins, Melissa James called him after her husband had left for the opera in Barnstable." "Well, yes, I suppose he could have left the house and come back again." "Then why did she not say as much when she spoke to Dr. Collins?" Hare sighed. "These are all good questions, and they absolutely sum up my problem. The whole thing should be easy, when actually it makes no sense at all." Punt considered what he had been told. "With your permission, Detective Chief Inspector, I would like to begin at the home of Melissa James. Clarence Keep, I believe you said. It would be very useful for me to meet Francis Pendleton and to make a judgment for myself." "Absolutely. I can drive you over now." I wonder if this might help." Miss Kane had not spoken for some time, but now she turned her notepad around and handed it to Punt. On a single page, she had set out, in neat columns: 5:40 p.m. Miss James leaves the Moonflower. 6:05 p.m. Miss James arrives home. 6:15 p.m. Francis Pendleton leaves Clarence Keep for the opera. 6:18 p.m. Dog heard barking. Stranger arrives at Clarence Keep. 6:20 p.m. Front door heard opening and closing at Clarence Keep. 6:25 p.m. The Chandlers leave. The Austin has gone. 6:28 p.m. Melissa James calls Dr. Collins. 6:35 p.m. Dr. Collins leaves his home. 6:45 p.m. Dr. Collins arrives at Clarence Keep. Melissa James dead. 6:56 p.m. Dr. Collins calls police and ambulance. Punt examined the paper. He had already committed the details to his memory, but even so, he appreciated having them laid out for him in this way. It was as if the different moments of time had become signposts on the road to the truth. "Thank you, Miss Kane," he said. "It would be good if you could arrange for this to be typed." "I'm sure I can organize that for you, Mr. Punt." "I would like a copy for myself and one for Detective Chief Inspector Hare. It is quite clear to me that the answer to this problem is concealed somewhere in the 10 moments in time that you have listed. All we have to do is look carefully, and it will be found." Chapter 8. Taken by the Tide. They were about to leave when a short, dark man came storming into the room, making straight for Detective Chief Inspector Hare. It was Simon Cox. The businessman and would-be film producer was in the same suit he had been wearing on the day he'd met Melissa, and he was in a furious mood. "Detective Inspector," he began, "they told me you were here, and I want to make it completely clear that I have had enough of this absurd imprisonment. I have telephoned my lawyers, and they assure me that it is outrageous and that you do not have the authority to keep me here. The death of Melissa James had nothing to do with me, I already told you. I met her in the bar. We talked for about 10 minutes, and then she left. I absolutely insist that you allow me to do the same." Punt examined the new arrival, the thick black hair and the heavy features, which, along with his accent, suggested Russian or Slavonic origins. Anger didn't really suit him. He was too small, too unimpressive. He managed to sound only truculent. "You haven't met my associate, Mr. Atticus Punt," the detective chief inspector replied, casually batting aside the outrage that had just been directed at him. "I have not had this pleasure, no." "I think perhaps you should talk to him, Mr. Cox. I'm sure he has quite a few questions for you." "My God, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said?" "About keeping you here? Well, I suppose I could put you under arrest if you like. Maybe that would satisfy your lawyers." "Arrest me? For what?" "For lying to a police officer? For obstructing a police officer in the execution of his duty? I have not lied to you." Cox stood his ground, but now there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Why do you not sit down?" Punt suggested in his most avuncular tone, gesturing at an empty chair. "This is, I am sure, all a misunderstanding. A few more minutes of your time, Mr. Cox, and maybe we can put this matter to rest, and you can be on your way." The businessman glanced at Punt, and given a choice between a quiet chat and imprisonment, nodded his agreement. He took his place on the sofa between Punt and Hare. Madeleine Kane had retrieved her notebook and was waiting, her pen poised. "You came to England before the war?" Punt asked. He sounded genuinely interested. Cox nodded. "In 1938, from Latvia." "Cox is not then your family name?" It is not dissimilar. It is, in fact, Shimanis Chucks. I have nothing to hide, Mr. Punt, but you must understand that it is not easy to do business in this country if you are a foreigner. At least, you must not appear to be too foreign. I understand completely. For me, too, this is not the country of my birth. He smiled as if the two of them had arrived at a common purpose. You travelled down to this village with the intention of meeting with Miss James, he went on. Yes. It must then have been important business. I myself made the journey only yesterday, and it was an undertaking of a great many hours. 3 trains, and the British Rail sandwiches. They were not good. Well, in fact, I drove down. But you're right. I told the detective inspector we were talking about making a film together. And what film was that? It's a historical drama. The title is The Queen's Ransom. Melissa was interested in playing the lead part, Eleanor of Aquitaine, the wife of King Henry II. In his youth, Punt had studied history at the University of Salzburg. You say she was interested. Had you agreed terms? That was what the meeting was about. Production begins in a little over 2 months, and I wanted to be sure that she was still on board. And was she? Cox was about to answer, but before he could begin, Punt held up a single finger in a gesture of warning. I must advise you, Mr. Cox, that a hotel is a very public place, and its bar particularly so. You should be aware that your conversation will have been overheard by many people. It would be foolish of you to, how would you say it, bend the truth, particularly in the context of a murder investigation. Cox fell silent. He was clearly considering his options, but he could see that there was only one way forward. Well, if you must know, he began, Melissa James had changed her mind. It seems she had accepted a better offer. It is, of course, unprofessional behavior, but that is what you must expect working with an actress. I was angry. She had lied to me, and she had wasted my time. But it was not a matter of great importance to me. There were many other actresses I could approach. After all, she had not made anything for 5 years. She was not quite the star that she believed herself to be. He had been speaking rapidly, and it took Miss Kane a few moments to catch up. Punt heard the scratch of her nib on the page as she underlined his last words. You then followed her out of the hotel, Hare muttered. He had already interviewed Cox, and he was quite put out that under Punt's questioning he had come up with a quite different version of events. I left shortly after she did. I did not follow her out. So where did you go? I told you. The glint was back in Simon Cox's eye. I had been in the car for many hours. I'd come straight to my room in the hotel. I needed a walk and to see something of the area, and fortunately the rain had stopped. You went over to Appledore, Hare said. This I also told you. You said you walked along the beach. I walked for about an hour, yes. The beach was called Grey Sands. And you didn't meet anybody. Nobody saw you. Cox turned to Punt, as if he expected him to take his side. I have already explained to the detective inspector. It was late in the afternoon, 5:45. It was a grey sky, and it was damp after the rain. I was alone. In the distance I saw a man with a dog, but he was too far away, and he will not have been able to recognize me. In fact, I wanted to be alone. I had to consider what I would do next, and it was helpful to me to find myself with nobody else nearby. Hare shook his head doubtfully. You do see, sir, that it makes it very difficult for us to confirm your story. That is your problem, Detective Inspector. It is not mine. There was a long silence, and Hare thought that the interview must be over, when suddenly Miss Kane spoke. She had contributed so little to either meeting that it came as a surprise to hear her voice. "Excuse me, Mr. Punt. I wonder if I might say something." "Of course, Miss Kane." "Well, I'm sure it's wrong of me to intrude, but the fact is that I was brought up in Appledore. I actually lived there until I was 15, and my parents moved to London. But the thing is, I know the coast around here like the back of my hand, and with all respect to the gentleman, it would have been impossible to walk along grey sands, not after 5 o'clock, not at the end of April." "And why is that?" "Because of the spring tide. At 4 o'clock every afternoon it comes right up to the cliff, and for the next 4 or 5 hours there's no beach at all. You can walk along the cliff edge, but even that is quite dangerous. There are warning signs everywhere. We actually had a couple of people drown once. They got caught halfway." There was another silence. Detective Chief Inspector Hare turned accusingly to Simon Cox. "What do you have to say to that, sir?" I... Cox couldn't find the right words. "You didn't walk on grey sands?" "I walked on a beach. Maybe I got the name wrong." "Then can you describe which beach you actually visited?" "No, I don't remember. You're confusing me." He buried his face in his hands. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to come into Exeter with me, Mr. Cox. We're going to continue this interview under caution and with another officer present. You can consider yourself under arrest." "Wait!" All the colour had drained out of Simon Cox's face. His mouth was opening and closing as he fought for breath. None of them would have been surprised if he had succumbed to a serious heart attack. "I'd like a glass of water," he gasped. "I'll get it for you," Miss Kane said cheerfully. She got up and left the room, returning a few moments later with a glass and a jug. Cox drank greedily. Miss Kane picked up her notebook. Punt and the Detective Chief Inspector waited for him to speak. "All right," he said at last. "I lied to you, but I had no choice. This whole business has been a nightmare." "It was a nightmare for Melissa James," Hare said, showing no sympathy, "and for everyone who knew her. Her killer could still be out there. He could strike again. Has that never occurred to you? Or did you kill her? Did you follow her home? Is that what happened?" "I did go after her." Cox refilled his glass and drank more water. "You have no idea how bad it was for me, her decision. It will ruin me. I owe thousands of pounds. The Queen's ransom. Ha! That is exactly what it is." "So you went to her house," Punt said. "I went to her house. If I had told you this, of course you would think that I murdered her, and maybe you would be right. I could have. There was so much anger in my heart. She had broken her promises. She had lied to me, and she had dismissed me without a single thought because I am a nobody, because in her eyes I am a Latvian peasant, and I had only my good faith and my entire heart to give to her. Yes, I could well have strangled her, I admit it, but I didn't. I did not speak to her again." "So what happened?" "I found Clarence Keep. It is less than a mile from the hotel, and it took me only a few minutes to drive there. I thought that Melissa would have arrived ahead of me, so I was surprised that I could not see the Bentley outside. I had certainly not overtaken her, so I assumed that she must have gone another way and that she would arrive very soon." "Where were you parked?" "I was on the edge of the road, close to some trees that concealed me. I did not want to be seen by her when she returned. I thought she would only drive away again." "When did she arrive?" "A little after 6 o'clock. "So where had she been for the past 20 minutes?" Hare had addressed the question to himself as much as to anyone else, but Cox answered anyway. "I have no idea. She drove past me without seeing me and entered the driveway. I saw her get out of the car and enter the house." "What happened next?" "I waited a few minutes, trying to think what I would say to her. I was beginning to regret coming there. I knew that she had made up her mind and that there was nothing I could do. Even so, I got out of the car and walked up the drive. I got to the front door, but before I could ring the bell, I heard a voice coming from a window that was open a little bit on the side. It was a woman. Not Melissa. She was older, and she was angry with someone. She said they were disgusting. She was accusing them. Phyllis Chandler and her son, Hare said. They must have been in the kitchen. I don't know who it was. I couldn't see them. Did you hear what she said? Some of it, yes, but not the exact words. She said something about the moonflower being crooked, and that she'd seen through it. He took a breath, and then she said that if Melissa found the truth, they would have to kill her. There was a long silence. Hare was staring at the producer. They threatened to kill her. She's been strangled, and you chose not to tell us? Cox looked completely wretched. I already explained to you, Detective Inspector. I couldn't see who was in the room and who she was talking to, and I still don't know what I heard. Not exactly. But you heard her say they'd kill her. I think so. Cox took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. There was a sheen of sweat on his upper lip. They didn't want Melissa to find the truth. What did you do next? Punt asked, a little more gently. I left the house. I had decided it was a mistake to have driven there in the first place. It was useless. Melissa wouldn't see me. Why should I humiliate myself again? What time did you arrive back at the hotel? Hare asked. It was a short while later. I cannot tell you the time exactly, and nobody saw me arrive. I'm sorry. The young lady was no longer behind the reception. I went up to my room to have a shower and to change before supper. I came down again at 6:45 when I met Mrs. Gardner, the wife of the manager. Did you really have to make up such an elaborate story? Hare demanded. A long walk on grey sands? From what you've just told us, you were only away from the hotel for about half an hour. If you were going to lie to me, you could have just told me you'd stayed in your room. I was seen leaving, Cox said miserably. It is possible that someone saw me on the way to Clarence Keep. It was stupid of me, yes. But the facts are still the facts, Detective Inspector. I had a very good reason to kill Melissa James. We argued before she died, and I followed her to her home. It was obvious to me that when all this came out, I would be your #1 suspect. I did not think you would even believe me about what I had heard. You would think I had made it up. Punt glanced at Detective Chief Inspector Hare as if asking his permission, and, on receiving a quick nod, said, You should return to London, Mr. Cox. It was most foolish of you to lie to the police, and you could have done great harm by delaying the investigation. But now that you have told us the truth, there is no need to detain you. We will, however, contact you again if there are any further questions. Cox looked up. Thank you, Mr. Punt. I really am very sorry, Detective Inspector. Detective Chief Inspector, Hare corrected him. He was finally unable to resist it. I'm sorry. Yes. Simon Cox got up and left the room. So, do we believe him, then? Hare asked, once he had gone. And if we do, perhaps we should be arresting Phyllis Chandler and her son. We must certainly question them, Punt agreed, but we must also remember that Mr. Cox is not in full command of the English language, and moreover, he heard the conversation through a window while he was in an agitated state of mind. I understand the Moonflower is losing money, Hare muttered, and it's clear that Miss James suspected some sort of embezzlement. I am sure that Mr. Pendleton will be able to give us more information on that matter. Punt turned to his assistant. But before we leave, there is something I must ask you, Miss Kane. I do not remember you mentioning that you had lived in Devonshire when we were discussing your resume. Now it was the secretary's turn to blush. Actually, Mr. Punt, I've never been here in my life." "Wait a minute." Hare couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Are you telling me all that stuff about Grey Sands?" "I hope you'll forgive me, sir, but I'm afraid I made it up." She blinked several times, then continued hurriedly. "It was obvious that the gentleman was lying to you, and it suddenly occurred to me that I might be able to call his bluff, so to speak. I gambled on the fact that he was down here for the first time, so I decided to tell him that the beach he had walked on didn't exist. At least, not at the time he was there." She turned to Punt. "I hope you're not angry with me, Mr. Punt." Detective Chief Inspector Hare burst out laughing. "Angry with you? You deserve a medal, Miss Kane. It was brilliantly done." "It was indeed very helpful," Punt said. "The two of you make a perfect team." "Yes," Punt agreed. "We do." Chapter 9. Scene of the Crime. It took Detective Chief Inspector Hare less than 5 minutes to drive Atticus Punt and his assistant from the Moonflower Hotel to Clarence Keep. On the night of the murder, it had taken Melissa James more than 20, meaning that she had at least 15 minutes that were unaccounted for. What could she have got up to in that time? There might be an innocent explanation. She could have walked to the postbox. She could have met someone in the street and stopped for a chat. But the fact remained that she had then gone home to her death, and everything she had done that evening had a significance that might be critical. As Punt had written in the preface to The Landscape of Criminal Investigation, in some respects, the roles of the detective and the scientist are closely related. The events that lead up to a murder are as closely bound together as the atoms that make up a molecule. It is all too easy to disregard or overlook a single atom, but if you do so, the sugar that you were expecting may turn out to be salt. In other words, the choices that Melissa had made might well have contributed to her murder. Punt wanted to know everything she had done. They drove through the gates of Clarence Keep and pulled up at the front door. The house was immediately impressive, with its veranda and ornate balcony, sitting on an immaculate lawn rising up from the coastal road. Looking back, Punt took in the entire sweep of the coast, the lighthouse, and Tawley on the Water just beyond, half a mile to the east. The Bentley was parked on the gravel, now bereft of its owner, and somehow, despite its elegance, a little sad. There was a second car, a rather beaten-about Morris Minor, next to it, and a bright green Austin Healey in a bay around the side of the house. "The Austin belongs to Frances Pendleton," Hare muttered. "The Bentley, of course, was hers. Not sure about the Morris." Punt examined the front of the house. Francis Pendleton claimed that he had left Clarence Keep at 6:15 p.m. It was one of Miss Kane's 10 moments in time. Now Punt saw that, given the horseshoe shape of the driveway with its twin gates, it would have been quite possible for him to have left the house through the set of French windows that opened onto the bay where the Austin was parked. He could have driven down to the main road, disappearing down the slope, and could have been on his way without anyone noticing. They only had his word for the time he had actually left. Meanwhile, Miss Kane had climbed out of Hare's car and was gazing at the house with what was for her unusual enthusiasm. "What a lovely house!" she exclaimed. "I thought the same," the Detective Chief Inspector said. "You can understand why Miss James would want to live here." "It's gorgeous." "Must have cost an arm and a leg to run it, though. She was having financial difficulties, by the way." These last words were addressed to Punt. "I've spoken to a bank manager. She was thinking about putting the Moonflower back on the market to raise funds, and she was looking at her other assets, too. She definitely needed a new film." They were about to ring the bell when the front door opened and a man in a tweed suit came out, carrying a bulky medicine bag. It would have been obvious who he was, even if Hare hadn't already described him when discussing the investigation. Now he introduced him to Punt. "This is Dr. Collins. You'll recall that he was the one who found Miss James's body." Atticus Punt did not need reminding. He smiled and shook hands with the doctor. "Punt." It took Collins a moment to connect the name. "You're the chap who sorted out that business with the Ludendorff diamond. What on earth brings you to this neck of the woods?" "Mr. Punt has kindly agreed to help me with my inquiries," Hare explained, slipping into the official language that he had been using for the past 30 years. "Yes, of course, how stupid of me. Why else would you be here?" "You have been treating Mr. Pendleton," Punt said. "That's right." Collins grimaced. "I hope you haven't come out here to talk to him." "He is too ill to speak?" "Well, he's barely slept since his wife died, and I'd say he's a nervous wreck. I popped in on my rounds this morning, took one look at him, and told him that if he didn't get some proper sleep soon, I'd have no alternative but to admit him to hospital. He didn't want that, so I've given him a fairly hefty dose of rezapine." "It is a tranquilizer?" "Yes, an alkaloid extracted from a plant that grows in India, Rauwolfia serpentia. I prescribed a lot of it during the war, and it certainly does the job. He downed it in front of me, and although it may be a while before it kicks in, I don't think you're going to find him completely compos mentis." "I am sure you did what you had to, Dr. Collins." "Are you on your way home, sir?" Hare asked. "I've just got to look in on Mrs. Green at Leavenworth Cottage and young Nancy at the lighthouse, and then I'll be back in plenty of time for lunch. Why, do you want to talk to me?" "We might want to have a word, sir, if you don't mind. I thought I'd already told you everything I know, but I'm happy to go over it again. I'll ask Samantha to put the kettle on." He walked past them and, stooping low, climbed into his car. It took 3 attempts to get the engine to fire, but then he was off down the driveway and out onto the road. "I hope I didn't jump ahead of you there, Mr. Punt," Hare said. "I assumed you might want to talk to him next." "You are quite correct. He is most certainly another atom to be considered," Punt replied, cryptically. They rang the doorbell, and at once there was a fierce, high-pitched barking from inside. The door opened, and a little dog ran out, a ball of red-coloured fur with short legs and a bushy tail curling up over its hind quarters. At the same time, a voice called out, "Kimber, come back in here!" And as the dog obeyed, Punt found himself facing a rather dishevelled man dressed in a dark suit. "This is Eric Chandler," Hare said, introducing him. Punt examined the servant with interest, wondering if he was looking at a man who at the very least had been prepared to commit murder. He thought not. Eric was aged in his 40s and somehow childlike, although not in a good way. He was going bald, but he had allowed what hair remained to grow so that it touched his collar. He had a way of standing that was lopsided, giving the illusion that one arm was longer than the other. "Good morning, Detective Chief Inspector," Eric said. "Good morning, Eric. Can we come in?" "Of course, sir. I'm sorry about the dog. He always gets excited when there are strangers." The 3 of them were shown into the hall with oak floorboards and scattered rugs. A staircase with wooden banisters led up to the first floor. "You can certainly tell whose house this was," Miss Kane said quietly. It was true. The hall, which ran from the living room on one side to the kitchen on the other, was very spacious, a room in itself, and it had been decorated throughout with souvenirs of Melissa James's career, starting with a glass-fronted cabinet that housed a dozen awards, including 2 Golden Globes. Displayed on twin tables were a strange assembly of objects that included a wicked-looking Turkish dagger studded with coloured stones. Punt picked it up and was surprised to find that the blade was both real and serviceable. He did not often go to the cinema himself, but Hare had seen and had quite enjoyed Harem Nights, a comedy set in Istanbul. It reminded him now that Melissa, playing an English tourist, had been threatened with that very same knife in the final scene. Meanwhile, Madeleine Kane was examining the various pictures that decorated the walls. They were all film posters, including one from the Moonflower and another from the Wizard of Oz, signed, "To my brightest star, with love, Bert Lahr." "Can't remember her appearing in that one," she said, almost to herself. Eric overheard her. "Mr. Lahr appeared with Miss James in She's My Angel, and the two of them became good friends," he explained. "The Wizard of Oz was one of her favourite films." He swallowed hard. "It's a terrible thing what's happened. We're all going to miss her more than I can say." The dog had finally decided that the new arrivals were to be trusted after all, and had disappeared in the direction of the kitchen. "We'd like to see Mr. Pendleton," Hare announced. "Yes, sir. I'll take you upstairs." Eric Chandler moved towards the stairs, his gait uneven, his shoulders swaying slightly. "Mr. Pendleton is in the spare room," he confided. "He hasn't been able to enter the master bedroom since this awful thing happened. You do know that the doctor has been with him. That's why we want to see him straight away. We'll talk to him, then Mr. Pund will want to take a look around the house, and I expect he'll want to talk to you. I'll be with Mother in the kitchen." "How is your mother, Eric?" "Still much the same, sir. She's taken this all very badly." Eric shook his head. "I don't know what will happen to us now. It doesn't bear thinking about." He led them upstairs to a corridor that ran from one side of the house to the other, with an archway at the far end. A velvet curtain had been drawn back to reveal a second hallway beyond. He pointed at a doorway beside the staircase. "That was Miss James's room," he said. "The servants' quarters are on the other side of the arch. Mr. Pendleton is this way." He turned left and took them to a door about halfway down. He knocked, at first quietly, then again with more force. "Come in." The voice coming from the other side was almost inaudible. Eric stepped aside, and Punt, followed by Detective Chief Inspector Hare and Miss Kane, entered the darkened room. Although it was 10:30 in the morning, the curtains had been drawn together, and what little sunlight there was on another cloudy day had found itself unable to break in. Francis Pendleton looked the very image of an invalid, lying on the bed, propped up with pillows, wearing a dressing gown and pyjamas, his face colourless and emaciated, his arms stretched out helplessly at his sides. He turned his head as they entered, and Punt saw the emptiness in his eyes, the result of both grief and the drug he had been given to fight it. Of course, grief and remorse were close cousins. It was quite possible that Pendleton might have ended up in exactly this state if he had, in fact, killed his wife. "Mr. Pendleton," Punt began. "I'm sorry. I don't think I know you." "This is Mr. Atticus Punt," Hare explained, taking a seat beside the bed. "If it's all right with you, sir, he wants to ask you a few questions." "I'm so very tired." "Of course, sir. You've been through a lot. We'll try not to take up too much of your time." Madeleine Kane had perched herself on a chair in the corner of the room, doing her best to keep out of sight. Punt was the only one standing. "I can understand that this must have come as a great shock to you, Mr. Pendleton," he said. "I loved her. You have no idea. She was everything to me." The words were almost disembodied. Pendleton wasn't speaking to Punt. He might not even have been aware that there was anyone with him in the room. "I met her on the set of her film. I was her assistant. It was just meant to be a laugh. I had no interest in cinema, and I thought it was a stupid film. A girl being kidnapped, gangs and conspiracy. I knew it would be rubbish. But when Melissa came into the room, everything changed. It was like all the lights came on. I knew that I wanted to marry her. There was never anyone else." "You had been married for how long, Mr. Pendleton?" 4 years. I'm very tired. I'm sorry. Could we maybe talk later? Please, Mr. Pendleton. Punt took a step forward. I must ask you about the day that it happened. Hare thought it was useless, that Pendleton was too drugged to remember anything. But the question seemed to rouse him. He sat up in the bed and gazed at Punt with fear in his eyes. The day that it happened. I'll never forget it. Your wife returned to the house from the Moonflower. It's losing money. It's those bloody managers of hers. I warned her against them, but she didn't listen to me. That was the thing about Melissa. She believed the best of everyone. But you think there was something crooked going on? Hare used the word deliberately. He was remembering what Simon Cox had said. Crooked. Yes. She had gone in to see Mr. and Mrs. Gardner? Punt asked. That's right. She was going to have to sell the hotel. She didn't want to. But she had no option. Not if we were going to hang on to this place. But before she could sell it, she had to find out where the money was going. She believed that her managers were stealing from her? I believed it. And she believed me. You saw her when she came home? I waited for her. I was supposed to be going to Barnstaple. We had tickets for the opera, The Marriage of Figaro. But she had a headache, and she didn't want to go. That's what she said, but I think she just wanted to be on her own. She had all these troubles. I wanted to help her. I tried. So you went to the opera without her? Yes. The Marriage of Figaro. Did I tell you that? Before you left, the two of you talked for 10 minutes? Maybe a little longer? Did you argue? No, you didn't argue with Melissa. Pendleton smiled weakly. You did what she wanted. I always did what she wanted. It was easier that way. He yawned. We talked about the Gardners. She said she saw Nancy, and that producer, what's his name? Cox. That was a nasty surprise. He'd followed her down here, and he was waiting for her at the hotel. He settled back, resting his head in the pillows. It was clear that he would soon be asleep. But Punt still hadn't finished. Was it possible she was meeting somebody after she left the hotel? He asked. I don't know. She'd have told me. You were happy together. I have never been so happy since I'd met Melissa. How can you understand? She was rich, she was famous, she was beautiful, but it was more than all that. She was unique. I can't live without her. I won't. Finally, the tranquilizer took effect. Francis Pendleton closed his eyes. A moment later, he was sound asleep. The three of them quietly left the room. I'm afraid that wasn't very much help to you, Hare said. You have already interviewed him, Detective Chief Inspector, and if you will be so kind as to make your notes available to me, I'll have the transcripts sent over to you, Mr. Punt. I am sure they will tell me everything I need to know. But I will tell you straight away that the young man was not lying when he spoke to us of his love for Melissa James. The drug that he had taken may have confused his mind, but not his heart. Punt looked around him. We will speak with him again, but for now it would be useful, I think, to visit the bedroom where the crime took place. It's just along here. They went back down the corridor. Punt continued through the archway and glanced briefly at the corridor with 4 photographs on the wall and a window at the end. Then he returned to the door that Eric had indicated. It opened into a large, bright room at the front of the house, with 3 windows looking out over the lawn and the sea just beyond. A second door opened onto the balcony that he had seen when he arrived, and Punt could imagine the view in the summer months with the sun shining and the water sparkling. It would be a lovely place to wake up. The room itself was decorated with silk wallpaper that was Chinese in style, incorporating birds and lotus leaves. It immediately reminded Punt of somewhere he had been recently, but it took him a few moments to connect it with the room in Knightsbridge, where the Pargeters had slept. He wondered why it should have entered his mind. Melissa's taste was more feminine. She had added muslin curtains, dried flowers, a silk canopy hanging over an antique four-poster bed. The carpet was ivory-coloured, and the furniture looked French, hand-painted. A Breton bonnetière, a chest of drawers, and a writing bureau with 2 neat piles of letters. A pair of ormolu tables and 2 lamps stood on either side of the bed. One of the lamps had a crack clearly visible in its glass shade. Punt noticed a telephone socket in the wall and guessed that the telephone itself must have stood on the table furthest away from the door. The police would have removed it, because it was, after all, a murder weapon. An open door led into a large bathroom with a shower, a bath, a toilet, and, unusually, a bidet. "I'm afraid the room's been cleaned and tidied up," Hare explained. "We left it how it was for 4 or 5 days, and we've got plenty of photographs which I can show you. But Mr. Pendleton was very unhappy leaving it like that. It was a constant reminder of what had happened, and, in the end, given his mental condition, I gave way and let them rearrange it. Of course, I didn't know you would be coming down. I'm sorry." "Not at all, Detective Chief Inspector. You did exactly the right thing. But it would be helpful to me if you could describe the room as it was when you found it." "Certainly." Hare looked around him, taking his time before he began. Melissa James was on the bed. It was a horrible sight. I don't know if you've ever seen a strangulation victim, but it's a dreadful way to die. She was lying with her head bent and one arm twisted behind her neck. Her eyes were staring and bloodshot. She had swollen lips. Are you all right with this, Miss Kane? Madeline Kane had been standing beside the writing bureau, but on hearing the lurid details, she had become faint. She reached behind her as if to steady herself, then staggered and almost fell, sending one pile of letters tumbling to the floor. For a moment, she looked as if she was about to follow them. Punt hurried over to her. "Miss Kane?" "Forgive me, Mr. Punt." Her eyes were staring out from behind her horn-rimmed spectacles. With difficulty, she knelt down and collected the letters. "So clumsy of me. I'm sorry." "There is absolutely no need to apologize," he said. "I am a fool to have been so inconsiderate. You must go downstairs." "Thank you, Mr. Punt." He helped her to her feet, and she handed the letters over to him. "I'm afraid this has really been too much for me." "Would you like me to accompany you?" "No, I'll be absolutely fine. I'm sorry." She tried to force a smile. "I never had any of this sort of thing at United Biscuits." She hurried out of the room. "Do you want me to take notes for you?" Hare asked. He was clearly concerned by what he had just witnessed. "I am sure I will be able to remember all the details." Punt closed the door again. "It was wrong of me to bring Miss Kane to the scene of the crime," he added. He returned the letters to the bureau. "But I have not had a secretary before, and I have not yet established the correct procedure. Shall I go on?" "Indeed so, Detective Chief Inspector." "Well, there were 2 sets of abrasions around the neck, and traces of blood coming from the ear canals. I'm afraid she hadn't put up much of a fight. The bedclothes were crumpled, and she had lost one of her shoes, but there was nothing under her nails. I think she must have been attacked from behind. That would explain why she was unable to reach the man who was killing her." "You are certain it was a man?" "You can correct me, Mr. Punt, but somehow I find it difficult to think of a woman strangling another woman. It would be unusual, certainly." "It was, of course, Dr. Collins who discovered the body. He is a sensible chap. Although he tried to revive Miss James, he didn't touch anything else. What of the murder weapon? She was strangled with the cord from the phone, which was next to the bed. That suggests to me that the murder hadn't been planned. If someone had come here with the intention of killing her, you'd think they'd have brought their own murder weapon. There were no fingerprints on the phone, by the way. We checked it, and there was nothing. Either the killer wiped it clean, or he was wearing gloves. Berndt absorbed this without making any further comment. You mentioned to me that there were 2 tissues that had been discarded. Actually, there were 3. One of them was downstairs. Hare walked over to the make-up table. There was a box of tissues here, he said. Right now it's in Exeter, along with the other evidence. He paused. Before she was attacked, Melissa James was obviously distraught. We found both of the tissues here, one in the wastepaper basket, one on the floor. We have those too. She had cried a lot, Mr. Punt. Do you have any idea what had upset her? Well, you heard what Pendleton said. It might have been the meetings she had in the hotel, first with the gardeners and then with Simon Cox. On the other hand, they all agreed that she was absolutely fine when she left. They may not be reliable witnesses. That's true, but she also chatted to Nancy Mitchell, the girl behind the reception desk, and she agreed there didn't seem to be anything wrong. So it is clear that something must have greatly upset her after she left the Moonflower. Exactly. It could, of course, have happened in the missing 20 minutes, when Melissa managed to disappear, but my guess is that it's more likely to have been the meeting she had with her husband. Let's not forget, he was the last person who saw her alive. They talked for about 10 minutes before he left for the opera, which he says was about 6:15 p.m. She was certainly crying when she called Dr. Collins 12 or 13 minutes later. You have not told me what she said to him. It might be better if you heard it from the doctor. Hare shook his head and sighed. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Very well. And now I would like to see the room where the 3rd tissue was found. They left the bedroom and went downstairs into the living room, which occupied the front corner of the house, with 2 windows facing the sea and 2 more at the side. A pair of glass doors opened onto the bay where Francis Pendleton's Austin had been parked. Punt noted the many other references to Melissa James's life as a film star: the framed photographs, the silver cigarette box from MGM, more posters, a clapperboard from one of her films. We found the other ball of tissue over there. Hare pointed in the direction of a pedestal desk made of aluminium that stood against the far door. It seemed to be there for decorative purposes. There was a large vase of dried flowers in the centre, and next to it, a heavy-looking Bakelite telephone. It was on the floor, under the desk. Are there other telephones in the house? Punt asked. Hare thought for a moment. I think there's one in the kitchen, but that's about it. It is interesting. Punt was speaking almost to himself. You are correct in your observation that Miss James shed many tears. She wept in her bedroom, and it would seem from the evidence that she also wept in here. But this is the question for you, Detective Chief Inspector. What was it that upset her, and why did it propel her to 2 quite separate parts of the house? I'm not sure I can answer that, Hare replied. Forgive me, my friend, but I think that you must. We know that she was killed in the bedroom, and yet it is equally possible that she made the telephone call to Dr. Collins downstairs in this very room. How could that have happened? That's easy. She doesn't make the phone call here for the simple reason that the killer is with her. She knows that he's a danger to her, and she becomes upset. She cries, she makes some excuse and goes upstairs to the bedroom. She calls Dr. Collins from there, but the killer has followed her and strangles her with the cord. There were 2 balls of tissue in the bedroom and only one down here. Does that not suggest to you that she spent more time upstairs than down? I'm sorry, Mr. Punt. I really don't see what you're getting at. I'm only trying to understand what happened here, Detective Chief Inspector, and at the moment, it makes no sense to me. I'm with you there. Nothing in this case makes any sense at all. Then let us talk to the Chandlers. They were in the house almost until the moment of the crime, and I am sure you are keen to know exactly what it was they discussed while they were together in the kitchen. They left the living room and crossed the hallway to the kitchen, where they found Phyllis Chandler and her son sitting at an empty table. For once, there were no cakes, no Florentines, no signs of any cooking. The Argo was cold. The weekend parties had been cancelled. Francis Pendleton had barely eaten anything since his wife had died. There was nothing to occupy either of the two servants. "I never thought it would end like this," Phyllis said once they were all sitting around the table. "I'll be 65 next year, and I was looking forward to my retirement. I don't know what we're going to do with ourselves if we lose our positions here. We've got nowhere else to go." "You do not think it possible that Mr. Pendleton will ask you to stay?" Punt asked. He was sitting opposite her, with the Detective Chief Inspector next to him. "I'm not even sure that he'll stay himself, now that she's gone. I've never met two people who were so inseparable, and that's a fact. And yet I have heard it suggested that there was, at times, a certain friction between them." Punt was only repeating what Hare had told him, and he, of course, had learned it from the housekeeper. He looked at Phyllis almost apologetically. She blushed. "Well, it's true they had their run-ins from time to time. That's true of any married couple. Miss James had a lot on her mind with the hotel and her new film. But Mr. Pendleton was devoted to her. He went against the wishes of his family when he married her, and none of them ever came here. But that didn't matter to him. Look at him now. She was his whole world." "Do you know a man by the name of Algernon Marsh?" "Yes, I've met him." Now she was uncomfortable. Punt waited for her to continue. "He often stays with his sister in the village. She's married to the doctor." She fell silent again, then, realizing that he wanted more, she added, "He came to the house quite a few times, and Miss James seemed to have a liking for him. I don't know why. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think she may have been too generous in her feelings for him, and you can make of that what you will." That was all she was going to say, and it could have meant many things. On the other side of the table, Eric Chandler shifted uncomfortably, avoiding his mother's gaze. "Can you tell me, please, what occurred on the evening when Miss James was attacked? I know that you have already told the Detective Chief Inspector, but I would like to hear it directly from you." "Certainly, sir. Although there's not a lot to tell. Eric and I had the evening off. We were going to visit my sister in Bude. Miss James had kindly said we could take the Bentley, so we were waiting until she got back from the village." "Did she tell you the purpose of her visit?" "No, but she said she had a slight headache and wanted an early night. I got changed upstairs. That would have been a little before 6. Eric and I have our living accommodation there. After that, I came down here to the kitchen, and the two of us waited for her to return." "We heard a car, but it wasn't her," Eric added. "And when was that?" He shrugged. "About 6. What Eric had just said corresponded with what Punt had already heard from Simon Cox. The producer had pulled up outside the house at that time, but he had stayed in his car. "Miss James arrived a few minutes later," Phyllis continued. "She went into the house and continued straight upstairs, I think. It's hard to be sure because my hearing isn't too good, and anyway, the walls in this house are very thick. My son Eric can tell you about that." Eric looked up briefly from the table, but said nothing. "What time did you leave the house?" Punt asked. "It was actually later than I liked. We were visiting my sister, Betty, and we were expected at 7, but we didn't leave until 6:25. Had you seen Mr. Pendleton leave? No, sir, but he kept his car in the bay on the other side of the house. He would have got out through the French windows in the living room. But you informed the police that somebody came to the house after he had gone. That's right, sir. The doorbell didn't ring, but we heard Kimber barking, which was a sure sign that there was a stranger here. And then, about a minute later, the door opened and closed, which proved it. But you did not go out to see who it was. We were off duty. We weren't properly dressed to receive visitors. It is quite possible, then, that when you left the house, Miss James was alone with this stranger, whoever it was, who had come to the door. Mrs. Chandler's cheeks reddened. I don't know what you're suggesting, sir. We had no reason to believe that any harm would come to her. Tawley is a very quiet place. We don't even lock the house up at night. Nothing like this has ever happened before. She pointed at a door. Eric and I went out the back way. We got into the Bentley and we drove off. And you heard nothing more before you left? No sound of a struggle? The breaking of a lamp? We didn't hear anything, sir. The house was completely quiet. The interview seemed to be over. Punt got to his feet. There is one last thing I must ask you, he said. You were arguing with your son just before you left. He spoke the words as if they were an afterthought with no great relevance. Phyllis Chandler was offended. I don't believe that's the case, sir. You were not discussing the Moonflower Hotel? You do not believe that there is something there that might be described as crooked? Eric looked puzzled, but his mother cut in quickly. We may have mentioned the hotel, she said. Everyone knows it's been losing money, and since you ask, Miss James did have her concerns about the way it was being managed. You're referring to the gardeners, I believe. I couldn't say, sir. It had nothing to do with Eric or with me. And yet you were angry with your son? I'm disappointed in my son. If you'd ever known his father, you'd understand why. Ma, you can't talk about me like that. Eric stood up for himself for the first time. I will talk like that. Phyllis glared at him. Every day of your life I've been disappointed in you. Your father was a war hero, but what have you done with yourself? She folded her arms. I've nothing more to say. I have one last question. Punt examined her closely. Were you afraid of Miss James discovering a truth that you have not revealed to us? Was that what you were discussing in the kitchen that evening? Punt had not repeated the entire accusation that Cox had made. He had claimed that the Chandlers would kill Melissa James if she found out. Phyllis Chandler rounded on him. It's wicked how people are always spying on each other. Yes, Eric and I did have a few words, but it was nothing important. It takes it out of you running a house like this, and do you think we get any pleasure in working together? Maybe we argued, but everyone argues. And if someone was eavesdropping, they should come here and confront us themselves, rather than acting like a coward and going behind our backs. I am sorry, Mrs. Chandler, but it is my job to understand every last detail. Well, it's completely irrelevant. She drew a breath. Eric hasn't been pulling his weight. That's all. I felt it necessary to have a few words, and so I did. Very well, Mrs. Chandler. We will say no more. Atticus Punt smiled as if to reassure the woman that there was nothing to worry about. Then he and the detective chief inspector left the kitchen and went back into the hall. Miss Kane was waiting for them, sitting in a chair. I'm so sorry, Mr. Punt, she exclaimed. I hope you have recovered, Miss Kane. Yes, sir. I just took a turn around the garden. She tried to smile, but it was clear she was still shaken. Do you wish to return to the hotel? No, sir. I'd like to stay with you. There was a pinch of anger in her cheeks. It was such a wicked thing to do. I want to find out who was responsible." "I hope I will not disappoint you," Punt said. "What did you make of those two?" Hare asked, glancing in the direction of the kitchen. "They are unhappy," Punt replied, "and they have something to hide. That much is clear. But we must remember, Detective Chief Inspector, that Melissa James telephoned Dr. Collins after they had both left." "That's what they say. Perhaps Dr. Collins will be able to tell us more." Phyllis Chandler watched them leave from the kitchen window. Eric got up from the kitchen table and walked over to her. "He knows," Phyllis said, without turning round. "And if he doesn't know yet, he'll find out." "What are we going to do?" Eric's voice came out as a whine. He felt like a small child all over again, watching his father leave for the army, coming home from school, waiting to hear what his mother had planned for him. But this time, she wasn't having any part of it. "You mean, what are you going to do?" She turned and walked away, leaving Eric alone with his dark thoughts. Chapter 10. Come, Sweet Death. "Good morning. Welcome to Bedside Manor." Dr. Collins had met them at the door of his home. He had taken off his jacket, but still wore the shirt, tie, and waistcoat they had seen him in earlier. There was a pipe in his hand. "It's not actually called that," he went on. "The house is a rather dull name, Church Lodge. I wanted to change it, but Samantha wouldn't hear of it. She rather likes being lodged next to a church. But all my patients call it Bedside Manor, and so do I. Come on in and have that cup of tea I promised you." With Punt leading the way, they entered the cosy family home that the doctor and his wife had made for themselves in Rectory Lane. Everything, from the carpets to the curtains to the wallpaper, was a little the worse for wear, but that was part of its charm. With coats of every size and colour bundled together in the hall, Wellington boots lined up in a row, a wireless playing somewhere upstairs, and the smell of freshly baked bread coming from the kitchen, it immediately felt lived in a way that Clarence Keep had not. "That's my surgery over there," Dr. Collins said, pointing at a door with the stem of his pipe. "Come into the living room." He showed them into a simple, square room with two bulging sofas, lots of shelves jammed with books, an upright piano that, even before it was played, managed to look completely out of tune, and some fading Victorian portraits. There was a cross, a crucifix on top of the piano, and a page of sheet music, Come, Sweet Death, by J.S. Bach. "Do you play the piano?" Punt asked. "Samantha does." Collins noticed the music. "She likes Bach, but I suppose that's not completely appropriate at the moment." He turned it round so that the title was hidden. "Please take a seat. Samantha saw you arrive, and she'll be with you in a tick." "Is your brother-in-law here, sir?" Hare asked. "Algernon? Yes, he's upstairs. Don't tell me you want to see him, too." "It might be a good idea, sir, before we leave." "I hope you don't think he had anything to do with it, Detective Chief Inspector. Algy is a bit of a loose cannon, but I don't think he'd go that far." It was unclear to what extent Dr. Collins was joking. A certain steel had come into his eyes as soon as Algernon's name had been mentioned. A few moments later, Samantha Collins arrived with the tea. It would, Punt thought, have been hard to imagine her without a tray in her hands, or perhaps a basket of washing or a vacuum cleaner. There was, he remembered, an English word he might use to describe her. A busybody? No, that was not quite what he meant, although she had that sort of body, an attitude that suggested she was always busy. She had brownish hair that had begun to lose much of its colour, tied back with a ribbon. She wore no makeup. It struck Punt that she did not seem to care very much how she looked, or perhaps it was simply that with her twin roles in the church and the surgery, she never had the time to do anything about it. "Good morning, Mr. Punt," she said. According to the clock, it was exactly 10 a.m. "Mrs. Collins," he began to get to his feet. "Do sit down, please. I hope you don't mind tea bags. It was either that or Earl Grey. It's good to see you again, Detective Chief Inspector. And you must be Miss Kane." "How do you do?" Madeline Kane nodded, but did not get up. "My husband told me that he'd met you at Clarence Keep and that you were coming here. You chose a good time. The children are with Mrs. Mitchell at the lighthouse because we're going out this afternoon, so it's nice and quiet in the house. Do you take milk?" "A little, please." "I'll have mine with a slice of lemon, if that's possible," Miss Kane said. "Len, I left a saucer with some lemon slices in the kitchen. Do you mind?" "Righto." The doctor got up and left the room. "This has been the most terribly upsetting business," Samantha continued as she poured the tea. "A murder is such a horrible thing, and somehow strangling someone makes it worse. The last thing Melissa saw was the person who was killing her. The last thing she felt was his hands around her throat. We prayed for her last Sunday in the church. We had a reading of Psalm 23. 'The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures.'" "Pastures green." Miss Kane had been making notes, but now she looked up. "That's right. That was the title of one of her films, so we thought it was an appropriate choice. The vicar delivered a wonderful homily about her." "Were you close to her?" Punt asked. Samantha thought before answering. "I can't say that I was particularly close, Mr. Punt. Of course everyone knew who she was, and maybe that was part of the trouble. It's not very easy to become friends with someone who's famous." "Here you are." Dr. Collins had come back in with the lemon. "But you were acquainted with her?" Punt continued his line of questioning. "Oh, yes. She came to this house quite a few times." "She was not well?" "She was a bit run down with all the problems she'd been having," Dr. Collins said. "But actually, it wasn't me she came to see." "My brother, Algernon, worked as her financial advisor," Samantha explained. "They spent a lot of time together." "And I understand that your brother was staying with you on the day the crime took place." "Yes, he was. He was out all afternoon with some friends and got in about 7 o'clock. "No alibi at time of death." Punt noticed Miss Kane scribbling the words down on her pad. "Did you speak to him?" Punt asked. "No, he went straight to his room." Samantha looked perplexed. "Why are you asking all these questions about Algy? He would never hurt anyone." "I am trying only to establish the facts," Punt reassured her. He turned to Dr. Collins. "It would help me if you could tell me exactly what occurred at the time of Miss James's death, starting with the telephone call you received." Dr. Collins nodded. "You know, I tried to save her," he said. "If I'd got there just a few minutes earlier, I might have. I am sure you did everything you could. I thought at first that I'd arrived in time. She was lying on the bed, and I could see there'd been a struggle, but she looked, well, she might have been alive. The first thing I did was to feel for a pulse, and there wasn't one." "Please begin at the beginning." Dr. Collins drew a breath. "I was in the surgery with Samantha." "What time was it, dear?" "Just before 6:30. "That's right. The surgery had been fairly quiet that evening, just Mr. Highsmith with his rheumatism, and Mrs. Lee came in with the twins, both of them with whooping cough, although fortunately we caught it early. I was just packing up when the phone rang, and it was Melissa." "What did she say?" "She didn't make a great deal of sense, Mr. Punt. She was clearly very upset. She said there was somebody in the house with her, and could I come over straight away?" "She did not tell you the person's name?" "I'm not sure she actually knew it. 'He's here,' that was what she said. 'I don't know what he wants. I'm frightened.' She was crying. I told her to calm down and said I'd be right round. Once again he turned to his wife. How long was I on the phone? Only a minute, maybe not even as much as that. And did you hear any of the conversation, Mrs. Collins? Samantha considered. I could hear her voice. It was definitely Miss James. And I could see Len was alarmed, so I came over to him. I heard her calling out for help. I got off the phone as quickly as I could, Dr. Collins said. I knew I had to get round there straight away. I grabbed my medicine bag and I went. And it took you how long to reach Clarence Keep? Well, obviously it's the other side of the village from here, and it took me a few goes to get the car started. We're going to have to buy a new one. The Morris is on its last legs, or wheels. Anyway, I went round as quickly as I could. And what happened when you arrived? I rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. So I opened the door, it was unlocked, and went in. That little dog of hers came rushing out, barking at me. But apart from that, the place was as quiet as, well, the grave. I called Melissa's name, but there was no answer. I went into the kitchen to see if I could find Eric or Phyllis, but they were out. I remembered then that there had been no cars parked in the drive. I tried the living room and the dining room, but they were both empty, and there was no sign of any disturbance. Even so, I have to say I was quite worried. I went upstairs, with the dog following me, and I headed straight for the main bedroom. You may be wondering how I knew my way around, but of course I'd visited the house on several occasions when Melissa was unwell. My first thought was that she might be in bed, but as I turned the corner, I saw at once what had happened. The door was open, and she was lying on her back with the telephone cord wrapped around her neck. One of the tables had been knocked over. She had kicked off one of her shoes. I rushed straight in, tried to find a sign of life, and then gave her CPR, but without success. You were not concerned for your own safety, Dr. Collins? Her attacker might still have been there. Do you know, that never really occurred to me. My only thoughts were for Melissa. When I realized there was nothing I could do, I went back downstairs, as I obviously couldn't call the police from the bedroom. The cord had been torn out of the wall. I went into the living room and made the call there. And what of the dog? What a very strange question, Mr. Punt. What do you mean? Did it follow you? Yes, it did. The poor chap seemed quite distressed. Not that I had any time for him. I went back outside and sat in my car and waited for the police to arrive. There was a brief pause while Punt took all this in. Miss Kane had been writing rapidly, but she finally caught up with what had been said and stopped. Can you describe your relationship with Miss James? Punt asked. I notice that you refer to her as Melissa, and as you say, you were intimate with the layout of her house. I ask only because it puzzles me why she should have called you first, as opposed to, well, the police. Dr. Collins nodded. There's a simple answer to that. I was much nearer. The police would have had to come all the way from Bideford. As to our relationship, Melissa was something of a hypochondriac, so we saw quite a lot of each other. To be honest, there wasn't very much I could do for her, medically speaking, but she liked having someone to talk to, and I would say we ended up as good friends. I think she found me reassuring. You became her confidant. You could say that. Did she speak to you of her relationship with her husband? The possibility that she was perhaps seeing somebody else? I'm not sure I should answer that. Dr. Collins frowned. I have to think of doctor-patient confidentiality. But actually she didn't say anything about Frances. She was an actress. She liked to talk about herself, particularly her work. She was going to do a film with Alfred Hitchcock. She was excited about that. We ought to be leaving, Samantha Collins said, glancing at the clock. We have a train to catch. Where are you going? Hare asked. Up to London, Dr. Collins replied, but only for one day. We'll be back tomorrow. Business or pleasure? Private business, Detective Chief Inspector. With respect, sir, nothing is private when you're in the middle of a murder investigation. I'm sorry, of course, you're right. Dr. Collins reached out and took hold of Samantha's hand. We're seeing a solicitor about a sum of money that my wife may have inherited from her aunt. I can assure you that it has absolutely nothing to do with the death of Melissa James. Hare nodded. Is there anything more you need to know, Mr. Punt? Just one thing. Punt turned to Dr. Collins. When she spoke to you on the telephone, I do not suppose that Miss James suggested where she had been before she returned to the house? I'm sorry? She left the hotel at 5:40 p.m., but she didn't get home until a little after 6 p.m., Hare explained. We're trying to work out what happened in the missing 20 minutes. I can tell you that, Samantha Collins replied. She paused, seeing that she had taken everyone by surprise. She was in the church. St. Daniel's? That's right, Detective Chief Inspector. I went upstairs briefly to read to my son, and I glanced out of the window and saw her car parked beside the gate. You get a good view of the church from Mark's room. She got out and stood there for a moment. Then she went inside. Punt thought for a moment. I understand that you are very active with the local church, Mrs. Collins. Yes, I try to help where I can. Did you often see Miss James there? She didn't attend many services, although she was quite good about doing a reading at Christmas and Harvest Festival, and as you may know, she asked to be buried in the churchyard, although so far the police haven't released the body. Samantha looked accusingly at Hare. That will happen very soon, Hare assured her. But since you ask, I did see her going in and out quite a few times. Punt frowned. Is that not a little strange? She does not strike me as having been a very religious person. You don't have to be religious to enjoy the peace and comfort that you find in a church, Samantha said. Was she alone on that last day? Yes. Did you see her leave? No, I didn't. I came back down to the surgery, and after that I forgot all about her. Dr. Collins stood up. Time we were on our way, he said. You mentioned you wanted to see my brother-in-law. It would be helpful, yes, Punt said. I'll call him down. He went over to the door, then hesitated, suddenly uncomfortable. This may sound a bit strange, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention what I told you about where we're going. As I said, it's something that Samantha and I are trying to keep private. Of course. Algy and Aunt Joyce didn't get on very well, Samantha explained after her husband had left the room. They heard him calling up from the hallway. I'm surprised you have to leave your children with Mrs. Mitchell, Hare remarked. Wouldn't they be better off staying here with their uncle? I'm afraid he's not very good with children. Anyway, they love being with Brenda. They know her because she comes here and helps me with the housekeeping, and it's a real treat for them, sleeping in a lighthouse. Dr. Collins walked into the room, followed by a nervously smiling, fair-haired man with a gold signet ring on one finger and an expensive watch. He was wearing a white shirt and cavalry twilled trousers. I hope you'll forgive us leaving you like this, Dr. Collins said as he came in. We have to be on our way. Samantha got up and put on her gloves. We'll see you tomorrow, Algernon. There's dinner in the fridge, and the number of the hotel is on my desk in the surgery if you need to reach us. Enjoy the play. So they had told him they were going to the theatre. Punt made a mental note. That was most certainly of interest. Algernon Marsh stood where he was until Leonard and Samantha Collins had left. Only then did he say, Len said you wanted to speak to me. What exactly is this about? What do you think it's about, Mr. Marsh? Hare replied. We're still investigating the death of Miss Melissa James. Well, of course, yes. He had seemed very tense, but now he relaxed a little. I've already spoken to you, Chief Inspector. I've answered all your questions, so I'm a little surprised you want to talk to me again. It is I who am responsible, Mr. Marsh, Punt explained apologetically. But I am led to believe that you were very close to Miss James. I wouldn't say that. I was advising her on some of her investments. But you were also a good friend to her. I'd like to think I'm a good friend to all my clients. How often did you see her? The question sounded innocent, but arrived like the twist of a knife. We met socially in London, now and then. Algernon had sensed that the private detective with his round glasses and rosewood walking stick might actually be a danger to him. He did his best to sound non-committal. And you also came down here to visit her? No, I came to see my sister. It was actually Sam who introduced me to Melissa in the first place. And what investments were you advising her on? Hare asked. It was a very wide portfolio, Detective Chief Inspector, but I can assure you that Melissa was completely happy with my advice. I'm certain that was the case, sir, Hare muttered. There was more than a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Algernon Marsh didn't notice. He seemed to be in complete control of the situation, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Is there anything else I can help you with? You could perhaps tell us where you were between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock on the evening that the murder took place. I was here. I was sound asleep upstairs. Algernon smiled. A little bit too much to drink at lunchtime. I was sleeping it off. So he must have been driving under the influence of alcohol, Hare thought. This wasn't the right time to go into it, but he wouldn't forget about it either. Instead, he said, Your sister informed us that you didn't get home until 7. Then she was wrong. It was about 6:15. I came in and went straight upstairs. He shrugged. I'm afraid nobody actually saw me, which is a bit of a shame. If you want me to supply you with an alibi, I haven't got one. How much longer do you plan to stay in Tawley, Mr. Marsh? Punt asked. A few more days. With Melissa gone, there's not really much point in my hanging around. But just a moment ago you remarked that you were here for your sister. I was here for both of them, Mr. Punt. Can I show you to the door? Moments later, the three of them found themselves walking away from the house as the front door slammed shut behind them. Now that's one man I wouldn't trust an inch, Miss Kane muttered. A nasty piece of work, Hare agreed. They passed the Peugeot, parked in the driveway, and Punt glanced briefly at the silver badge and the dent in the radiator grille. What now? The Detective Chief Inspector asked. I think we have done enough for today. I would like to read the transcripts of your interviews and to reflect on what we have seen. You will return to Exeter? No, Mr. Punt. I thought I'd stay on in Tawley now that you're here. Margaret, my wife, won't mind seeing the back of me for a few more days, and the truth of it is, I want to spend as much time as I can with you. I have a feeling I might learn a thing or two. That said, I couldn't afford the Moonflower, I'm afraid. I've taken a room at the Red Lion. You are too kind, Detective Chief Inspector. Maybe you would like to meet with me for dinner tonight. There's nothing I'd like more. Then it is agreed. The three of them climbed into the police officer's car and drove away, past the cemetery of St. Daniel's, past the freshly dug grave, where Melissa James would soon lie. Chapter 11. Darkness Falls. 1. The moon had risen over Tawley on the water, but somehow the soft wash of the light only made the little harbour town seem all the darker. The streets were empty, the steeple of St. Daniel's a stark silhouette against the sky. The beam from the lighthouse flashed over a sea that went on forever, and the fishing boats, bobbing up and down together, seemed almost afraid, lost in the void. It was impossible to tell where the shingle ended and the water began. Detective Chief Inspector Hare walked the short distance from the Red Lion, his feet rapping against the pavement. It was funny how much sharper sound became once the sun had set. Although he had accepted the dinner invitation immediately, he was beginning to have second thoughts. He couldn't ignore the obvious fact that just 8 years ago, England and Germany had been at war. Hare knew nothing about Punt's activities at the time, and wondered if he should in some way consider him the enemy. The same thought applied to the case. Punt had presented himself as an equal. He had suggested that they work together to find the killer. But was it actually true? Or was he destined to sit back and contribute nothing, simply watching as his last opportunity to prove himself was snatched away? He had just spoken to his wife on the telephone, and she had tried to put his mind at ease. She had always been proud of him. His career might be coming to an end, but no matter what happened in Torley, he had nothing to be ashamed of. Anyway, wasn't he getting his priorities wrong? Catching the killer was all that mattered, making sure he couldn't ever do it again. It didn't matter who took the credit. She was right, of course. She always was. Atticus Punt was waiting for him in the reception area when he reached the Moonflower. Hare was surprised to see that he was alone. "Miss Kane isn't joining us?" he asked. "She has retired early to her room." In fact, the secretary had tactfully declined Punt's invitation, once again deciding it improper to eat with her employer. She was upstairs, perfectly happy to be on her own with a book, a hot water bottle, and an early night. The dining room was attractive, formal without being fussy, and nearly all the tables were taken, mainly by families with children. Punt had asked for privacy, and the two men were shown to a table tucked away in an alcove next to a bay window. There was a menu with just 2 choices for each course. The detective chief inspector blinked when he saw the prices. Punt noticed. "You are, of course, my guest this evening," he said. "It is one of the benefits of being a private detective that, within reason, one is entitled to expenses." "I wish it was the same in the police force," Hare said, "but the chief constable wouldn't sanction so much as an iced bun in the station canteen. At least he might, but it would take 3 committee meetings and a mountain of paperwork." "How is the Red Lion?" "It's surprisingly comfortable, thank you very much. No sea view, though. In fact, my room looks out over the butcher's yard, which I suppose might be appropriate one way or another." The waitress came over, and they both ordered prawn cocktails and Dover sole. Dessert was a choice of marmalade sponge or fruit salad. "You will have some wine?" Punt asked. "I'm not sure I should drink while I'm on duty." "It is after 7 o'clock, Detective Chief Inspector, and since I do not wish to drink alone, I must insist. A half bottle of the Chablis, I think." These last words were spoken to the waitress, who went to fetch it. "Well, if I'm off duty and having dinner on you, I think you should call me by my first name, Mr. Punt." "And what is that?" "Edward. And I, as you know, am Atticus." "Is that a Turkish name?" "Greek, in fact, although my parents moved to Germany before I was born." "Was your father a policeman?" "He was. How did you know?" Hare smiled. He was already warming to the man sitting opposite him, and regretted his earlier hesitation. "My dad was a detective, too, and my sergeant's the son of a serving policeman. It's funny how often it runs in the family. That's true of criminals, too, incidentally." Punt considered. "Yes, that is very interesting and true. It is something which I may consider in the book I am writing, The Landscape of Criminal Investigation." "Interesting title. A life's work. Your parents are still living?" They're both alive and well. They retired to Paynton. I have a son and a daughter, and they both want to continue the tradition. We're recruiting more and more police women, I'm happy to say. Perhaps one day it will be your daughter who is the chief constable. That would be something. Do you have children? Punt shook his head a little sadly. No, that was not to be my good fortune. Hare felt he had strayed into a difficult area and quickly changed the subject. Were you a private detective before you came to England? No. I arrived after the war and had to find a means to earn a living. Well, you've done very well for yourself. I envy you. You must have come across some fascinating criminals. Criminals rarely fascinate me, my friend. Is that so? Punt thought for a minute. They think, always, that they are cleverer than they really are, that they have the ability to defeat the police, the rule of law, the very essence of society, in order to achieve their ends. It makes them dangerous. It makes them predictable. What makes them dangerous is their belief that they should not be stopped, that they are justified in what they do. I will not speak of my experiences in the war, but I will say this. The greatest evil occurs when people, no matter what their aims or their motives, become utterly convinced that they are right. The first course came, and with it the wine. Punt did the tasting and nodded his satisfaction. I don't want to spoil the evening by talking shop, Hare said, but I've got to ask, do you have any thoughts after today? I have many thoughts, and I must tell you that the witness statements with which you provided me were excellent. Your interviews could not have been clearer or more efficient. Hare was pleased. I still don't know who did it, he said, but you have your suspicions. I have. Hare was aware that Punt had turned his own question on him, but he went on anyway. There were quite a few people who would have liked to have seen Miss James out of the way, starting with the proprietors of this very establishment. You saw that she had been in contact with an accountancy firm in London. You did well to discover it. Well, I checked every telephone number she'd called in the last few weeks. She was about to engage a company from London to carry out a complete audit. The Gardners may not have been too happy about that, even if killing her to prevent it might have been a bit extreme. And then there's that butler of hers. I didn't believe a word his mother told us when we spoke to them in the kitchen. And looking at him sitting at that table, well, frankly, there's something about him that gives me the creeps. That producer, Cox, heard them arguing on the night of the crime, and loudly enough for the sound to carry on to the front lawn. I'll bet you anything you like that he's up to no good. What of Mr. Cox himself? Shimanis Chax, you mean? He could certainly have been the stranger at the door, the one who set the dog barking. He told me a string of lies, and if Melissa James had pulled out of his film, more or less ruining him in the process, he could well have decided he wanted revenge. Revenge, the oldest of motives. One finds it in the dramas of ancient Greece. But if I was going to put my money on one person, it would still be the husband. Ah, yes, Francis Pendleton. Thwarted love can be as destructive as revenge. From what I understand, he was besotted with her. Suppose he discovered that she was having an affair. You talk about classical drama, but that's William Shakespeare all over again. I'm sure you've read Othello. Desdemona gets strangled too. That is interesting. It was also my impression that he was the most likely suspect. He was certainly the last person to see her alive, and we only have his word for it that he left when he said he did. The car had gone. He could have driven away and come back again. Let's not forget that the Chandlers heard someone come through the door. But if it had been Francis Pendleton, would the dog have barked? That's a good point. There is also the matter of the murder weapon. The telephone cord. I have to say that it puzzled me. You mean, why not just use his hands? Punt shook his head. No, that is not what I mean. I will tell you this. For me, the telephone makes it less likely that Francis Pendleton killed his wife. Less likely, but not impossible. Were you able to confirm that he did indeed attend the performance of The Marriage of Figaro that night? We've asked at the theatre, but there were 400 people in the audience. We have no way of knowing who they were. You might ask if anyone arrived late, or if there was anyone in the audience who seemed distracted. That's a good idea. I'll do that. Hare drank some wine. At home, he might occasionally have a glass of beer with his evening meal, and this was a rare treat. You may have noticed that he told me how much he enjoyed the performance. I did indeed read that in your excellent notes. He could have been lying, of course, but it's not the behavior of someone who has just strangled his wife. Punt raised his own glass and drank with half-closed eyes. It is true what Miss Kane observed, is it not? He said. How sad it is that even in a place as quiet and as charming as Torley-on-the-Water, there are still so many people who might be capable of murder. Outside, the waves broke, black against the pebbled shore. 2. Inside the lighthouse, the two children, Mark and Agnes Collins, had not yet gone to sleep. They were much too excited, lying in twin bunks in a room that was completely circular, halfway up the tower. Every time the beam swung round, it flashed past the two small windows, making the shadows leap. It was like being inside an adventure story. In fact, the room had once been an office. Brenda Mitchell, Nancy's mother, had put the bunks in so that any children who came to stay could have the magical experience of sleeping inside a real lighthouse. She herself, her husband, and Nancy had their beds on the ground floor in a much less interesting building that had been tacked onto the side. This was where the kitchen, living room, and small bathroom were also located. The mother, father, and daughter were confined in a space that could quite accurately be called too close for comfort. Nancy Mitchell had read a few pages of the Narnia book that Mark had brought with him, and now she smoothed the covers of the two bunks and turned out the lights, leaving a single lamp glowing on the floor. In just 6 months' time, this room might be needed for a quite different reason. There would be a third child, and this one would be her own. A boy or a girl? She hadn't dared ask Dr. Collins, and anyway, she doubted that he would be able to tell. She made her way down the winding stairway and through the door that led into the kitchen. Her father was sitting at the table, her mother stirring something at the stove. It was stew again. Brenda would have got the scrag ends from the butcher, who always threw in a few bones at no extra cost, so that they could make stock. All three of them had jobs, but somehow they never seemed to have enough money to go round. Both women were forced to give their earnings to Bill Mitchell, and he parcelled them out to them for housekeeping and all the other expenses. The trouble was that what he returned to them was always substantially less than what they had given. Nancy thought of the £60 she had received, and which she had hidden inside the cover of her pillow. She had almost no private space in the lighthouse, and she was too worried that her mother, who did all the washing, might come upon it accidentally if she left it with her clothes. "How are the children, Nancy?" Brenda asked. "They're still not asleep, Mum. I read to them and tucked them in, but they just wanted to look out of the window." "You should charge." Bill Mitchell was a man of few words. He very seldom used more than 3 or 4 of them at the same time. "What do you mean?" Brenda asked. "Dr. Collins and his missus." "Mrs. Collins has always been very good to me, and they do pay me extra for babysitting." "They can afford it." Brenda Mitchell transferred the stew to the table and reached for 3 plates. "Come and sit down, Nancy." She stopped, examining her daughter. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Yes, Mum, I'm fine. You look tired, and there's something else." Her mother knew. Or if she didn't know, she was suspicious, and she would work it out soon enough. And of course she would tell her father. Brenda would be too afraid to keep that sort of thing from him. And even if Nancy begged her to stay silent, it would be obvious soon anyway. When that happened, all hell would break loose. When you crossed Bill Mitchell, you soon knew about it. Nancy had lost count of the number of times she had seen her mother with dark bruises on her back or her arms, and she had felt the back of his hand occasionally too. But she had made her plan. Everything was ready. As she lifted a plate to pass her father's dinner across, she realized she couldn't wait another day. She would do it tomorrow. 3. In their London hotel, Leonard Collins and his wife were unable to eat a single mouthful. And it wasn't just because the food, rissoles, stewed carrots and mashed potatoes, was cold and unappetizing. They had taken a taxi directly from Paddington Station to the solicitor's office in Lincoln's Inn. There they had been greeted by the elderly Mr. Parker, who shook their hands warmly and led them through the elegantly furnished chambers and into his private office. As they had followed him, Samantha had been aware of heads turning. The clerks and assistants were watching them, and that gave her an inkling of what she was about to hear. It was like being famous. She had seen people behave the same way when Melissa James came into the room. They know about us, she thought, and what they know is going to change our lives. She had been right. She wondered why they had even gone back to this room in Allaines, a tatty hotel in a Victorian terrace in Earl's Court. It wasn't even a hotel, really, just 2 houses knocked together with cheap carpets and the smell of frying oil and old laundry. Their bedroom was small, and they weren't going to get much sleep, not with the traffic thundering past outside. Shouldn't they have moved into the Ritz or the Dorchester? £700,000. It was like winning the pools. Not that Samantha ever gambled. It was more money than she had ever dreamed of. More money than she could even understand. The kindly Mr. Parker had explained it all to them. First of all, there would have to be probate. They would appoint an agent to realize all Mrs. Campion's assets, including the flat in Manhattan, the art collection, the stocks and shares. Although Samantha was the sole relative to benefit, Mrs. Campion had left money to a library, a children's home, and several charities. But at the end of the day, a sum approaching 7 figures would be sent to the young woman she remembered so fondly and who was now Mrs. Samantha Collins. It was beyond belief. "I had no idea," Leonard said. For once, even he seemed stunned into submission. "I mean, when we got that letter, I thought it might be a few grand. I know I joked with you, but I never thought, not really. What are we going to do?" "I don't know, my dear. It's your money. You'll have to decide." The 2 of them stared at the food that was rapidly congealing on the plates. "Maybe I can suggest one thing," Leonard went on. "What?" "Well, we're behaving as if it's bad news. Look at the 2 of us, sitting here in silence, not even looking each other in the eye. Shouldn't we be celebrating?" "I don't know. Money—" "I hope you're not going to say it's the root of all evil." "No." "Or that it can't buy you happiness. Both those things might be true, my dear, but just think what it could do for us. Bedside manners falling to pieces. We've got that leak in the roof, and all the carpets upstairs need replacing. We always buy Mark and Agnes clothes that are 2 sizes too big so they can grow into them, and it's been ages since you treated yourself to a new dress." "You're right." She reached out and took hold of his hand. "I'm sorry, Leonard. Sometimes I think you must find it very difficult being married to me." "Not really. You were the only one who'd have me." She laughed. "I'm going to use this money for both of us, for the whole family, and I'll give some to the church, too." "The organ fund?" "Yes." Suddenly she was serious. "I don't think the Lord would have sent us this money if he didn't want us to enjoy it. For richer and for poorer, that's what we promised. And if we're richer now, it's hardly our fault. We're going to start right now." She let go of his hand, taking her knife and fork and laying them determinedly on her plate. "I don't think we should change hotels. It's only one night, and anyway, we're not going to splash out any money until I really know it's in the bank. But nor am I going to sit here and eat this slop. I'm sure there must be a little trattoria or something in the neighbourhood." "I think I saw one near the station." "Then let's go out." "A night on the tiles." Leonard Collins got up and kissed his wife. It was only later, as they left the hotel arm in arm, that Samantha turned to him. "What about Algernon?" she said. "What about him?" "We're going to have to tell him, Len. If it's as much money as Mr. Parker said, he's going to find out anyway." She sighed. "And really, I think we ought to share some of it with him. After all, we grew up together. It doesn't seem fair." "Well, that's up to you, Sam. He's your brother. But if I may say so, it's not what your aunt wanted, and you know he'll only blow it on, well, you know the sort of thing he gets up to." She said nothing, so he continued. "If you want my advice, you won't say anything yet. If Algernon finds out before everything's been sorted out, he'll only make trouble. I say we wait until the dust has settled." There was a trattoria on the corner just ahead of them. It looked homely and welcoming, with yellow light spilling out of the windows onto the pavement. It still seemed to be open. "Spaghetti and meatballs," Leonard Collins exclaimed. "And a glass of fizz." "Now you're talking." They hurried in. 4. At that moment, Algernon Marsh was sitting in his bedroom, or rather the bedroom he had been given all too temporarily at Church Lodge. He had a large glass of whisky in one hand. In the other, he was holding the letter he had found in the bottom drawer of his brother-in-law's desk. He had read it several times. Joyce Campion married to Harlan Goodis. A bequest. He hadn't exactly been snooping. That would suggest an actual interest, a desire to find out more about Samantha and Leonard's private life. The truth was, apart from the occasional sanctuary they offered him, the free meals and the booze, he had no interest in them at all. A slightly bumptious country doctor in a dead-end town, married to a religious maniac who probably made his life a misery. That was how Algernon saw them. But he had known something was up. From the moment he had arrived at the house, Samantha and Leonard hadn't been behaving normally. There had been whispered conversations, exchanged glances, a sudden silence whenever he entered the room. And then, only that morning, he had come into the kitchen to find Samantha sitting at the table reading a letter. She had folded it away the moment she'd seen him, but not before he had noticed the formal letterhead and the smart white envelope it had come in. It was a solicitor's letter. He had recognized it at once. "Bad news?" he had asked, solicitously, pretending not to take too close an interest. "No, it's not important." It was the way she had folded the letter away that had alerted him to the fact that she was lying, closing it up and sliding it underneath her cardigan, keeping it close to her heart in more ways than one. And then there was this trip to London, suddenly announced, as if the decision to travel 5 hours each way and stay overnight in some cheap hotel was completely normal behavior. The moment he had found himself alone, he had made a phone call. He had a friend in London who had spent 3 years working in the advertising industry in New York before a misunderstanding about his expenses allowance had resulted in his immediate firing. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Algernon was sure he had worked for Harlan Goodis. "Nah, I never worked for him," Terry had told him, "but I met him a couple of times and everybody knew him. He did campaigns for Minute Maid and Papermate, and he helped launch Best Western Hotels. He started as a copywriter, but by the end he had his own agency on Madison Avenue." "How rich was he?" There'd been a snigger at the end of the line. "Why are you interested, Algie? It's a bit late. He's been dead 2 years." "I know. He was loaded. He had an apartment looking out over Central Park. Not just an apartment, a penthouse. He drove a Duesenberg convertible. Beautiful car. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on it, I can tell you. I don't know how much he sold the agency for, but I could probably find out. Could you do some digging for me?" "What's in it for me?" "Come on, Terry. You owe me." There was silence at the other end. "I'll buy you lunch at the club. But we've got to move quickly on this. It could be important. He left all his money to his widow, a woman called Joyce Campion. Maybe there's a public record of the amount." "There are some people I can call, but they're in America. You'll have to pay me back." "Just do it," Algernon had said, and put down the receiver. Sole beneficiary. Those were the 2 words that leapt off the page. It wasn't fair. He and Samantha had grown up together. They had been ordinary, happy children, and they had been close. And then a bomb had fallen out of the sky and had killed both their parents and taken away everything he had ever known, and after that nothing had been the same. He still remembered the day their aunt had said she would be looking after them. He hadn't liked her from the start, with her hair dyed jet black, her withered cheeks, too much rouge. She behaved like a grande dame, but she still lived in a poky little house in West Kensington. What had Harlan Goodis ever seen in her? She had always disapproved of him. She had wanted him to get a job, like his sister, who'd been packed off to some hellhole in Slough. Accountancy, she had suggested, or maybe dentistry. She had a cousin who was a dentist and who might be able to help him. In his early 20s, Algernon had come to blame Aunt Joyce for the loss of his early life almost as much as he blamed the Germans, and his inevitable slide into the world of underhand dealing and crime had surely been her fault too. Not that he had ever been a criminal. Not really. It had just been chance that had put him outside that club in Piccadilly, even as a fight and a fray broke out. If he hadn't been drinking, he would never have joined in. He still remembered the trial, the way Aunt Joyce had looked at him as he was sent down for 3 months for disturbing the public order. She had looked even more disgusted than the judge. Before he had been taken down, he had turned round and stuck his tongue out at her, and that was the last time he had seen her. He'd been glad when she'd packed her bags and gone off to America. And now, all these years later, she had shown him what she thought of him. She hadn't just favoured Samantha over him. She had deliberately slapped him in the face. There was a tiny part of him that regretted that last gesture in the courtroom. It had cost him a half share in what might be a fortune. But maybe he was kidding himself. She had always been a vindictive old bat. She would never have left him a cent. There was one aspect of his character, however, that Aunt Joyce had underestimated, and which Samantha, too, had ignored. Algernon Marsh never gave up. All his life, and unfortunately on that one occasion outside the nut house, he had been a fighter. For example, he had launched Suntrap on the back of a string of business failures, and although things weren't looking too good for it right now, it had been remarkably successful, at least up to a point. Samantha might be rich, but Algernon knew things about life in Torley-on-the-Water that she didn't. He was fairly sure he could use that knowledge to divert a good chunk of the fortune his way, always assuming there was a fortune to be had. The telephone rang. Algernon almost dropped his whiskey in his haste to answer it. "Algy?" "Terry, have you found out anything?" "I've found out plenty. Hold on to your hat, mate. You're not going to believe this." 5. It was 9:30. Phyllis and Eric Chandler were sitting in their private living room on the second floor of Clarence Keep. They had been listening to Record Roundabout on the wireless, but after a while Phyllis had grown tired of the comedy interludes and turned it off. Now the two of them were sitting in gloomy silence. Eric had offered her some hot cocoa. They always had cocoa before they went to bed. But she had refused. "I'm going to turn in," she announced suddenly. "Ma," there was a tremble in Eric's voice, "I hate it when you're like this." "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do. You've always been like this, even when I was a little boy and you were annoyed with me. You were disappointed with me the moment I was born, weren't you, because my foot was wrong? And when Dad went away, I know what he meant to you. I know you wish it was me, not him, that died in the war." Phyllis crossed her arms. "That's a wicked thing to say, Eric. You should—" "I'm not going to wash my mouth out with soap and water. I'm not 10 years old." The two of them were used to speaking quietly. They knew their place in the house, and it was their first duty never to be noticed unless they were needed, never to draw attention to themselves. But Eric had shouted at his mother, and her first thought was to glance nervously at the door, making sure it was shut. "You shouldn't have done what you did," she hissed quietly. "You should never have behaved that way. You think I like being here? You think I've enjoyed working with you all these years?" His chest was heaving. He was on the edge of tears. "You've never tried to see things my way. You don't have any understanding what it's like being me." There was something in his voice that moved her, briefly. But she didn't go over to him. She didn't get out of her seat. "You shouldn't have lied to that policeman," she said slowly. "And you shouldn't have said what you said." "Maybe not, but I've already told you. They're going to find out anyway, and what do you think is going to happen then?" She folded her arms. "I've made a decision, Eric. When this is over and the police leave us alone, I'm going to move in with my sister. I've worked long enough. And you're right. It's not healthy, the two of us being here together." He stared at her. "What about me?" "You can stay here. I'm sure Mr. Pendleton will look after you." She glanced in the direction of the main house. "Did he speak to you this evening?" Eric had taken Francis Pendleton his supper at 7 o'clock and had removed the tray an hour later. The master of the house had barely been out of the bedroom all day, sleeping for several hours after the medicine Dr. Collins had given him, and then sitting, apparently doing nothing at all, on his own. He had hardly touched the food. "He didn't say anything." "Well, you'll have to talk to him. He won't keep me on. He won't even stay here. He'll sell Clarence Keep and go back to London." "Well, that's your lookout." Eric Chandler's voice quivered, and to his mother's disgust he began to cry. "Please, Ma," he whimpered, "don't leave me." "I am leaving you, Eric. I should have done it years ago. After what you've been getting up to here, I never want to see you again." She got up and turned the wireless back on just as the presenter of Record Roundabout introduced The Blue Danube by Johann Strauss. Mother and son sat listening, not looking at each other. Phyllis's face was stone. Eric was weeping silently. The orchestra struck up, and the cheerful waltz began. 6. Just down the corridor, Francis Pendleton was lying in the darkness, gathering his thoughts. He was neither asleep nor awake, but somewhere in between, trying to separate the nightmare of everything that had happened from the reality of where he was now. He wanted to get up, but he could barely move. The drug he had taken that morning was still paralyzing his system. Above all else, there was the crushing weight of grief, the loss of Melissa, who had always been, right up until the end, his one true love. When he thought about her, he no longer wanted to live. He rolled onto his side and very slowly, like an old man, got to his feet. He was still in the dressing gown and pyjamas that he'd been wearing when the detective chief inspector and that German man had come to see him in the morning. He had forgotten what he had told them, and he couldn't remember their questions either. He hoped he hadn't given anything away. He left the room, emerging into the corridor in his bare feet. The house was almost silent, the darkness almost tangible, as if he would have to brush it aside to continue on his way. But the velvet curtain was drawn back, and he could hear, very faintly, the sound of waltz music coming from the servants' lounge. He wanted to tell them to turn it off, but he didn't have the strength. He had no idea where he was going, but he wasn't surprised when he found himself there. He opened a second door and looked into the master bedroom, the room he had shared with Melissa for the 4 years of their marriage. No, that wasn't true. Towards the end, she had wanted more and more to sleep on her own. It had become her room, not theirs. The moonlight was flooding in through the windows, illuminating the interior, and Francis cast his eye over the bed they had chosen together, the wardrobe that she had found in a little second-hand shop in Salisbury. He glanced at the 2 ormolu tables and felt a twist in his gut as he realized that the telephone was no longer there. The police had taken it away, of course. Francis stood where he was, framed in the doorway, as if pinned there, not daring to go any further in. He would sell everything, he decided. He would sell the house and the furniture. His eyes had travelled round the room, and he had noticed something out of place. The chest of drawers between the windows. The top drawer was slightly open. Why should that be? He had been back into the room when the police were there, and afterwards, when it had been cleaned. He had looked in only that morning. The drawer had been closed. He was sure of it. He forced himself to enter through the doorway, breaking the invisible barrier. He reached down and opened the drawer. This was where Melissa kept some of her most intimate things, her stockings, her underclothes. He looked at the different items, remembering the shape of them and the warmth when she had worn them. And then, somehow, in the fog of medication, he saw that one of them had been taken. A white silk negligee, decorated with flowers, that he had bought her in Paris. It had come from an expensive boutique on the Champs-Élysées. She had walked past and seen it in the window and said she liked it, so after they had returned to the hotel, he had run all the way back to get it as a surprise. He reached down and fumbled through the other garments, just in case he was wrong. But he knew that he wasn't. He had seen it, neatly folded, after the room had been restored. It had been on the top of the pile. It had been there. Who had taken it? Who had committed this act of desecration? Francis listened to the music wafting in through the darkness. He thought of Eric Chandler and the way he had always looked at Melissa. The 2 of them had laughed about it, but he had often thought there was something wrong. He wanted to go into the living room now. He wanted to confront both of them, the mother and the son. But he wasn't strong enough. He felt ill. It would have to wait until the morning. Francis Pendleton groped his way out of the room and went back to bed. 7. Atticus Punt had returned to his room after an excellent dinner with Detective Chief Inspector Hare. There were various thoughts turning in his mind, and he was not quite ready for bed, so he lit a cigarette and stepped out onto the narrow balcony in front of his room. From here, he had an uninterrupted view of the sea as it stretched all the way to the horizon, a single line perfectly drawn by the moonlight. The moon itself was low in the sky and appeared almost as a single eye, watching him from the other side of the world. He listened to the rhythm of the waves and smoked his cigarette. The darkness was telling him something, and he knew what it was. He should not have taken the case. Coming to Torley-on-the-Water had been a mistake, and not just because he had been unable to meet the client who had sent him here. It would have been good to have come face to face with Mr. Edgar Schultz and to have discovered his true motivation for hiring a private detective. "We want to know what happened. We feel we owe it to her." That was what he had said on the telephone, but he had said other things too, and they had not been true. There was also something in the letter he had received, a small point, but nonetheless one that had concerned him. Had he been too hasty? Although he had not personally seen Melissa James's films, he knew she had given pleasure to many people in the world, and for that she was to be admired. Perhaps that was why he had been so quick to volunteer his services. It was also true that after a week the police had made no arrest. Was that the job of the private detective, to bring justice where otherwise it might fail? He did not think so. He did not see himself as an avenger. He was more of an administrator. Here is the crime. Here is the solution. His job was to bring them together. He had no solution yet. It occurred to him that most of the people he had so far met had a reasonable explanation for their whereabouts at the time of the crime. Francis Pendleton was on his way to the opera. Phyllis Chandler and her son had been with each other, and it seemed unlikely, though not impossible, that one could have committed the murder without the knowledge of the other. Dr. Collins had been in the surgery with his wife. The Gardners had been at the hotel, and so on. Simon Cox. He had the opportunity, but not, Pund thought, the cold-bloodedness. Algernon Marsh? He claimed to have been asleep in his room after having had too much to drink, but his sister had said he'd arrived at the house 45 minutes later than he claimed. It was all wrong. Pund had written about the shape of a crime, about how, in an investigation, events will arrange themselves until they become instantly identifiable. Such and such a person must have committed the murder because it is the only way that it makes sense of the overall design. The 10 moments in time drawn up by Miss Kane should have illustrated exactly that. They should have presented themselves as the connecting points in one of those puzzles enjoyed by children. Join the dots, and a picture should appear. But it had not. He exhaled smoke and watched it corkscrew in the air and then disappear into the darkness. At that moment, he understood that there was an evil presence in Torley-on-the-Water, and that he had been aware of it since he had arrived. It was close to him. He could feel it now. He went back into the room, closing the door behind him. Chapter 12. An arrest is made. "Mrs. Chandler, I wonder if I might have a word." Phyllis Chandler had just boiled the kettle when Francis Pendleton came into the kitchen. He was looking pale and very thin, with hollows in his cheeks and dark shadows under his eyes, but there was a sense of determination about him that hadn't been there before. "It's very good to see you up, sir," she said. "I was just going to bring you some tea and maybe a little toast for breakfast." "I don't want any breakfast, thank you. Where is Eric?" "He's gone into Torley. I asked him to pick up some more eggs." She knew at once that trouble was coming. She could tell from the tone of his voice and from the way he had inquired about Eric. "There's something I have to ask you," Francis went on. Have either of you been into my wife's bedroom since—" He couldn't find a way to finish the sentence. "Have either of you been in there?" "I certainly haven't, sir, because someone has taken something. I'm not imagining it, because they left the drawer open and I know it was there." "What have they taken?" All the colour drained from Phyllis's face as she waited for the axe to fall. "It's a very personal item. A silk negligee. I think you probably know the one I mean. The pretty white one, with flowers?" She had ironed it often enough. "Yes. You don't have it in the laundry room?" "No, sir." For half a second she had considered lying to him, but what good would that do? "Do you have any idea who might have taken it?" Phyllis pulled a chair from the table and sat down heavily. Tears were welling up in her eyes. "Mrs. Chandler?" "It was Eric." "I'm sorry?" She had whispered so quietly that he hadn't heard her. "Eric." She took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes. "But why would Eric—" "I can't answer that, Mr. Pendleton. I don't know what to say to you. I'm so ashamed I could die." Now that she had started, the words poured out of her. "There's something wrong with him. He adored the mistress, but he let it go to his head, and he couldn't stop himself. I've told him. I've already had words with him." "You knew about this?" Francis was shocked. "Not about the negligee, sir. But I knew other things." "He took other things?" "I don't know, sir. Maybe. He's not well." Francis held up a hand. This wasn't what he had expected, and he didn't have the strength to deal with it. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then he took a breath. "I will be selling Clarence Keep quite soon anyway," he said. "I had already decided that. I can't live here any more, not on my own. But I think you and your son should leave at once by the end of the day. My wife is dead, and all he can do is—" He broke off. "I should report him. Maybe I will report him." "I tried to stop him, sir." Phyllis burst into tears. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Chandler. I know you're not to blame. But I want you both out of here. As for your son, when he gets back, you can tell him that I don't want to see him again. He makes me sick." Francis turned round and left the room. At the Moonflower Hotel, Atticus Punt had just finished his breakfast when Maureen Gardner brought him a note. It was from Detective Chief Inspector Hare, explaining that, as Punt had suggested, he was going into Barnstaple to ask further questions about the marriage of Figaro, and in particular if any audience members had arrived late. The performance had begun at 7 o'clock. Even if Francis Pendleton had left the house at 6:15 p.m., as he claimed, he would only just have arrived in time. Any later, and it would have been difficult, if not impossible. Certainly he wouldn't have had time to sneak back into the house, murder his wife, cover his tracks, get back to his car, wherever he had left it, and then drive into Barnstaple, park, and make it into the theatre in time for the overture. Once again, it all came down to the 10 moments in time that Miss Kane had drawn up, the picture that refused to form. Punt had been unable to get to sleep. It had proved impossible to put the different permutations out of his mind. They had tormented him for much of the night. Miss Kane joined him in the living room, but from the moment she sat down, she seemed out of sorts. She had taken her breakfast in her room, as before, and began by handing him a sheaf of typewritten pages. "These are my notes from yesterday," she said. "There was a lot to cover, and I hope I haven't left anything out." "Thank you." Punt took the documents and quickly glanced through them. There was the interview with Simon Cox, the visit to Clarence Keep, Francis Pendleton, the Chandlers. "This all seems to be in excellent order, Miss Kane," he said. "I did not see that you had packed a typewriter," he added with a twinkle. "Mr. and Mrs. Gardner allowed me to use their office." Miss Kane flinched, as if there was something she was holding back. "There is something else?" Punt asked gently. "Well, yes, there is. I hope you won't think I've acted improperly, Mr. Punt, and I suppose it was kind of the gardeners to help me. But after 10 minutes, they left me on my own, and remembering what the detective chief inspector said about the hotel's finances and what might be going on, I decided I might as well take the opportunity to have a look around." "My dear Miss Kane," Punt beamed at her, "you are the true Sherlock Holmes. Or perhaps it is more Raffles, the gentleman thief, that you resemble. What did you find?" "They were cheating her, Mr. Punt. There can be absolutely no doubt of it. Poor Miss James, putting her trust in two complete crooks." She produced 3 more documents, written and signed by Lance Gardner. They were addressed to different suppliers: food, furniture, and laundry in Barnstaple, Taunton, and Newquay. In each case, they apologized that due to an error, an overpayment had been made, and requested the company remit the difference by return of post. "It's one of the oldest tricks in the book," she said. "I was the personal assistant to the manager of the Savoy in London for 18 months, and he explained the whole thing. You deliberately overpay suppliers, often by 10 times the correct amount. It's easy enough to slip in an extra 0. You then write an apologetic letter, just like these ones, asking for a refund. But look where they're asking the money to be sent." Punt examined the top letter. "L. Gardner, Esquire." He read it out loud. "Exactly. That's his private bank account. So he pockets the difference. There are 3 letters in your hand, and they add up to almost £200. And I found lots more tucked away in the files. I couldn't take any more, or they'd have noticed they'd gone missing. But no wonder the hotel is in difficulties. Heaven knows how long this has been going on. They may have stolen thousands." "This is remarkable, Miss Kane." Punt checked the other letters. Sure enough, the amounts requested ranged from £50 to over £100. "We must pass these on to Detective Chief Inspector Hare as soon as he returns." "I would prefer it if you didn't mention how you got hold of them, if you don't mind, sir." "As you wish." "There is something else." Miss Kane bowed her head, and Punt realized that it wasn't actually the theft of the incriminating letters that had been bothering her when she sat down. There was something else on her mind. "I'm very sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Punt, but I've decided to leave your employ. I will, of course, work out a month's notice, but I would like that notice period to start from today." Punt looked up, genuinely surprised. "May I ask why?" "I have very much enjoyed working for you, sir, and I genuinely admire what you do. You are clearly a remarkable person. But as you saw, I became very upset yesterday when you were discussing the murder with the detective chief inspector. The descriptions of the killing I found... Well, as I say, I was very upset." "You had every right to be, Miss Kane. It was wrong of us to speak so openly in front of you." "I don't blame you at all, Mr. Punt. Far from it. But I'm afraid it may be appreciated that I'm not entirely suited to your line of work. The hotel business, insurance, food manufacture, I've been comfortable, and I think effective in all of them. But young women being strangled, and police officers, and all these people lying to you, that's quite another thing. I didn't get a wink of sleep thinking about it last night, and by the time the sun came up this morning, I knew that as much as I hate letting you down, this isn't for me." "I quite understand." Punt smiled a little sadly. "I accept your notice, Miss Kane, although I must say you will be very difficult to replace." "Not at all. The agency has plenty of young women who will be just as good as me. I only hope you solve the case before I leave. I would like to see whoever did this brought to justice." "It is quite possible that you will have your wish. Here is the Detective Chief Inspector, and it looks as if he has news." It was true. Hare had come striding in with a sense of purpose and self-confidence they had not seen before. He came straight over to them. "Good morning, Mr. Punt. Miss Kane, have you both had breakfast?" "Indeed so, Detective Chief Inspector. How was Barnstable?" "It was extremely revealing. I could kick myself for not having gone there before. My trouble was I relied too much on local officers, although I'm not blaming them. I'm very grateful to you for suggesting I go round." "Are you going to tell us what you found?" "Actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to trust me on this one. I'm going back to Clarence Keep. Would you like to come with me?" "It would be my pleasure." "Miss Kane?" "Certainly, Mr. Punt. I'll just get my bag." There were 2 uniformed policemen waiting in a second car outside the hotel, and on seeing them, Punt turned to his companion. "Do I take it, Detective Chief Inspector, that you are intending to make an arrest?" "That's right, Mr. Punt." Hare was a different man to the one who had greeted Punt just one day before. "I'm not expecting any trouble, but I thought it best to ask for 2 local men to come along." "You know who did it?" Miss Kane exclaimed. "I think I do," Hare replied. "It follows on from what we were saying last night, Mr. Punt. Thank you for an excellent dinner, by the way. At any event, I think you're going to find the next encounter greatly to your interest." "Of that I am sure," Punt agreed. They drove the short distance to Clarence Keep, and once again Eric let them into the hall. He looked even clumsier and more dishevelled than usual, and he was clearly alarmed by the sight of a police car and 2 men in uniform, almost trembling, until Hare put him at his ease. "We have business with Mr. Pendleton," Hare said. "Is he up?" Punt noticed a look of relief pass across the butler's face. "He finished his breakfast half an hour ago, sir." "And where is he now?" "Upstairs. Could you ask him to come down? And I would prefer it if you and Mrs. Chandler remained in your rooms until I send for you. We need to speak privately with Mr. Pendleton." That worried Eric again, but all he could do was nod. "I'll tell him you're here," he said. The Detective Chief Inspector went into the living room with its sea views and French windows leading into the side garden, and it was there that Francis Pendleton found him a few minutes later. He had managed to get dressed in a clean shirt and a suit without its jacket, but he was clearly knocked back by the sight of so many people waiting for him. Punt was sitting on a sofa. Miss Kane was perched on a high-backed chair in one corner, as far out of the way as possible. Hare was standing in the centre of the room, with one uniformed policeman by the door, the other at the French windows. He quickly recovered. "I'm very glad to see you," he said. "Do you have any news?" "There has been a development, sir," Hare said. "It actually relates to what you told us about your movements on the day of your wife's death." Pendleton faltered. "I'm sorry?" "Could I ask you to sit down, sir?" "I'm perfectly all right standing up." "Even so." Hare waited until Francis had sat down, then continued. "When we were last here, and indeed in discussions you had with me before that, you said that you left at 6:15 p.m. to go to the opera, and that your wife went to bed early as she had a headache. You briefly discussed the meeting she'd had at the Moonflower Hotel, but there was no disagreement between you. Is that correct?" "Of course it's correct. It's what I told you." "You also told me how much you had enjoyed the marriage of Figaro. You didn't mention anything unusual about the performance?" "Because there was nothing unusual about it. It was a semi-professional company. They did it very well." "You were there from the very beginning?" "Yes." "What about the singer playing Figaro?" "I can't remember who played the part, but he was fine. Where exactly are you going with this, Detective Inspector?" Hare paused before he answered. His voice was matter-of-fact, but at the same time lethal. "It was actually an unusual performance, sir. Had you been there at the beginning, you would have seen the director come onto the stage to announce that Mr. Henry Dixon, who was playing Figaro, had been injured in a car accident. He liked to go for a walk before the performance, and he was actually the victim of a hit-and-run. He was lucky not to be killed. So his part was played by a last-minute replacement, Mr. Bentley, who unfortunately had to perform holding the libretto. The general consensus was that he really wasn't up to scratch, and at the end of the evening quite a few members of the audience asked for their money back." Francis Pendleton had listened to all this in deathly silence. "Did you attend the opera, Mr. Pendleton?" the Detective Chief Inspector asked. There was another long pause. Then, "No. You didn't discuss the hotel finances with your wife. The two of you argued." Pendleton said nothing. He nodded. "What time did you really leave the house?" "I have no idea. Later than I said, but not very much later." "It was after you murdered your wife." Francis Pendleton buried his head in his hands. "Thank God," he whispered. "You won't believe this, but it's all I've wanted, for this to be over. I'll make a full confession. I'll tell you everything. Am I under arrest?" "If you'll come with us, sir, we'll formally charge you when we get to the station." "I'm sorry, Detective Chief Inspector. You have no idea how sorry I am. I don't know how I've managed to live with myself, and I couldn't have gone on much longer." He looked down at his feet. "I need to put some shoes on. And can I fetch my jacket from upstairs?" "Yes, sir. We'll wait for you here." "Thank you. Pendleton was about to say something more, but then he dropped the idea and left the room, moving like a sleepwalker. "Well, that was easier than I thought it would be," Hare said. He turned to Pund. "We both agreed that he was the most likely suspect, and it turns out we were right." But Pund looked uncertain. "There is still the question of the telephone," he muttered, "and the 10 moments drawn up by Miss Kane, the timings on which this entire case rests. I wonder even now if they will work." "It's a conversation we can have at the local police station, Mr. Pund. The important thing is that we've got the murderer. He's confessed. We'll have plenty of time to iron out all the details over the next couple of days." "There is something else I would like to ask you, Detective Chief Inspector. Have the police apprehended the driver who struck the unfortunate Mr. Dixon with his car?" "Not yet. They don't have very much to go on. 2 people who went past at about that time think they saw a pale-coloured car parked on the side of the road, but they can't tell us what actual colour it was because of the rain, and they didn't see the driver." "The pale colour, though, that is interesting." He might have continued, but at that moment Miss Kane suddenly cried out, pointing at the window. "There!" They all turned and saw the same thing. A figure had been looking into the room through the glass, spying on them. "Who?" Hare began, but the figure had already gone, darting away so quickly that it was impossible to know who it was. All they had seen was a head pressed against the glass with the eyes hooded by a hand. They couldn't even have said if it was a man or a woman. Everyone acted at once. The uniformed policeman threw open the door and hurried into the front hall, followed by his colleague. Detective Chief Inspector Hare, realizing that the French windows were the fastest way out, ran over to them and turned the key, which was still in the lock. With Pund right behind him, he hurried outside. They were at the side of the house. Francis Pendleton's bright green Austin Healey was parked in its bay. The road was in front of them. As they stood there, the 2 uniformed policemen came bursting out of the front door. Hare quickly gave orders. "One of you stay here. Make sure Pendleton doesn't leave. The other one, head off down to the main road and see if there's a car." One of the policemen positioned himself by the front door. The other hurried down the drive. Hare went over to Punt. "Did you see them?" "I did see someone, but I did not see who it was." "Eric Chandler? He could not have moved so quickly, and his mother also is too old." Hare looked around the empty garden. Maybe it was something completely innocent, a postman or a delivery boy. They have taken great care to hide themselves. That's true. Punt and Hare continued round to the back of the house, but there was no one there either. A back door led into an area behind the kitchen, and when Hare tried it, he found that it was unlocked. Had the mysterious intruder come out that way? A low wall surrounded Clarence Keep, with shrubs on the other side. If they had climbed over, they would be invisible at once. Certainly there was no one in sight. They had arrived too late. And then the scream came, loud and high-pitched, from the hallway. The policeman standing guard outside the front door was the first to go back in. Punt and Detective Chief Inspector Hare arrived about 10 seconds later. None of them would forget what they saw. Miss Kane was standing at the bottom of the stairs, with her back to the door. She was the one who had screamed, and she was still almost hysterical. Francis Pendleton was coming down the stairs. He had put on his jacket and his shoes. He seemed to be holding something in front of him. His face was completely white. There was blood seeping through his fingers. Punt remembered the film prop he had seen, the Turkish knife with its multicolored handle that had been used in harem nights. He looked for it on the hall table, knowing it wouldn't be there. Francis Pendleton was holding it. The curved blade was buried deep in his chest. He stumbled forward. Miss Kane reached out as if to embrace him, and he fell into her arms. She screamed again. Francis Pendleton collapsed on the ground and lay still. Chapter 13. Post-Mortem. Detective Chief Inspector Hare took charge immediately. "Look after her," he shouted at Punt as he sprang forward to examine the body. Punt put his arm around his secretary, leading her into the kitchen. She was no longer screaming, but seemed to be in shock. The front of her dress was covered in blood. The policeman was standing there staring, absolutely still. He was young, in his 20s, and had clearly never seen a dead man before, and certainly not one who had still been alive only moments before. "Get upstairs," Hare snapped at him. "Search the house. It's quite likely that the killer's still here." At the same time, he had gone down on one knee and taken hold of Pendleton's pulse. The policeman raced up to the first-floor corridor and disappeared round the corner. In the kitchen, Punt found a chair and gently helped Miss Kane to sit down. She was trembling violently, and there were tears streaming down her cheeks. Somewhere in the back of his mind, it occurred to him that if she hadn't already resigned, this would certainly have been the last straw. He didn't want to leave her alone, and he was relieved when the second policeman, alerted by the screams, appeared at the door. Punt turned to him. "Can you look after this lady?" "Yes, sir." "Did you bring a radio transmitter with you?" "I'm afraid not, sir. We had no idea." "No matter. Detective Chief Inspector Hare will call for an ambulance and for further assistance. Please, stay here." He was about to leave when a door at the back of the kitchen opened and Phyllis Chandler appeared. "What's happening?" she demanded. "I heard screaming. Why are the police here?" "Mrs. Chandler, I must ask you to stay here in the kitchen. On no account are you to enter the hall. If you would be so kind, could you make my assistant a strong cup of tea? She has had a great shock." He leaned towards Miss Kane. "I must leave you just for a few minutes, but I shall arrange for an ambulance to take you to hospital. You must try not to touch the clothes you are wearing, because the police will need them for evidence. These people will look after you. I will be back soon." He nodded at Mrs. Chandler, who was already reaching for the kettle, and went back into the hall, just in time to see Hare standing back up. "He's dead," the detective chief inspector said. "It is unbelievable. It happened right under our eyes. And it was my fault." Hare had never looked more defeated. "I shouldn't have allowed him to leave the room." "I really do not believe you should feel any culpability," Punt assured him. "It was a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And this," he glanced at the corpse lying at the foot of the stairs, "none of us could have expected it. I don't understand how it happened." "There are many questions that we will ask later. For now, you must make a telephone call. We need 2 ambulances, one for Francis Pendleton, another for Miss Kane. And I'll need to bring in backup." The policeman who had been sent upstairs came back down again. He was trying not to look at the body, but he couldn't keep his eyes off it. "There's nobody up there, sir," he said. "There was a man sitting in an upstairs kitchen, but he says he works here." "Eric Chandler," Hare said. Yes, sir. Nobody else. Would you like me to look outside?" "That would be a good idea." The policeman edged past the dead man and went out. "I'll start making some calls." Hare went back into the living room. Punt was left on his own. A pool of dark red blood had spread over the wooden floor. Somehow it reminded him of the night before, the sea in the moonlight. He had believed then that there was an evil presence in Torley-on-the-Water. He had not expected to be proved right so soon. 3 hours later, Detective Chief Inspector Hare and Atticus Punt were in the living room of Clarence Keep, sitting opposite one another. For once, they were ill at ease. Hare still blamed himself for what had happened, and even Punt was beginning to think that the killer had made a fool out of him. To be summoned to the scene of a murder a week after the event was one thing, but this time he had actually been present when it took place. It was something that had never happened before. Events had moved swiftly since the crime had been committed. 2 ambulances and 4 police cars had arrived from Barnstaple, and the ritual that follows any murder had begun. A police doctor had pronounced Francis Pendleton dead from a single stab wound to the heart. A police photographer had taken 20 different shots of the crime scene. Fingerprint experts had covered the entire area, having done the same thing upstairs only a week before. The body had been lifted onto a stretcher and carried out to the ambulance to be driven into Exeter for further examination. The second ambulance had already left with Miss Kane. It had already been established that Dr. Leonard Collins and his wife Samantha were still in London. Simon Cox, the producer, was at his home in Maida Vale. Lance Gardner had been at the hotel all morning, and his wife, Maureen, had been working behind the reception desk, as Nancy Mitchell had failed to turn up for work. She and Algernon Marsh were the only people associated with the investigation who were unaccounted for, and the police were looking for them now. The mysterious figure who had appeared at the window had vanished into thin air. Whoever it was, they had left no footprints or any other traces, and but for the fact that both Hare and Punt had caught a glimpse of them, they could have been a figment of the imagination. "It's my belief that Francis Pendleton committed suicide," Hare broke the silence. "Of course, there'll be a full inquest, but if you ask me, that seems to be the only explanation. I mean, consider the evidence. The knife that he used, it was a prop out of one of Melissa James's films, was on a table right next to the stairs. He must have seen it as he went up to get his jacket and shoes. He'd just confessed to the murder of his wife, and he knew it was all up for him. He grabbed it and took the easy way out. Maybe it's for the best at the end of the day. It saves the cost of a trial." "And what of the intruder?" "I'm not convinced they could have killed him, Mr. Punt, even assuming that was what they came here to do. Pendleton was stabbed within about 90 seconds of your secretary seeing the figure at the window. To kill him, the intruder would have to continue all the way round the house and come in through the back entrance. That would have brought them into the kitchen. they'd have had to continue into the hall, take the knife, and stab Pendleton before somehow disappearing into thin air. How would they have had time? I assume nothing, Detective Chief Inspector, and I agree with you. It would have been very difficult, though not impossible, to manage the crime in the way you have just described. For once, Hare was agitated. He was on the defensive, and Punt understood why. This was Hare's last case. He had hoped to retire at the end of a successful investigation with the thanks and congratulations of his superiors. He had not foreseen any further complications, and he had been completely unprepared for them when they arrived. "It all seems pretty straightforward to me," he insisted. "Francis Pendleton was a man who had just killed his wife, and he'd been found out. You heard what he said. He actually wanted it all to be over." Punt looked apologetic. "It is perfectly possible that he strangled his wife. I have said as much all along, and it is still the most likely scenario, particularly in light of the fact that he lied about the opera. But there is still the matter of the telephone to consider. You will recall that we discussed this at dinner last night." "Ah, yes, the telephone. Why don't you explain yourself about that? You've obviously got a bee in your bonnet about it." "I'm sorry? A bee? What's been worrying you about the phone?" "Only this, Detective Chief Inspector, and it is something that struck me from the very beginning. You told me that you found no fingerprints on the telephone or the receiver." "That's right. It had been wiped clean. But why would Francis Pendleton need to do that if he was the one who had used it as a murder weapon? He was not a stranger to the house. He would have used the phone many times. He had no need to cover his tracks." Hare considered. "You're right. Although, has it occurred to you that he could have deliberately wiped the phone clean to throw us off the scent?" "That, to me, is unlikely." "What difference does it make, Mr. Punt? Francis Pendleton confessed to the killing. We were both in the room." "I did not hear him confess, Detective Chief Inspector. He said only that he intended to make a full confession." "Exactly. But a confession to what?" "I don't know." Finally, Hare lost his patience. Perhaps he was going to confess to stealing sweets from the village shop or to parking on a yellow line. But since I had just arrested him for murder, I'd imagine that was uppermost in his mind. He stopped himself. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Punt," he said. "I really shouldn't talk to you that way." "Detective Chief Inspector," Punt began again, speaking slowly, "you do not need to apologize, and please trust me when I say that it is not my desire to complicate the matter unnecessarily. But I do not believe it is the case that Francis Pendleton confessed to everything, and I can suggest to you 3 reasons why it is unlikely that he committed suicide." "Go on." "First of all, he left the room to put on his jacket and his shoes. You might think that if he intended to kill himself, he suggested that only as an excuse to be left on his own. But this is my point. He did put on his jacket and shoes. He was wearing them when he died. Why did he do that? If he was about to die, what would it matter to him what he was wearing? If you'll forgive me for saying it, maybe you don't understand the way an English gentleman thinks, Mr. Punt. I investigated the case of a landowner over in Taunton who blew his brains out. He had money troubles, and he left a letter explaining exactly what he was going to do and why. But he put on a dinner jacket before he did it. He wanted to look his best when he went." Punt shrugged. "Very well. Let us now consider the placing of the knife. It is on a table at the bottom of the stairs, but when Pendleton is seen by Miss Kane, he is several steps above. The knife is now in his chest. So what are you telling me has occurred? He has taken the knife with him to his room? He has then chosen to kill himself on his return as he comes down the stairs? It makes no sense. And there is also the method of his death," Punt continued quickly before Hare could interrupt again. Had Mr. Pendleton been Japanese, then perhaps I might have accepted that he would perform on himself harakiri. But as you have rightly said, he was an English gentleman. And have you ever heard of a person killing himself in this way? There were the razors in his bathroom. He could have hanged himself with a tie. But to take a knife and thrust it into his heart? He was desperate, but not desperate enough to die without his jacket and his shoes. All right. Hare nodded slowly, unable to escape the logic of what Punt was saying. What do you think happened? Until we have ascertained the identity of the person seen in the garden, I cannot answer that. But before we leave this house, there is one question that must be resolved. And what is that, Mr. Punt? In Miss James's bedroom, why was the wallpaper torn? Phyllis Chandler had gone back upstairs after Madeleine Kane had left. She was sitting in her small living room with Eric. They were surrounded by suitcases. Francis Pendleton had told them to leave by the end of the day, and they had begun packing at once. Their departure had been interrupted by his death. They had barely spoken to each other since the morning, and they weren't speaking now. Nor did either of them react when there was a knock at the door, and Punt came in with Hare. "You are leaving?" Punt asked, taking in the suitcases. "Yes, sir. To be honest with you, I couldn't stay one more minute in this house, not after everything that's happened." "You do realize you can't just disappear, Mrs. Chandler," Hare said. "We may have to ask you further questions." "I'm not disappearing anywhere, Detective Chief Inspector. I'm going to my sister in Bude." "And your son?" Phyllis glanced briefly at Eric, who shrugged. "I don't know where I'll go," he said. "I don't have friends. I don't have anything. I don't care." Punt took a step forward. He had seldom met two such unhappy people, trapped in a prison of their own making. But still there were matters to be resolved. "Mrs. Chandler, there is something that I must discuss with you and with your son." Hearing himself mentioned, Eric Chandler looked up guiltily. "Let us start with this morning when Mr. Pendleton was attacked. You were here in this room." "Yes, sir. We were packing." "So you had decided to leave before the terrible events that took place today?" Phyllis swallowed, realizing that she had given away more than she intended. "As a matter of fact, Mr. Pendleton had already given us our notice," she said. "He intended to sell the house and had no further need of our services." "It was still rather sudden," Punt suggested mildly. "It was his decision, sir. I'm sure he knew what he was doing." Hare cut in. "You must have heard Miss Kane cry out. Were you together at that time?" Phyllis Chandler hesitated. She didn't want to tell the truth, but she knew she had no choice. "I was in here. Eric was in his bedroom." "I was packing," Eric said. "I didn't see anything. Neither of us did." "You didn't look out the window? You didn't hear anyone go past?" "Why do you keep asking me that?" Phyllis Chandler snapped. "I've already told you that I'm hard of hearing. All we knew was that there were police in the house, and we'd been told to stay in our rooms, so that's what we did." "Why did Mr. Pendleton want you to leave?" "I've already told you." "You have told me a lie, Mrs. Chandler." Now it was Punt's turn to become angry. "And there can be no more lies. There have been 2 murders in this house, and even though I understand completely your desire to protect your son, you can no longer deceive me." "I don't know what you're talking about, sir." "Then I will show you." Before anyone could stop him, Punt walked determinedly out of the room. Hare went with him. Eric Chandler and his mother glanced at each other, then followed. Punt knew exactly what he was looking for. It was a strange coincidence that the wallpaper in Melissa James's bedroom had reminded him of the house in Knightsbridge, where he had investigated the theft of the Ludendorff diamond. but it had led his eye at once to an identical clue, a tear in the wallpaper. It still might have made no impression on him, but he remembered what Simon Cox had overheard. She said something about the moonflower being crooked. That made no sense. The gardeners might be crooked. There might be crooked activity taking place inside the hotel, but in what way could the hotel itself be crooked? He did not go into the bedroom. Instead, he turned into the corridor that ran alongside it, still in the servants' wing of the house. Even as he went, he was measuring distances, and he came to a halt in front of the photographs that he had noticed before. They showed views of Torley, the lighthouse, the beach, and the hotel. With Eric and his mother watching him in silent horror, he lifted the picture of the moonflower off its hook to reveal a hole that had been drilled through the brickwork behind. "It is exactly as I expected," he said. Hare stepped up and put his eye to the hole. He found himself looking into Melissa James's bedroom. He remembered the patterned wallpaper on the other side and knew that the hole would have been practically invisible. He looked back. Phyllis Chandler was on the edge of tears. Eric Chandler was fighting for breath, his face completely white. "What's the meaning of this?" Hare demanded. "It is what I believe is called a peephole," Punt said. Hare looked at Eric with distaste. "You're a peeping Tom." Eric was unable to talk. Hare turned back to Punt. "How did you know about this?" he asked. "You will recall the argument that the film producer Simon Cox overheard. Mrs. Chandler said that she knew what her son had been up to. She had noticed that the moonflower was crooked, and she added that she had seen through it. She was referring, of course, to the hole drilled in the wall. Mr. Cox did not hear everything that was said, but this much, you will agree, makes complete sense." Hare gazed at Phyllis with disgust. "Did you know about this?" The older woman nodded, her face utterly grim. "I lifted the picture off the wall. That was the same day that it happened, the death of Miss James. I went down to look out of the window, and I noticed it wasn't hung properly. That's why we were in the kitchen and didn't leave until later. How do you think I felt? I was shocked. My own son." "Did you also say that you would kill Melissa James if she found out?" "No, sir." Phyllis Chandler was horrified, and then she remembered. "I said it would kill her if she found out the truth. That's what I said. And it would have. She trusted Eric. She had no idea he'd been spying on her." "I didn't—" Eric tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. But now Phyllis was merciless. She continued, "Then, just this morning, Mr. Pendleton told me that someone had been into his wife's bedroom and taken some of her things." "What things?" Hare demanded. "Personal things. Underclothes from the drawer near the bed." "That wasn't me," Eric cried. "Of course it was you." His mother turned on him, furious. "Why are you still lying? You're fat and you're lazy and you're sick in the head, and I wish you'd never been born. God knows your father would have been ashamed." "Mom!" It was a horrible sight. Eric was wailing, tears coursing down his cheeks. He had staggered backwards, his shoulders hitting the wall as he slumped down. Punt and the detective chief inspector hurried over to help him, and together they managed to get him back into the sitting room. They sat him down on a sofa, and Hare got him a glass of water. But he was unable to drink. He was sobbing helplessly. His mother was standing by the door, watching him with no pity in her eyes, and Punt could not help feeling how much better their lives would have been if she had loved her husband a little less, and her son a little more. "What will happen?" Mrs. Chandler asked. "Are you going to arrest him?" "It's clear that you have broken the law." Hare sounded uncomfortable. "You could be placed under arrest." "I just liked to look at her." Eric sobbed, the words almost incomprehensible. "She was so beautiful. I would never have hurt her. I never took anything." Hare glanced at Punt, who nodded. "But as the two of you are leaving, and as both Mr. Pendleton and Miss James aren't around to bring charges, it's probably best that you continue on your way. Just make sure we know where we can find you. And, Eric, I think you should talk to Dr. Collins and find someone who can give you some help. What you've done is very wrong." "I didn't." "I've got nothing more to say." Hare and Punt left. Mrs. Chandler stepped aside to allow them to pass. Neither of them looked back. "I hope I'm doing the right thing," Hare muttered as they went back downstairs. "If Francis Pendleton was murdered, Eric Chandler may well be the most likely suspect. In fact, he's the only suspect. He was in the house, and you heard what his mother said. He was in one room, she was in another, which means that actually she had no idea where he was. If he thought Pendleton was going to shop him for stealing his wife's knickers or whatever, that would have given him a motive." "What you say is true," Punt agreed. "He is damaged. His life has, I think, been unfortunate in many ways, and yet he does not strike me as a violent man. In his own twisted way, he adored Melissa James. Would he kill the man to whom she was married?" They had reached the hallway, and a uniformed police officer approached them, coming out of the living room. He had been looking for Hare. He was holding a handwritten letter that had been placed in a transparent evidence bag. "Excuse me, sir," he said. "I thought you ought to see this. We found it in the living room, tucked away in the bottom of a bureau. It was hidden among a whole load of old papers, obviously somewhere it wasn't meant to be found." He handed the letter to Hare, who read it carefully. "Well, this might change your mind about things," he muttered. "Maybe I was right after all." He showed the letter to Punt. The paper was crumpled. The letter had been thrown away before it was finished. 13th of February. "My darling, darling, I can't go on living this lie anymore. I simply can't. We have to be brave and tell the world our destiny." Melissa James was having an affair, and she wanted Francis Pendleton out of her life. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, so he killed her, and when he got found out, he killed himself. Hare took the letter back. "Can you really think of another explanation?" "I agree with you that it does seem on the face of it unarguable," Punt agreed. "But even so, Detective Chief Inspector, there is one piece of information that we require before we can consider the investigation to be complete. And that is, Melissa James was having an affair. That much is evident. But with whom?" Chapter 14. Hit and Run. "What are you doing here?" Dr. Collins asked. "Actually, I was waiting to see you," Algernon replied. The doctor had come into the kitchen of Church Lodge to find his brother-in-law sitting at the table smoking a cigarette. Samantha was helping the vicar with preparations for the next service and had taken the children with her. She liked them to spend time with her at the church. Mrs. Mitchell wasn't due in to clean until later in the afternoon. Dr. Collins had thought he was alone. He was not fond of Algernon Marsh. He knew too much about his activities, both past and present, and resented having him stay in the house. But in this, as in so many other things, he had allowed himself to be overruled by Samantha, who had, he knew, a much more forgiving nature. He couldn't make her see that Algernon was trouble, and had been since the day he was born. His parents might have been prescient. They had christened him with the name of a villain straight out of melodrama, and he had certainly grown into it. Seeing him now, Dr. Collins felt a stab of annoyance. In a way, the two of them were complete opposites. He had been a doctor for 15 years, first in Slough, then in Torley, working for his patients around the clock for a salary that barely allowed him to support a wife and 2 children. He had never complained. Medicine had been his calling. Even during the war years, he had served with the Royal Army Medical Corps. Algernon, of course, had kept well clear of the action, with a desk job in Whitehall. With his expensive suits, his French car, his devious business schemes that were surely designed to benefit only himself, he epitomized the new generation that was dragging the country into an era of selfishness and hedonism. Even the way Algernon was sitting at the table, his table, filling the room with his cigarette smoke, came across as deliberately offensive. Dr. Collins hadn't invited him here. He had simply arrived, and now he was behaving as if he owned the place. "I'm sorry. Are you waiting for me?" Dr. Collins asked. For Samantha's sake, he was trying to be polite. "Yes, I thought we might have a little chat." "I can't imagine what you think we might have to chat about. But anyway, I'm going to have to disappoint you. I have my case notes to study." "I'm sure they can wait." "I'm afraid they can't." "Sit down, Leonard. We need to talk." It wasn't an invitation. It was a threat. There was something in his voice and the silken smile on his face that warned Dr. Collins not to leave. Against all his better instincts, he took his place at the table. "Thank you." Again, Algernon managed to say the words in a way that utterly distorted their meaning. His eyes were pitiless as they took in the man sitting opposite him. "What is this about, Algernon? I really don't—" "It's about this." Algernon took a sheet of paper out of his pocket and unfolded it. With a start, Dr. Collins recognized the letter addressed to Samantha from Parker and Bentley in London. Algernon placed it flat on the table between them. "Where did you get that?" Dr. Collins demanded furiously. "You've been in my desk. How dare you? That's private." "You weren't going to tell me about it? Dear Aunt Joyce popping her clogs in New York and leaving Samantha— How much exactly? I take it that's why you were in London yesterday." "It's none of your business." "It's very much my business, Leonard. I'm Samantha's brother, in case you've forgotten. I had to live with the old bag, too." "She left you nothing, Algernon. She disapproved of your lifestyle. As for that matter, do I. The amount of money is neither here nor there, as you're not going to receive a penny of it." "Is that what Samantha says?" "Yes." "Or is it what you persuaded her to say? From my memory, Sam always had a soft spot for me, at least until she married you. I bet you anything you like that she'd want to share her good fortune with me. How much did you say it was?" "I didn't." "Well, I've done a bit of research of my own, and from what I've heard, Harlan Goodis made a mint out of advertising. My friends tell me that we could be talking about £1 million. "What do you want, Algernon?" Dr. Collins looked at his brother-in-law with undisguised contempt. "I was thinking half would be fair." Dr. Collins stared at him, then let out a bark of laughter. "Are you mad?" "You don't agree?" "I've already told you my thoughts. The money was not left to you. It was left to my wife. It was the specific wish of your aunt that none of it should come your way, and if Samantha will take my advice, once she has inherited the money, she will have nothing more to do with you." "She listens to you, does she?" "Yes." "Good. Then you'll be able to persuade her to think otherwise." "And why should I do that?" "Because I know a thing or two about you, Leonard, which you might not want me to mention to Samantha, or to anyone else." It was as if Dr. Collins had been punched in the face. "What are you talking about?" "Do you really want me to spell it out?" "You're trying to blackmail me." "Trying and succeeding, I'd say." Algernon leaned forward. "Let's just call it a lack of professionalism in your dealings with certain patients." "I categorically deny whatever it is you're hinting at. There has never been any wrongdoing on my part, and your pathetic attempts to discredit me will only land you in jail, which is what you richly deserve. Samantha may not agree. Leave my wife out of this. Dr. Collins might have leapt out of his chair and thrown himself at the other man, but the conversation was interrupted by not one, but 2 cars pulling up in the driveway outside. Atticus Punt and Detective Chief Inspector Hare were in the first. Uniformed police officers followed behind. Algernon got up and glanced out of the window. "It looks as if we're going to have to continue this pleasant conversation later," he drawled. He reached for the letter, but Dr. Collins snatched it away. "We both know what we're talking about," Algernon continued. 50-50. I'll keep quiet for the time being, but you're going to have to use all your charm and powers of persuasion on Sam. I won't give you long." The doorbell rang. Dr. Collins was staring at Algernon Marsh. He tore himself away and went to answer it. Detective Chief Inspector Hare was standing on the doorstep and knew at once that something was wrong. The usually calm and easy-mannered doctor was clearly upset, and not just because there were so many representatives of the law invading his home. "Yes?" "I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Collins, but I wonder if your brother-in-law is in." There was something about the question that seemed to amuse the doctor. The shadow of a smile passed across his face. "Algernon? Yes, I was just talking to him. We'd like to do the same, if you don't mind. You're not arresting him by any chance? You'll forgive me if I don't share that information with you, sir." "Of course. Come in. He's in the kitchen." The 2 uniformed men stood outside the entrance. After what had happened at Clarence Keep, Hare was taking no chances. He and Punt followed Dr. Collins into the hallway. As they arrived, Algernon Marsh strolled nonchalantly out of the kitchen. "Detective Inspector, Mr. Punt, what a pleasure to see you. Are you here to speak to me or to my brother-in-law? I'm sure Leonard has got quite a few things to tell you." "Actually, Mr. Marsh, it's you I've come to see." Algernon's face fell, although the smile was still pinned in place. "This is all becoming a bit tedious, Detective Inspector." "That may be the case, but I have to do my job." Hare turned to the doctor. "Is there somewhere private we can go, sir?" "You can use my study if you like." Punt had said nothing throughout all this, but he had heard the jibe that Algernon Marsh had thrown in the direction of his brother-in-law. Dr. Collins had a story to tell, and Algernon knew what it was. Did it relate to Melissa James? Almost certainly. "I'll see you later, Leonard," Algernon said. "You can have a think about what we were talking about." Punt's suspicions were confirmed. There was definitely bad blood between the 2 men. Dr. Collins showed them into the study, which he also used as a surgery, with an examination couch in one corner and a curtain hanging from a rail. Punt sat down to one side. Hare and Algernon Marsh faced each other across the desk. "I'd like to talk to you about a company that you own," Hare began. "Sun Trap Holdings." "What's that got to do with anything?" Algernon half laughed. "Do you want to invest, Detective Inspector?" "It's Detective Chief Inspector, and I think I should warn you, Mr. Marsh, that this is no laughing matter." Hare paused. "A great many people seem to have invested in this company. Would you like to explain to me what it actually does?" "Certainly. It develops property in the south of France. Hotels, villas, that sort of thing. It's like the gold rush over there. Cannes, Nice, Saint-Tropez. You may not have heard of them now, but quite soon these are places the whole world is going to want to visit. I believe that Melissa James was one of your investors." Algernon's face darkened. "Who told you that?" He collected himself. "Melissa had invested a small amount. Yes. £96,000 is hardly a small amount, Mr. Marsh. This is my private business. Who exactly have you been talking to?" Her bank manager. We have traced 3 separate checks made out to Sandtrap Holdings by Miss James. It's a small amount in comparison to the returns she would have made once the developments were complete. And how many hotels and villas have you actually completed? You're out of your depth, Detective Chief Inspector. It's more complicated than that. It is actually very simple, Punt cut in. The system was invented 30 years ago by an Italian gentleman by the name of Charles Ponzi. He induced investors to put their savings into a scheme that would never in fact pay them anything. But he used the money of later investors to pay dividends to the earlier ones, making them believe that all was well. Meanwhile, he took everything for himself. I've done nothing illegal. That may not be the case, sir, Hare said. The Larceny Act of 1916, Section 32, explicitly prohibits the obtaining of money by false pretenses with the intent to defraud. It carries with it a prison sentence of 5 years. I wasn't defrauding anyone. Algernon had shrunk into his seat, his early bluster replaced by a whining defensiveness. Melissa knew exactly what she was doing. I kept her fully informed. And what exactly was your relationship with Miss James? We were friends. Close friends? Yes. Were you and Miss James sleeping together? Algernon gaped at the detective. I have to say you're very direct, Chief Inspector, and I don't see why I should answer your question. It's none of your damn business. Hare was unabashed. He produced the letter that had been found at Clarence Keep and showed it to Algernon. Was this addressed to you? Algernon took the letter and stared at it for some time. Pund watched him carefully. Algernon Marsh was a calculated liar, in the true sense that he calculated everything he said and only spoke the truth when it suited him. Even now he was weighing up the different possibilities. At last he came to a decision. "All right," he said. His shoulders had slumped. He tossed the letter back on the table. "Yes, darling, darling, that's how she always wrote to me. And that stuff about running away together, we talked about it all the time." "So the two of you were in a relationship?" "Yes. The fact is, she was crazy about me. She knew that Francis was a mistake. He couldn't give her what she wanted." "And what was that?" "Excitement, challenge, sex, what every woman wants. It began in London, and I used to look in on her whenever I came to Torley. Actually, it was the main reason I ever came to this dreary little place." He glanced at the letter. "Where did you get that?" "We believe Francis Pendleton may have found it. And killed her. Is that what you're saying? That's a nasty thought. But then he was entirely inadequate, both as a husband and as a lover. It's hardly surprising she turned to me. And for what it's worth, I never did her any harm." "Apart, that is, from stealing from her." "Steady on, Detective Chief Inspector. That's a bit strong. It's my impression, Mr. Marsh, that you ran your business with the mentality of a hit-and-run driver. You had no sense of shame, no morality. You just did what you did and moved on." Again, Punt saw it, the fear creeping back into Algernon's eyes as he played back what Hare had just said. "I've done nothing wrong," Algernon muttered. "Mr. Henry Dixon would disagree." "Henry Dixon? I've never heard of him." "He's an opera singer, currently in hospital in Barnstable in a serious but stable condition. He was struck by a car on the Braunton Road earlier this week. The driver did not stop." "I hope you're not suggesting—" Algernon's voice gave him away. The knowledge of his guilt was there in every word. "Can you explain how the front of your Peugeot was damaged, Mr. Marsh?" "I can't. I didn't—" "Your car was noticed by another driver who went past the scene of the accident. We have this." Hare produced a second evidence bag with a half-smoked cigarette, the paper brown, damaged by the rain. "We also know how much alcohol you had consumed at the Saunton Golf Club, and have good reason to believe you were driving under the influence of drink." Hare waited for him to speak, but Algernon didn't need to say anything more. He knew he was finished. "Algernon Marsh, I am arresting you on various offences under the 1930 Road Traffic Act and the Larceny Act of 1916. You do not have to say anything, but I must warn you that anything you do say may be taken down and used in evidence against you. Is there anything you wish to say?" "Actually, there is one thing." "And what is that?" Algernon wasn't afraid. He had already worked it all out. "I was in love with Melissa James, and she was in love with me. That's all that matters to me right now, Detective Chief Inspector. You can arrest me if you really want to, but you'll never take that away from me." He was still smiling as they led him out of the house. Chapter 15. The Girl on the Bridge. They had intended to escort Algernon Marsh to the police station in Barnstable, but when they reached Bideford Long Bridge, they were stopped by an unexpected traffic jam. Detective Chief Inspector Hare knew at once that something unusual must have happened. It was the middle of the afternoon, and there could be no obvious reason for 10 or 20 cars to come to a standstill on each side of the river. Many of the drivers had got out and were looking at something in the very centre of the bridge. Leaving Algernon with the 2 policemen in the car behind, Hare and Punt went to investigate. As they made their way forward, they heard some of the comments being made by the crowd. "Poor girl, someone should do something. Has anyone called the police?" They continued to the front and saw at once what was happening. A young woman had climbed over the stone balustrade that ran the full length of the bridge and was standing on the narrow ledge on the other side. She was perched forward, leaning over the river, clinging on with her hands behind her. The bridge was not more than 20 feet high, but the water was fast-flowing and murky with swirling currents. If she let go, the fall might not kill her, but she would almost certainly drown. Hare had a grown-up daughter, and felt a surge of pity for the young woman who had been driven to such an act. He guessed that she was in her 20s, but it was only as he got nearer and saw her more closely that he recognized her brown hair, her slightly uneven features. "It's the girl from the Moonflower!" he exclaimed. "Nancy Mitchell!" Punt had also recognized her. "I have to stop her!" Hare pushed his way between 2 men who had been standing helplessly at the entrance to the bridge. At least none of the drivers had moved too close, understanding that if the girl felt threatened, she would jump. Punt reached out and took hold of the detective's arm. "With respect, my friend, it might be better if I attempted to speak to her. She knows that you are a senior police officer, and she may also know that to commit suicide is an offense against the law. If she sees you approach, it may alarm her." "You're right." There was no time for argument. Hare had positioned himself in front of the crowd, and he turned round to face them. "I'm a police officer," he announced quietly. "Could I ask you all to move back?" The spectators did as they were told. At the same time, Punt continued forward, finding himself alone on the now empty bridge. Nancy saw him coming and stared at him with eyes that were wide with fear. "Don't come any closer!" she shouted. Punt stopped about 10 paces away. "Miss Mitchell, do you remember me? I am a guest at the hotel." "I know who you are, but I don't want to talk to you." "You do not have to. There is no need to say anything, but please let me speak to you." Punt took 2 steps forward, and the girl tensed herself. He stopped and looked down at the churning brown water as it raced past. The crowd on the other side of the river stirred uneasily, but fortunately another policeman had arrived and was making sure they stayed back. "I do not know what has brought you here or how you have been driven to an action as extreme as the one you are now contemplating," he said. You must be very unhappy. Of that I am sure. Will you believe me if I say that no matter how bad things may appear, they will be better tomorrow, if you allow tomorrow to do its work? That is the way of things, Miss Mitchell, and I am the living proof of it." She said nothing. He took 2 more steps. The closer he was to her, the less he would have to raise his voice. "Stay where you are!" Nancy cried out. Punt showed the palms of his hands. "I am not going to touch you. I only wish to talk." "You can't know what I'm thinking." "What you are thinking? No. What you are feeling, perhaps." He took another step. "I too have suffered, Miss Mitchell. I have endured terrible violence. In prison in Germany in the war. My wife was killed. My parents were killed. I found myself in an abyss alone, surrounded by cruelty and inhumanity which I cannot describe. Like you, I wished for death. And yet I did not die. I made the most stupid, the most irrational decision of my life. Against all the odds, I chose to survive. Am I glad I did so? Yes, because here I am now, and it is my hope that I can persuade you to do the same." "I've got no hope." "There is always hope." Punt took another 2 steps towards her. He was now so close that if they had both stretched out their hands, they would have touched. "Let me look after you, Miss Mitchell. Let me help make the bad things that have happened go away." She was still unsure. He could see her struggling to decide. He knew what he had to do. "Think also of the child that you carry," he said. "Will you not give it a chance?" She had been looking at the water, but now her head snapped round. "Who told you that?" In fact, it was Detective Chief Inspector Hare who had guessed. "The miracle of life is written all over you," Punt said, "and life is what you must embrace." Nancy Mitchell had begun to cry. She nodded weakly, then twisted round, still grabbing hold of the balustrade with both hands. Punt sprang forward and put his arms around her, holding her close to him, lifting her to safety. A few seconds later, Hare arrived, as Nancy sank unconscious to the ground. 2 hours later, Atticus Punt and Detective Chief Inspector Hare were sitting on uncomfortable wooden chairs outside a private room on the 1st floor of North Devon Infirmary in Barnstaple, the same hospital where Henry Dixon was slowly recovering. And, Punt realized, Madeleine Kane must be somewhere there too. He had not seen her since the death of Francis Pendleton, although he had made sure she was well looked after. The door opened, and a young doctor came out. "How is she?" Hare asked. "I've given her a mild sedative, and she's a little drowsy, but she wants to see you. I advise against it. After what she's been through, she needs to rest." "We'll try not to tire her," Hare said. "Good. She is pregnant, by the way. You were right about that. About 3 months. Fortunately, no harm will have come to the unborn child." The doctor walked away. Punt and Hare exchanged a glance and went in. Nancy Mitchell was lying in bed with her hair spread out on the pillow behind her. She looked rested and strangely serene. "Mr. Punt," she said as the 2 men sat down, "I want to thank you. What I was thinking of doing, was very stupid. I feel embarrassed that I made such a fool of myself." "I am just glad that you are here and you are feeling better, Miss Mitchell." "Are you going to arrest me, Chief Inspector?" "That's the last thing on my mind," Hare replied. "Good. I want to see both of you because I need to get this off my chest. Certainly before my parents get here. The doctor said they're on their way." Hare was surprised how assured Nancy Mitchell had become. It was as if her experience on Bideford Long Bridge had provided some sort of epiphany. "I suppose I ought to start at the beginning. You were right, Mr. Punt. I'm sure the doctor will have told you that I'm expecting a child. I haven't told my parents yet, but I've decided I want to keep it. Why should I have to put it up for adoption just because the local people of Tawley might not approve? My dad won't agree, but I've been afraid of him since I was a child, and I'm tired of it. Maybe it's like what you said, Mr. Punt, and this is a chance for me to take control of my life. Before you ask, I'm going to tell you the name of the father, even though I haven't told anyone else, and I wasn't going to. But I suppose you have to know, and so I'm going to tell you now. It was Melissa's husband, Francis Pendleton. Does that surprise you? That's what this is all about, isn't it? And it's the reason why I have to talk to you. I was not in love with him, and in case you're wondering, I didn't kill him, although I suppose I would say that, wouldn't I? She paused. I'll tell you how it happened. I knew him quite well, of course. Miss James might have owned the Moonflower, but he was in and out all the time. He helped her run it. I won't say we became friends, but he seemed to enjoy talking to me. He also wanted me to help him. He had this idea that the gardeners were cheating his wife in some way, and he asked me to keep an eye on them for him. I wasn't too keen about that. I didn't want to be a spy. But at the same time, I was flattered that he'd asked me, and I liked him. He was always kind to me. And then one day, about 3 months ago, he came to the hotel in a dreadful state. He didn't say anything to me, but he went straight to the bar and began drinking, on his own. It was my luck, my bad luck, to be on night duty. This was the end of January, and the hotel was almost empty. Anyway, I left him on his own for a couple of hours, and then I went into the bar, because I was worried about him, and I wanted to know everything was all right. It wasn't. He'd had quite a lot to drink, and he just sort of blurted out that he'd discovered his wife was having an affair. I didn't believe it at first. I mean, she was Melissa James. She was a big star. Then I thought maybe he was mistaken, but he said he'd found a page from a letter she'd written. A love letter. He didn't know who it was addressed to, though. There was no name on the letter, and he hadn't told her he'd found it. But he said it was destroying him. He worshipped her. He really did. He said he couldn't live without her. He was so intense. It was actually quite frightening. It was quite late by now, and there were just the two of us, and I tried to be nice to him, to look after him. I said to him that he probably shouldn't go home, not in the state he was in, and I suggested he go to bed in one of the rooms upstairs. We had 6 to choose from. Well, he thought that was a good idea, and I offered to take him up, and that was my mistake. One thing led to another, as my mum would say, and that's what happened. Nancy fell silent. He didn't love me, she continued eventually. He just felt bad about himself. Melissa was the love of his life, and she'd been unfaithful to him, so if he did the same to her, maybe it would make him feel better about himself, more of a man. As for me, I don't know what was going on in my head. Perhaps I was flattered that someone like Francis Pendleton should be interested in the likes of me. But actually, I wasn't thinking at all, and certainly not about the consequences. She sighed. I must be stupid. It's not as if I don't know about the birds and the bees and all the rest of it. I nearly died when Dr. Collins told me. Of course, he immediately assumed that I'd have the baby adopted. I didn't tell him who the father was. Actually, I lied. I told him it was someone I'd met in Bideford. I didn't want anyone to know. I couldn't see that any good would come of it. Not from Mr. Pendleton, not from Melissa, not for me. In the end, I did tell Francis. We'd hardly seen each other at all since that one night, and I got the feeling he was deliberately avoiding me, so I wrote him a letter. He had to know. After all, it was his child, and anyway, I needed help. I thought he might look after me. I didn't expect him to leave his wife or anything like that, but he had plenty of money, and I thought that maybe he would help me set up somewhere and I'd have the baby and start a new life. Do you know what he did? The very next day, after he got my letter, he sent me an envelope with 60 quid and the address of a doctor in London. He wanted me to have an abortion. That was all. He didn't want to talk to me. He didn't want to have anything to do with it. How could anyone be so cruel? It was you who came to Clarence Keep just before Francis Pendleton was killed, Punt said. I didn't do it, Mr. Punt, I swear to you. She drew a breath. You've got to understand how I was feeling. I'd been humiliated. I was ashamed and angry. Of course, everything was complicated after what had happened to Melissa, but I'd written to him before all that, so he didn't have any excuse for not talking to me. He'd dismissed me because it suited him to, and because he looked down on me. I didn't mean anything to him. At the same time, I knew I had to do something, and soon. My mum was already looking at me peculiarly, and it wouldn't be long before my dad noticed too. I went round to the house to have it out with him. If you want the truth, I was going to threaten him. Either you look after me properly, or I'll tell the whole world what sort of man you are. It wasn't as if he had anything to lose. Melissa wasn't around anymore. He had her house, her hotel, her fortune. He could look after me. I was going to tell him that he had to live up to his responsibilities, or else. When I got to Clarence Keep, I saw cars parked outside, and I wondered what was going on. I didn't ring the doorbell. Instead, I went round to the living room and peeked in through the window. That was when I saw you and the chief inspector, and there were 2 policemen in uniform and all. I knew at once that this was the last place I wanted to be, so I ducked and ran, round the back of the house and over the wall, through the trees and down to the main road. It was only afterwards, when I heard about Mr. Pendleton, that I got scared. Everyone was talking about it in the village. He had been killed too. It didn't take me long to work out that I'd been at the house at exactly the same time it had happened, and that if the truth about us ever came out, everyone would think that it was me. I certainly had a good reason to stick a knife in him, the way he'd treated me. You probably think that too. Everything seemed completely hopeless. I was going to get blamed, and on top of that, with him gone, there'd be nobody to look after me. There's no way I can even prove the baby's his. My mum wouldn't be able to do anything for me. And my dad would kill me. She choked up, and Punt handed her a glass of water. She took a few sips, then handed it back. I know what I did on the bridge was stupid and wrong, but I couldn't see any way out, she said. I just thought it would be easier for everyone, including me and the baby, if I wasn't there anymore. I thought about walking into the sea. I never learned to swim. But then I decided the bridge would be easier. So I went there and made a complete fool of myself. And now I'm here, and heaven knows what's going to happen next, because I've certainly got no idea. She had reached the end of her story. She fell silent. Detective Chief Inspector Hare had listened to all this without commenting, but now he was the first to speak. It's just as well you told us all this, Miss Mitchell, he said. We're now investigating not 1, but 2 murders, and your testimony may help us make sense of it all. I'm sure you need to get some rest, but there is one thing I must ask you. Did you see anyone come out of the house when you were at Clarence Keep? I'm not questioning what you told us, but you're correct in thinking you were at the scene of the crime when Mr. Pendleton was killed. You say you saw Mr. Punt and myself through the window. Did you see anyone else? Nancy shook her head. I'm sorry, sir. I just wanted to get away. I didn't see anything. It was the answer Hare had been expecting, but it was disappointing all the same. Very well, he said. We'll say no more about what happened this morning. The important thing is to look after yourself. You should talk to your mother, and I'm sure Dr. Collins can help you. There are organizations that can counsel young women in your position. The Mission of Hope is one, And there's Skene Moral Welfare. You don't need to feel you're on your own. I also will try to help you, Punt said. The words that I spoke to you on the bridge, they were true. He smiled at her. You must look after yourself and your child, but you can reach me at any time. He took out a business card and placed it carefully on the table beside the bed. Everything will work itself out for the best, he assured her. You must think of me always as a friend. He and Detective Chief Inspector Hare got up and left the room. They walked back down the corridor, heading towards the main stairs. Hare looked exhausted by what he had just heard. He shook his head ruefully. Who'd have thought it? He sighed. And where do we go next? This whole business with Tawley on the water turns out to be like the first labor of Hercules. To what do you refer, Chief Inspector? The cleaning of the Augean stables. We've got Melissa James having an affair with Algernon Marsh at the same time as he's cheating her with his fake business schemes. Then there's Francis Pendleton taking advantage of Nancy Mitchell. Eric Chandler is a pervert. The Gardeners are thieves. Is there any end to it? It is, I think, the fifth labor of Hercules, the stables. But do not despair, my friend. There was a twinkle in Punt's eye. The end is very much in sight. If only I could believe that. They had reached the ground floor, and Punt was about to reply when he stopped and exclaimed with surprise, Miss Kane. It was true. His assistant was standing at the front door, fully dressed, holding a suitcase. Mr. Punt. She was equally surprised to see him. How are you feeling, Miss Kane? I'm much better, thank you, sir. Are you going back to the hotel? That is our intention. Then I'll come with you, if I may. She hesitated. Are we going to be staying here very much longer? She asked. I must be honest with you. What I saw in that house, I'm never going to get it out of my head. The sooner I'm back in London, the happier I'll be. I completely understand your desire to leave this place. I am aware that this has been a terrible experience for you, and again, I must apologize. But it may please you to know that I will be returning to London tomorrow, Miss Kane. By then, the entire mystery will have been solved. You know who did it? Hare exclaimed. I know who killed Melissa James and Francis Pendleton. But I take no credit, Detective Chief Inspector. This was your investigation, and it was you who gave me the clue that revealed everything. And what was that? It was when you spoke of the plays of William Shakespeare, and in particular the death of Desdemona in Othello. That's very kind of you, Mr. Punt, but I'm afraid I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about. All will be revealed. There is just one more piece of information that is required, and our work will be concluded. And what is that? Punt smiled. For what reason did Melissa James go to church? Chapter 16. Punt Sees the Light. Atticus Punt had no time for religion. During the war, he had been persecuted not for what he believed, but for what he was, a Greek Jew whose great-grandfather had emigrated to Germany 60 years before he was born, unaware that although he was bettering his own life, his decision would lead to the extinction of almost his entire bloodline. When Punt had found himself in Belsen, he had seen Jews praying together, begging their God to deliver them from evil. He had also seen them taken away and murdered. He had known then, not that he had ever doubted it, that even if God existed, he preferred not to listen. And all the stars, crosses, and crescent moons in the world would not make an iota of difference. That was what he still believed, but at the same time he understood the need for religion and respected it. As he walked into the churchyard of St. Daniel's, he reflected that Tawley on the Water would be a much poorer place without it. Here was a little world of its own, a green haven closed in by beech trees, the fishermen and women who had created this community over the years, still part of it, lying in their graves. The church itself dated back to the 15th century, a neat, handsome structure made from the Cornish granite known as moorstone, with a truncated tower to the west in need of some repair. Punt felt a great sense of calm. He could imagine an English village without religion, but he could not imagine it without a church. Melissa James had come here an hour before her death. Why? Samantha Collins, the doctor's wife, had seen her from a bedroom window, but there was no evidence that Melissa had any religious beliefs or any time for the church, even though she had elected to be buried there. Punt could see the freshly dug grave, waiting patiently for the police to release the body. Had she met someone here? It was, after all, a good place for an assignation. It was private, set apart from the centre of the village. It was never locked. Punt turned the heavy iron ring, and the door creaked open. The inside of the church was a surprise. It was somehow larger than the exterior had suggested, bright and very neat, with a blue carpet running between the pews to the altar at the far end. Above the altar, 3 stained-glass windows told the story of the life of St. Daniel, and as Punt moved closer, he found himself bathed in light from the late afternoon sun that slanted down, immersing him in different colours. To one side of him was a stone font, on the other a monumental brass with an engraving of the lord of the manor who lay below. It was the whole span of life in a single glance. He realized he was not alone. A woman had appeared, walking from behind the pulpit, carrying a vase of flowers. It was Samantha Collins. Punt was not surprised to find her here. He had read in the notes that Hare had given him that she was devoted to the church. "Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Punt." She seemed momentarily startled. "What are you doing here?" "I came here for a moment of contemplation," Punt said with a smile. "Well, you're very welcome. I won't be very long. I'm just freshening up the flowers, and I've got to put up the hymn numbers. The organ is terribly old and wheezy, but it might just have enough strength to get through another blast of Onward, Christian Soldiers." "Please do not let me interfere with your work. I will return very soon to the hotel." But Samantha had put down the flowers, and with sudden determination she came over to him. "I understand you've arrested Algy," she said. "I have arrested nobody, Mrs. Collins. It is Detective Chief Inspector Hare who has taken your brother into custody and who is speaking to him now." "I suppose you can't tell me what he's done?" Punt shrugged his shoulders. "I'm sorry." No, it's all right. I completely understand." She sighed. "Algy's always been in trouble for one thing or another for as long as I can remember. I sometimes wonder how we can possibly be related when we're so different." She hesitated, then plunged in. "Just tell me this. He hasn't been arrested for the murder of Melissa James, has he?" "You suspect him of the crime, Mrs. Collins?" "No, not at all. That's not what I meant." She was clearly horrified. "Algy's capable of a lot of things, but he would never deliberately set out to hurt someone." And yet he had hurt someone, Punt reflected. He had left them lying on the side of the road. "But it's just that I know he and Melissa were close," she went on. "As I told you, he was her financial advisor." "Is that how he described the relationship to you?" "Yes. It probably meant he was after her money, but there was no crime in that. She had plenty to spare." There was something in her tone of voice that alerted Punt. He remembered what she had said when he had met her at Church Lodge. The 2 women had not been close. "Would it be correct to say, Mrs. Collins, that you were not very fond of Miss James?" "I disliked her, actually, Mr. Punt." The words had spilled out before she could stop them. "I know it's wrong of me. One should find it in one's heart to be kind, but I disliked her a great deal. May I ask why? Because I think she was spoiling Tawley on the Water with her expensive hotel and her expensive car and all the people who came down here, the fans, just to catch sight of her. It wasn't even as if she had acted in anything for years and years. I thought her a very superficial woman. Were you aware that she and your brother were having an affair? That threw her. Did he tell you that? He confessed to an adulterous relationship. Yes. Well, that's typical of Algy. She was furious. I don't care what happens to him. If he goes back into prison, that's his affair. Adultery is a sin, and I'm not having him in the house any more. I should have listened to Leonard from the start. She went on, barely pausing to catch her breath. As for her, that's exactly the sort of behaviour I'd have expected from a Hollywood actress. I'm not excusing Algy, not for a minute, but if you ask me, there wasn't a man in the village who was safe from her. She even latched onto Leonard, always honoured him to treat her for illnesses that only existed in her head. That was Melissa James. She got where she wanted, and heaven help you if you stood in her way. Perhaps it was the mention of heaven that had done it. Samantha stopped herself and looked around her as if she had reminded herself where she was. Of course, it's wrong of me to say bad things about a dead woman, and I hope God has mercy on her. But I didn't like her, and I really think she could have done more for the church, especially as she's being buried here. I mean, I mentioned the organ just now. She knew all about the problems we were having, and she never gave a penny to the Restoration Fund. As it happens, I'm in a position to take care of it myself now. But you'd have thought she could have put her hand in her pocket. She didn't have to be so selfish. You said none of this when we first met, Mrs. Collins. Well, at the time it didn't feel appropriate. Punt had picked up on what she had said. I understand that you have come into some money of your own, he said, adding, it is very kind of you to wish to give it to the church. I wouldn't dream of keeping it all to myself. Anyway, it's a very large amount. It was left to me by an aunt who recently passed away. And the organ? I would imagine that would be an expensive purchase. Oh, yes, Mr. Punt. An organ is the most expensive item in a church after the building itself, and this one is going to be specially built for us by Heel and Company in Plymouth. We may be talking about more than £1,000, but Leonard agrees with me. The church plays a vital role in the community, and really it's the very least we can do. She paused. The church roof also needs renovating, so we may do that too. It is more than generous of you, Mrs. Collins. Punt was smiling, but suddenly he looked puzzled. This aunt of yours, may I ask if she also left money to your brother in her will? Samantha's cheeks coloured. No, she said. Algernon received nothing in the will. I'm afraid he disappointed her very badly when he was young, and so she chose to cut him out. I was considering sharing some of the money with him, but particularly in the light of what you've told me today, I don't feel that's a good idea. Curiously, my husband has been trying to persuade me otherwise. He's come to the conclusion that it's unfair to keep it all for ourselves. I can't think why, as when we first heard the news, he didn't even want Algernon to know. But I don't care what he says. I've made up my mind. Do you think that's wrong of me? I think it would be impertinent of me to offer you any advice, Mrs. Collins, but I will say that I completely understand your way of thinking. Thank you, Mr. Punt. She turned and looked wistfully at the cross standing on the altar. I'd like to have a little time on my own, if you don't mind. It's so easy, isn't it, to give way to hatred and unchristian thoughts. I feel perhaps I should pray for Melissa James, and also for my brother. We're all sinners in God's eyes. Punt bowed discreetly and left her to her ministrations, reflecting that she might also have considered praying for herself. He left the church and stood outside in the bright sunlight, surrounded by the graves. From here, he could see Church Lodge and the window from which Samantha Collins had noticed Melissa James. He smiled to himself. He should perhaps believe in the power of the church more. The chance encounter had told him everything he needed to know. Chapter 17. At the Moonflower Hotel. The main lounge at the Moonflower Hotel had been closed for the morning. A sign on the door apologized to guests that, owing to a private function, it would not be available until midday, but free biscuits and coffee were being served in the bar. In fact, there were 13 people who had gathered together before 10 o'clock, including himself and Detective Chief Inspector Hare, and although Punt was not at all superstitious, he had to concede that the gathering was certainly going to be unlucky for one of them. He was standing in the centre of the room, wearing a neat, old-fashioned suit, his rosewood walking stick drawing a diagonal line from his hand to the side of his right foot. With his wire-frame spectacles and his quiet, studious demeanour, he could easily have been mistaken for a local schoolteacher, brought in to give a lecture on the history of Torley, or the local wildlife, perhaps, the sort of event that often took place at the Moonflower. His audience consisted of all the different people, suspects or otherwise, who had been involved in the deaths of Melissa James and Francis Pendleton. It had been Detective Chief Inspector Hare who had decided to bring them together. The effect was a touch theatrical, he knew, but this was his last case, and why should he not enjoy a dramatic conclusion, even if he wasn't the one who was going to be placed centre stage? That role was to be taken by Punt. Lance and Maureen Gardner, the general managers of the Moonflower, were perched on one sofa, already looking indignant, as if they had nothing to answer for, while Dr. Collins and Samantha were on another, holding hands. Algernon Marsh had taken an armchair and was sitting with one leg over his knee, his hands folded in front of him. It was hard to believe that he was still under arrest, and had only been brought here because Hare had arranged it. Simon Cox had also been summoned from London, and was sitting in an identical armchair on the other side of the fireplace. Eric Chandler and his mother had chosen 2 wooden chairs in front of a bookshelf. They were sitting next to each other, but there was a wide space between them, and they were avoiding each other's eyes. Nancy Mitchell, who had been released from hospital, had also come with her mother, and it was obvious from the way the older woman held on to her daughter that she now knew the truth about her pregnancy. Miss Kane was next to them, poised with her notebook and pen. She did not look happy, and Hare remembered that she would much rather have returned to London. After everything that had happened, she almost certainly wished she had never come at all. "I am very glad to see everyone here today," Punt began. "This has been a most unusual investigation, for 2 reasons. The first is that there were several people who had a motive to kill Melissa James. There were also a few people with a motive to kill Francis Pendleton. But to find the person with a motive to kill first one and then the other, from the very start, that has been a challenge to me. The second peculiarity of this case was drawn to my attention by my assistant, Miss Kane." He turned to her. "I am aware that this has been a terrible experience for you, but even so, I am indebted to you for providing me with what I have called the 10 moments in time. I have asked my good friend, Detective Chief Inspector Hare, to reproduce them, so that we can all examine the events between 5:40 and 6:56 on the day that Miss James was killed." Hare had copied what Miss Kane had written onto a larger sheet of paper so that everyone in the room could see what had been written. Using 2 drawing pins, he attached it to the wall between the windows, much to the annoyance of Maureen Gardner. "We don't need holes in the wallpaper, thank you," she muttered. He ignored her. 5:40 p.m. Miss James leaves the Moonflower. 6:05 p.m., Miss James arrives home. 6:15 p.m., Francis Pendleton leaves Clarence Keep for the opera. 6:18 p.m., dog heard barking. Stranger arrives at Clarence Keep. 6:20 p.m., front door heard opening and closing at Clarence Keep. 6:25 p.m., the Chandlers leave. The Austin has gone. 6:28 p.m., Melissa James calls Dr. Collins. 6:35 p.m., Dr. Collins leaves his home. 6:45 p.m., Dr. Collins arrives at Clarence Keep. Melissa James dead. 6:56 p.m., Dr. Collins calls police and ambulance. As you can see, there are just 17 minutes in which Melissa James could have been killed, Punt went on. It is very unusual to have such a narrow window of opportunity, and this has also very much influenced my investigation. For example, it is impossible for Dr. Collins or his wife to have committed the crime, as they were at home at 6:28 p.m. when the telephone call took place. We know that a call was made at that time by Miss James, as it was logged by the local exchange, and indeed Mrs. Collins overheard it. We also know that she was distressed by something and in need of a doctor or a close friend, and Dr. Collins was both. Something had made her cry. There were tissues with her tears both in the bedroom where she was eventually found and in the living room downstairs. Why, I wonder, in two places? This has always puzzled me. Where did her last unhappy experience begin? If it was in the bedroom, why did she not pick up the telephone and call Dr. Collins from there? If it was in the living room, what made her go back upstairs? The evidence would suggest that when she became upset, she spent more time in the bedroom. How do you know that? Dr. Collins asked. There were 2 discarded tissues in the bedroom, but only 1 in the living room. And there is another mystery. What actually happened to upset her? We still have no idea. Was the killer actually in the house when she made the call? Melissa James certainly believed so. He's here. I don't know what he wants. I'm frightened. These are the words reported to us by Dr. Collins, which he heard on the phone. Punt turned back to the sheet of paper he had pinned to the wall. We can add certain other details to this period of time. We now know, for example, that Miss James had argued with her film producer, Simon Cox, before she left the hotel. The 2 of them had a parting of the ways. Did she return to Clarence Keep after this? No. For reasons that are unclear, she drove to the Church of St. Daniel's, where she was seen by Mrs. Collins. Meanwhile, Mr. Cox followed her home, but in fact arrived ahead of her. Approaching the house, he heard an argument between Mrs. Chandler and her son. It was a private matter. Phyllis half rose from her chair. We do not need to go into the details here, Mrs. Chandler. Do not upset yourself, please. He waited until she had sat down again. As a result of this disagreement, you and your son did not leave the house to visit your sister until 6:25 p.m., and it is your testimony that is of great value now. You heard the dog barking at 6:18 p.m., and 2 minutes later the front door opened and closed. As the dog was known to bark when strangers came to the house, you assumed that this was the moment when the man who would terrorize Melissa James entered the property, and 10 minutes later caused her to call Dr. Collins. And where was Francis Pendleton during all this? We know that he did not attend the performance of the Marriage of Figaro as he pretended to do. It is quite possible that he did indeed leave the house at 6:15 p.m., using the French windows from the living room. He would not have been seen or heard. Or he could have remained and killed his wife. But if that were the case, why did she not say as much to Dr. Collins on that last telephone call? If she knew the name of the man who was about to kill her, Surely she would have wanted him to know. Punt stood examining the chart. "It does not work," he admitted. "I cannot make it work. It is something that I have written about in my book, The Landscape of Criminal Investigation. Sometimes the facts will be presented to the detective in a way that seems to make sense, but which makes no sense at all. And if that occurs, you must accept that they may not be facts at all, that hidden amongst them are misconceptions that are blinding you to the truth." He paused. "That is what I have done. Almost from the very start, I have attempted to find an alternative sequence of events that would explain how Melissa James died, and I will confess to you that I would have failed completely but for the brilliance of the detective chief inspector. He compared the crime to the death of Desdemona in Shakespeare's Othello, and at that moment he unlocked for me what must have taken place." "And I suppose one of us is Iago," Algernon sneered. He seemed amused by the whole thing. Punt ignored him. "Let us go back to my first question," he went on. "What was the motive for the murder of Melissa James, and why did Francis Pendleton also have to die?" He turned to Lance Gardner. "You, Mr. Gardner, had a good reason to kill her. She had warned you that she was intending to investigate the management of the hotel." "I had nothing to hide," Gardner replied. "On the contrary, thanks to the good offices of my assistant, Miss Kane, we know that you have a great deal to hide. I know about the overpayment of suppliers and the way in which you have diverted the refunds into your own account. I have given the evidence to the detective chief inspector. I'll be wanting to talk to you and your wife as soon as this is over," Hare said grimly. "If Melissa James were to die, there would be no examination, and the money that you have stolen would remain undetected. You had a motive to kill not just Miss James, but her husband too, as Francis Pendleton also suspected you of financial malfeasance and would have continued to pursue you." "We didn't kill anyone," Maureen Gardner exclaimed. "And what of Phyllis and Eric Chandler? They too might have had good reason to kill first Melissa and then Francis. They had a secret. Eric had been involved in a particularly unpleasant activity at Clarence Keep." "She didn't know anything about it," Eric said. His voice was high-pitched and petulant. "So you say. But how do we know that she had not discovered your secret and threatened you? Then, when her husband stumbled onto the truth, you killed him as well. It could have been either of you, Eric because he was afraid, or his mother because she was ashamed. It could even have been both of you, working together. It seems to me quite feasible that the differences between you could have been exaggerated, and let me remind you that you and only you were in the house on both occasions at almost exactly the time the murders were committed." "It's a wicked lie," Phyllis spat out the words. But Punt had already moved on to Nancy Mitchell. He was a little gentler now, but her part in all this still had to be explained. "And then we come to you, Miss Mitchell." "Mind Nancy did nothing." Brenda Mitchell clutched her daughter tighter. "That is, of course, what you would believe, Mrs. Mitchell. It is what I also, with all my heart, wish to believe. But although it is true that your daughter was working at the hotel at the time of the first murder, she was most certainly present on the occasion of the second." Punt sounded almost regretful as he turned to Nancy. "You have admitted as much. You tell us a story about looking in through the window and running away, but it would have been perfectly simple for you to slip in through the back door and kill Francis Pendleton with the Turkish knife before making your escape. He had treated you badly. You were angry. We have already discussed the reasons, and there is no need to air them again in public. But I will ask this. Is there anyone else in the room who would have been more motivated to act in so reckless and perilous a fashion?" Nancy fell silent, casting her eyes down. Her mother comforted her. Neither of them spoke. "What about me?" Algernon asked. "Aren't you going to accuse me of doing Melissa in?" "You find this amusing, Mr. Marsh?" "Well, it's more entertaining than being stuck in jail." "I think you'd better get used to jail time," Hare muttered. "I have a feeling you're going to be doing a lot of it." "Of course you had a motive to kill Miss James," Punt continued. "She had invested a great deal of money in a business of yours, but this was actually money that you were stealing from her. We know that she was having financial difficulties. What would you do if she asked for the money back? Your entire scheme would collapse." "But she didn't ask for it back. She and I were planning to get married. Everything she had would have been mine anyway, so I'm afraid that's where your little theory rather falls to the ground." "Ah, yes, the letter that she sent to you, my darling, as she called you." "That's right." "No, Mr. Marsh, it is not right. I do not believe that Miss James was involved in a relationship with you. At least, certainly not of a romantic nature. I believe that you fabricated the entire story because you realized that you could use it to achieve your ends." Now Punt turned to Samantha Collins. "When we met in the church, you told me that you had recently inherited a very large sum of money, but that your brother had not." "Yes?" Samantha was clearly uncomfortable at finding herself the center of attention. "You did not want your brother to know." "Well, Dr. Collins asked me not to mention that you were going to London on the day we visited you at Church Lodge," Punt reminded her. He turned to the doctor. "I take it that the reason for your journey was connected with the bequest?" "Yes," Dr. Collins admitted, "it was." "Later, when the detective chief inspector arrested him, your brother-in-law said something that interested me. I'm sure Leonard has got quite a few things to tell you. It struck me at once that in reality he was not speaking to me. He was sending a warning to you." The doctor smiled weakly. "I'm not sure about that." "And then, in the church, Mrs. Collins told me that you had inexplicably changed your mind and that you were attempting to persuade her to share the bequest with him." "Well, I was just playing devil's advocate." "And who is the devil in this instance?" Punt smiled briefly. "Was Algernon Marsh blackmailing you?" Dr. Collins said nothing, so he went on. "Let us imagine that it was not he who was having the affair with Melissa James, but you. He somehow discovered the truth. It is possible indeed that Miss James informed him. He knew what it would mean to your wife if she found out. This I have witnessed for myself. In the church, Mrs. Collins spoke of the sin of adultery and said that she would never see her brother again. To discover that her husband, the father of her 2 children, was engaged in an immoral relationship with a married woman, one can easily see the consequences." "It's not true," Dr. Collins insisted. "But it is true, Dr. Collins. It is the reason why you murdered her. It is the only reason that makes any sense." "You're wrong, Mr. Punt." Samantha Collins was staring at Punt with a mixture of horror and disbelief. She had let go of her husband's hand. "Leonard only went to the house because she wanted his help." "You did not hear what she said, Mrs. Collins." "I didn't hear everything she said, no, but I did hear someone asking for help, and I recognized her voice." "And what is it that had upset her?" Punt had turned back to Dr. Collins. "I told you. You lied to me." Punt strode back to the chart on the wall. "And the 10 moments of time, they also lied. Let us examine them again in the light of what we know. At 5:40 p.m., Melissa James leaves the hotel. She is upset after her altercation with Simon Cox, and she goes to the church of St. Daniel's because it is opposite the house of the man she loves. She wishes to see Dr. Collins and to tell him that she will be alone that night. Francis Pendleton is at the opera. They can meet. But before she can speak to him, she must check that he is on his own. She looks at the house and sees Mrs. Collins watching her from an upstairs window. What is she to do? She turns and enters the church, as if that was the reason for her being there. At 6:05 p.m. she returns home, where Francis Pendleton is waiting for her. He knows that she is being unfaithful to him. He loves her more than anything in the world, and the thought of losing her drives him to insanity. The two of them argue. Mrs. Chandler does not hear this. She is a little deaf, and anyway, she and her son are one floor down in the kitchen, which has been built with thick walls. We will never know what is said between the husband and the wife. Perhaps he accuses her and she admits the truth and tells him that their marriage is over. That is what she had threatened to do in the letter she wrote but never sent. And so, in a fit of rage, Francis takes hold of the telephone call and strangles her. It is 6:18 p.m. and the little dog is outside the room. He does not bark because a stranger has arrived at the front door. He barks because he has the instincts of many animals and knows that great violence is being done to his mistress. Francis Pendleton is in a rage. He is exactly as the detective chief inspector described. He has become Othello, strangling the one true love of his life. And then, when he sees what he has done, he turns and runs from the house. That is the sound of the door opening and closing, which Mrs. Chandler hears at 6:20 p.m. Of course, he does not go to the opera. He drives away, he sits and considers what he has done. He is full of remorse and fear and despair. When I saw him even a week later, I knew that this was a man who had lost everything that mattered to him. "So he did kill her," Miss Kane exclaimed. "He did not kill her," Punt replied. "This is where we made the mistake. What happens in the play of Othello? Othello wrongly believes that Desdemona is having an affair and strangles her. Iago's wife, Emilia, enters the room, and Othello confesses what he has done. "She's dead," he says, "still as the grave. I have no wife." But he is wrong. A few moments later, Emilia hears something and calls out, "What cry is that? That was my lady's voice." It turns out that Desdemona has not yet been killed, but is only unconscious. She recovers long enough to claim that Othello is innocent of the crime, and then she dies. This is what occurred with Melissa James. Strangulation can kill in many ways. Preventing blood flow and oxygen from reaching the brain is the most common. It can cause a heart attack. An artery may be torn. But what is perhaps less well known is that with strangulation, although unconsciousness will occur in seconds, death may take several minutes. So let us imagine what Francis Pendleton perceives. He strangles his wife. He believes she is dead. She falls and knocks her head against the bedside table. There is blood. She is not moving. Thinking that he has killed her, he runs out of the house. From this moment on, he believes himself guilty of murder. But a few minutes later, Melissa James recovers. She is alone in the house, for the Chandlers have now left. She finds herself in the bedroom, and she is distraught, with tears pouring down her cheeks. She has almost been killed. She uses not one, but 2 paper tissues, dropping them to the floor. What will she do? She must call the man she loves, and who she believes is in love with her. But she cannot call him from the bedroom, as the telephone has been torn from the wall, so she must go downstairs to the living room to call him from there. Taking another tissue, she makes her way down. She calls Dr. Collins at 6:28 and tells him that Francis Pendleton has tried to kill her. Dr. Collins immediately leaves his home and arrives at Clarence Keep at 6:45 p.m. The time is in fact immaterial. When he gets there, Melissa is lying on her bed. She can barely speak. And what happens next? Dr. Collins has been having an affair with Melissa James. One can understand the attraction. She is a glamorous Hollywood star. She owns a beautiful house, a hotel. She is about to appear in a new film. He has been thinking, perhaps, of leaving his ordinary wife and his boring life in a small seaside village. But everything has changed with the death of a relative who has left Samantha Collins an enormous amount of money. And Melissa has debts. Her business is failing. Suddenly, life with her seems less attractive. But at the same time, Melissa is demanding that they reveal their affair. What is it that she wrote in her letter? "We have to be brave and tell the world our destiny. If Melissa speaks out, as she threatens, he will lose not just his wife, but her inheritance. For him, it is an impossible situation." And suddenly, he seizes opportunity. Everything has been prepared for him. Melissa James has been attacked. He was at home with his wife when she called him. The call will have been registered. Quickly, he takes hold of the telephone cord and continues the work that Francis Pendleton began. Only, being a doctor, he knows how long he must apply pressure, and he can also recognize the moment when life has been extinguished. The only evidence? There are 2 sets of ligature marks. These Detective Chief Inspector Hare notices, but he assumes, not unreasonably, that they were made during the struggle. Dr. Collins kills Melissa James and calls the police. His story will be that he came to the house and found her dead. He does not tell them that she had named her husband as the attacker. It might have been tempting to do this, to say that Melissa had identified him, but he cannot be sure at what time Francis left the house, and whether Melissa was seen still living after he had gone. Anyway, it does not matter to him. He knows that Francis Pendleton will be the most obvious suspect, whatever he says. He makes, however, a second mistake, which is of greater importance. He has handled the telephone and wipes it clean to remove his fingerprints. As I remarked to you, Detective Chief Inspector, this is something that Francis would not have needed to do. There was a stunned silence in the room. Everyone was staring at Leonard Collins. His wife was physically recoiling from him in shock. Algernon was half smiling, amazed that his brother-in-law should have been capable of such a thing, and yet the smile faded as he realized that any chance of his getting a share of the inheritance had just evaporated. Phyllis Chandler was horrified. Madeleine Kane looked shocked. Dr. Collins got to his feet. He stood there like a man facing an execution squad. "I really did think I would get away with it," he said. "Leonard?" Samantha began. "I'm sorry, Sam, but he's right. Everything he said. A boring life, a boring wife. I dreamed of bigger things. Say goodbye to the children for me." He walked to the door and jerked it open. There was a uniformed policeman waiting on the other side. "You'll forgive me if I don't listen to the rest of it," he said. "I think I'd prefer to be on my own." He went through the door, closing it behind him. There was a long silence. Samantha buried her face in her hands. Miss Kane wrote something in her pad and underlined it. So he killed her. Hare couldn't believe what he had just heard. "It all makes complete sense, Mr. Punt. It's extraordinary. But there is one thing you haven't explained. Why did he kill Francis Pendleton?" "He did not kill Francis Pendleton," Punt replied. "I'm afraid to say, Detective Chief Inspector, that I know perfectly well the person responsible for the death of Mr. Pendleton." "And who was that?" "It was me." Chapter 18. Situation Vacant. "I have a confession to make," Punt continued. "I was at Clarence Keep when Francis Pendleton was killed, and I see now that I was in some ways responsible for his death." "You killed him?" Algernon asked incredulously. "No, Mr. Marsh, I was not the one who stabbed him with the knife, but if I had been more observant, or if I had proceeded more rapidly with my deductions, it is a death that might have been avoided." "Nobody could have done more than you, Mr. Punt," Miss Kane muttered. She was looking at him disapprovingly. "It is kind of you to say so, Miss Kane. But I have learned a lesson in Tawley-on-the-Water, and it is one that I will discuss one day in my book." "I think you'd better make a clean breast of it, Mr. Punt," the detective chief inspector suggested. Punt nodded. "It is strange," he said, "but standing on the balcony of my room on the night that you and I had dinner together, I had a strange presentiment that I should not have taken this case, and events have proved me right. With your assistance, I have solved the murder of Melissa James, but Francis Pendleton is another matter altogether. Once again, I must ask, why was he killed? Who in this room would have had a motive to silence him? I have suggested already that Nancy Mitchell had the greatest animosity towards him, and with good reason. The Gardners, perhaps, had reason to fear him. Mrs. Chandler and her son, without doubt, felt threatened by him. "I never touched him," Eric wailed. "Oh, stop sniveling, you big baby," Phyllis hissed under her breath. "Algernon Marsh is a ruthless operator who would do anything to protect his business enterprise, and we have yet to consider Samantha Collins." Samantha had been sitting as if in a trance from the moment her husband had confessed to the first murder. One of the policemen had brought in a cup of strong tea, but she hadn't touched it. She was clearly in shock. Now she roused herself and looked up. "What do you mean?" "In the church, you told me of your dislike of Melissa James. I wondered, briefly, if it might have driven you to kill her. You strike me, if I may say, as the sort of woman who would do anything to protect her good reputation, her family, her children. What if Francis Pendleton knew of the relationship between his wife and your husband? What might you do to prevent him from making it public?" "That's ridiculous." "It was a thought only." Punt dismissed it. "All these ideas came into my head, but I have dismissed each and every one of them. The Gardners may be petty criminals, but they are not killers. Mr. Marsh could have killed a man behind the wheel of his car, but he does not have the courage to do such an act deliberately. You, Miss Mitchell, are a good person, and I wish you only happiness in your later life. Mrs. Chandler, you could be more forgiving of your son, who needs, I would have said, your help rather than your anger. He, too, could not have committed this act of violence, and if he had, he would not have had the ability to disappear with the speed that was required." "So who was it?" He looked around him. "I will tell you why I should not be here," he went on. "I was approached by an American agent, a man named Edgar Schultz, who described himself as a senior partner at the agency of William Morris in New York. It was the first time I had been employed by a client I had never met, and this made me uneasy from the start. I did make a brief investigation, and can tell you that there is indeed such a man, and he did represent Melissa James. In my dealings with Mr. Schultz, however, I noticed at once certain peculiarities. The letter that he sent me, for example, was addressed to Mr. Punt, but it is the practice in America to add a full stop after Mr. The full stop in this case was absent. And then there was the subsequent telephone call, in which the sound quality was remarkably good. During the brief conversation, the man to whom I was speaking mentioned some bright spark in the office who had suggested contacting me. This struck me as a particularly English turn of phrase, and it seemed strange coming out of the mouth of an American. As I say, I noticed these two anomalies, but I set them aside. The letter could have been typed in haste. Mr. Schultz could have English ancestry. Last night, which was much too late, I telephoned Mr. Schultz myself and knew at once that it was not the same man I had spoken to in my apartment in London. He confirmed that he had never written to me and did not know of my involvement. I have no right to be here in Torley-on-the-Water. I was never, in truth, employed. "That's impossible," Miss Kane exclaimed. "I called William Morris myself. The assistant put me through to Mr. Schultz's office." "It is a mystery, is it not, how this trick was performed, Miss Kane? Is it possible that you could have asked the operator for the wrong number?" "I hardly think so. You were, I recall, very keen that I should involve myself in this matter. I thought you'd find it interesting. There wasn't very much else on your desk." "That was the only reason?" "What other reason could there possibly be?" "Let us consider your behaviour since you arrived in Torley-on-the-Water. When we first drove to Clarence Keep, you were, I would have said, quite awestruck by the sight of the house. You described it as lovely and then gorgeous. I did not know you well, but it struck me as out of character, as you did not often venture an opinion. I also observed that you had considerable knowledge of the work of Miss James. At the house you were puzzled that there should be a poster of the Wizard of Oz, as she had not appeared in that film. Later, when we were speaking with Mrs. Collins, you recognized an allusion to another of her films, Pastures Green. Of course I knew her work, Mr. Punt. Doesn't everyone? You would describe yourself as a fan? Well, it is an interesting word, that. There are some who believe it is a shortened version of fanatic. I really don't know what you're getting at. Then I will enlighten you. I will begin first with a letter from one of Melissa James's most devoted fans. Punt produced a letter written on lilac paper in large, neat handwriting. Lance Gardner recognized it. The letter had been sent to the hotel. He had given it to Melissa himself. "The screen is diminished without you," Punt read. "A light has gone out of our lives." He lowered the page. "Do you recognize those words?" Miss Kane took a deep breath. "I wrote them," she admitted. "You did not wish me to know that," Punt continued, "which is why you seemed to faint when we were in Miss James's bedroom. You knocked a pile of letters to the floor. You had seen your own letter on the top and knew that I would recognize your handwriting. Then, when you handed the pile back to me, you turned it upside down. It was a clever trick that— Well, it was a personal matter," Miss Kane protested. "As personal as the theft of an intimate item of clothing from Miss James's bedroom drawer?" Punt looked at her angrily. "For reasons we do not need to discuss at this present time, his mother was convinced that Eric had taken it." "I didn't." Eric was quick to defend himself. "I believe you. A man who has been found guilty of breaking into a bank will not deny stealing the money. You had already admitted to one misdemeanor. You had no reason to deny a second. But if it was not you, who was it?" He turned back to his assistant. "You were left alone in the house, Miss Kane. This was after you had pretended to become faint. You had ample opportunity to enter the bedroom." Madeline Kane twisted in her seat. "I've had enough of this," she exclaimed. "First, you accuse me of lying to you, and now you say I'm a thief." "I am saying that you are a fanatic," Punt said. "Melissa James attracted many people who wrote to her and who adored her and who came to Torley only to see her. You were one of them. You had a fanatical admiration for her. There's no crime in that. But murder is a crime. Just now, when Dr. Collins was exposed as Melissa James's killer, you appeared shocked. Why was that?" "I'm not answering any more of your questions, Mr. Punt." "Then I will tell you. You were shocked because when you murdered Francis Pendleton, you did so in error. You killed the wrong man." The silence in the room was extraordinary. Now all the attention was on Miss Kane. "You were in the room when the detective chief inspector accused Francis Pendleton of the murder, and of course Francis believed that he was guilty, and confessed. He had no way of knowing that his wife had in fact recovered and had subsequently been strangled by someone else. He said he was glad that it was all over and that he would make a full confession. At this point, he went upstairs to collect his jacket and his shoes, and all would have been well, except that we were then distracted by the arrival of Miss Mitchell at the window. The detective chief inspector and I left the house immediately. The uniformed officers also were occupied with searching for the intruder. Eric Chandler and his mother were upstairs. That left you alone on the ground floor of the house, and you were there moments later when Francis Pendleton returned. You acted without thinking. I believe that you were motivated by an uncontrollable sense of anger and outrage. You picked up the Turkish dagger, climbed the stairs towards him, and stabbed him in the chest. Moments later, the detective chief inspector and I arrived through the front door. You had your back to us, so we were unable to see that you must have had a great deal of blood on you. And that is why you embraced Francis Pendleton as he fell, to conceal the blood that was already there. I do not think that it was an act of murder for you, Miss Kane, at least not in your mind. It was an act of retribution." Madeleine Kane did not attempt to deny it. Her face was filled with a dreadful indifference, a sense that she had been right to do what she had done. She was on the edge of madness. "I thought he had killed her," she said simply. She glanced accusingly at Hare. "That's what you said. It was your fault." She turned back to Punt. "And he confessed. I heard him." "There was no need to kill him," Hare exclaimed. "If he had been found guilty, the law would have taken its due course." Punt shook his head sadly. "But there again, I am to blame. Just before I left London, I wrote a speech. In it, I suggested that capital punishment in this country might soon be abolished, and that in the last 50 years, almost half the death sentences handed down by the courts were commuted. Miss Kane typed it for me, and we even discussed it. If it was Francis Pendleton who killed her, he should have been hanged." Madeleine Kane was refusing to confront the fact that she had made a terrible mistake. Her eyes were out of focus. There was a strange half-smile on her lips. Melissa James was a force of nature. She was one of the greatest actresses this country has ever produced, and it was just as I wrote in my letter. Now that she has gone, a light has been extinguished forever. She stood up. "I'd like to go now." "I have just one question for you, Miss Kane," Punt said. "Who was it on the telephone who called me, playing the part of Edgar Schultz?" "It was a friend of mine, an actor, but he wasn't part of it. I just asked him to do it as a joke." "I see. Thank you." Hare went over to her. "I'll drive you to the police station, Miss Kane." "That's very kind of you, Detective Chief Inspector." She looked at him beseechingly. "Do you think, just one last time, we could go past Clarence Keep?" "Well, Mr. Punt, I suppose this is where we say goodbye." It was later that afternoon, and Detective Chief Inspector Hare and Atticus Punt were standing on the platform at Barnstaple Station. All the other witnesses had left the Moonflower Hotel. Algernon Marsh was on his way back to his cell in the police station in Barnstaple. He would be joined there by Lance and Maureen Gardner, who also had questions to answer. Punt had been sorry to see Eric Chandler and his mother leave separately, still not speaking to each other. Was Phyllis Chandler really so disgusted by her son's behavior, he wondered, or had she realized that she was in part responsible for the mess that his life had become. At least Nancy Mitchell had departed on a more positive note. After Miss Kane had gone, she had approached Pund with her mother, and it had seemed evident to him that the two women shared a strength that had not been there before. "I want to thank you, Mr. Pund," she said, "for what you did on the bridge." "I am glad that I was able to help you, Miss Mitchell. This has been a painful experience for everyone, but I hope you will soon be able to recover from what has happened." "I'm going to look after her," Brenda Mitchell said, taking her daughter's hand. "And we're going to keep the baby, if that's what Nancy wants. I don't care what my husband says. I'm tired of being bullied by him." "I wish you both great happiness," Pund said, thinking that at least some good had come out of the events at the Moonflower Hotel. Simon Cox had driven back to London. He had offered Pund a lift, which the detective had declined. "You're remarkable, Mr. Pund," the businessman had said. "Someone should make a film about you." His eyes had brightened. "Perhaps we could talk about that." "I think not, Mr. Cox." Pund had looked for Samantha Collins, but she had left on her own. Hare had assured him that a policewoman would look in on Church Lodge to make sure she and the children were all right. The train, pulled by an old LMR 57 steam engine, puffed into the station with a great clanking of wheels and an exploding cloud of white vapour. Porters hurried forward as the doors opened and the first passengers got out. "What will you do when you get back to London?" Hare asked. "The first thing will be to find a new assistant," Pund replied. "It seems that there is now a situation vacant." "Yes, it's too bad about that. I thought she was actually very helpful. When she was being helpful, I mean." "It is true. And what of you, my friend? You now begin your retirement." "That's right," Hare replied. "And thanks to you, I bow out on a high note. Not that I deserve any credit. On the contrary, it was entirely down to you that the mystery was solved." The two men shook hands, and then, carrying his case, Pund climbed onto the train. Doors were being slammed shut all around him, and a few seconds later the driver blew the whistle and released the brakes, and with another burst of hissing and grinding, the train pulled out. Hare watched it as it left the station, and stood there until it had disappeared far down the track, then turned round and walked back to his car.
The book. It was a strange experience returning to Atticus Pund Takes the Case after so many years. By and large, I don't reread books that I have edited, just as many of the authors I know seldom return to their earlier works. The act of editing, like the act of writing, is so intensive and occasionally so fraught with problems that no matter how pleased I may be with the finished product, I'm always happy to put it behind me. I don't need to go back. And how did I feel as Detective Chief Inspector Hare walked back to his car and I turned the last page? It had taken me an entire afternoon and part of the evening to finish the book, and I was afraid it had all been a complete waste of time. On the face of it, Atticus Pund Takes the Case had almost no connection with the events that took place at Branlow Hall in June 2008. There is no wedding, no visiting advertising executive, no Romanian maintenance man, no sex in the wood. The story is set in Devon, not Suffolk. Nobody is beaten to death with a hammer. In fact, many of the incidents in the book are quite fantastical. A famous actress being strangled twice. The clue from Othello. The writing on lilac paper. An aunt dying and leaving an inheritance of £700,000. Alan clearly made these up and had no need to travel to Branlow Hall for inspiration. And yet, unless I'd got everything wrong from the start, Cecily Traherne had read the book and had come away convinced that Stefan Codrescu was innocent. She had rung her parents in the south of France and told them it was right there, staring me in the face. That was what she had said, according to her father. I had just read the book from cover to cover. I thought I knew all the facts about the real murder. And yet I still had no idea what Cecily had actually seen. Somewhat to my surprise, I had enjoyed the book, even though I was aware of the identity of the two killers from the start. As much as Alan Conway disliked writing murder mysteries and even looked down on the genre, he was undoubtedly good at what he did. There's something very satisfying about a complicated whodunit that actually makes sense. And some of the pleasure I'd had reading the manuscript for the first time all those years ago came back to me now. Alan never cheated the reader. I think that was part of his success. Not that it had been a lot of fun dealing with him. I must have spent hours working on the details, going over those 10 moments in time. For example, making sure that they actually stitched together and that everything made sense. Most of the editing work was done over the internet. Alan and I had always had a fractious relationship, but we did sit down together once in my London office, and as I reread the book in the garden of Branlow Hall, I was reminded of the arguments we'd had on that long autumn afternoon. Why did he have to be so unpleasant? It's one thing for writers to defend their work, but he would raise his voice and jab his finger and make me feel that I was somehow trespassing in the sacred fields of his imagination rather than trying to help him sell the bloody thing. For example, I would have liked him to have opened with Atticus Punt. It was his story, after all, and I wondered if readers would put up with 4 whole chapters before they met him. Nor was I happy with the chapter entitled The Ludendorff Diamond, which really sits as a short story outside the main investigation and has nothing to do with what happens in Torley on the water. I wanted to drop it, but he wouldn't listen. I might have rubbed a nerve because we both knew that at 72,000 words, the book had come in under length. This didn't matter terribly. Quite a few Agatha Christie novels are short. By the Pricking of My Thumbs and Death on the Nile, a masterpiece, both sit in the high 60s. Taking out the theft of the diamond would reduce the book almost to the length of a novella and might damage its commercial chances, but the simple truth was that Alan wasn't prepared to do the necessary work to bulk out the rest of it, so I was stuck with what he'd given me. I do like the chapter, by the way. It was my idea to put the tear in the wallpaper in Melissa James's bedroom so that at least there would be some excuse for including it. Our most serious disagreement concerned the character of Eric Chandler. Eric had struck me as a fairly unsympathetic creation, and this was some years before modern sensibilities would make any author think twice before introducing a disabled character. Giving a man a club foot is one thing. Making him an overgrown child with a sexual perversion seemed almost deliberately offensive, somehow equating disability with inadequacy. Of course, at the time, I had no idea that he was based on Derek Endicott, the night manager at Branlow Hall. It was, as Lawrence Traherne had said, a particularly cruel caricature, and if I'd known about him, I'd have fought all the harder. I also came to blows with Alan over a moment in the denouement. When Atticus Punt visits Nancy Mitchell in hospital after saving her life on the bridge, he tells her that he will always be her friend and wants to help her, and yet, a couple of chapters later, he accuses her of murdering Francis Pendleton. He's hardly very kind. He does it for effect. I still remember Alan sneering at me in that slightly superior way of his. But it's not in character. It's a convention. The detective gathers all the suspects and he picks them off one by one. I know that, Alan, but does he have to pick on her? Well, what do you suggest, Susan? Does she even need to be in the scene? Of course she has to be in the scene. The scene won't work without her. In the end, he softened it slightly, though with plenty of ill grace. I still didn't like it. And so it went on. As I've mentioned, Alan liked to hide things in his books, and it occurred to me now that he might have fought against some of the edits I wanted to make because I was unknowingly removing some of the secret messages that were so precious to him. Easter eggs, I suppose you might call them now. I've already mentioned that I disliked the name Algernon because I thought it was a bit pantomime. I thought it was unlikely that Algernon would have been driving a French-manufactured Peugeot in 1953. I didn't like the Latin numerals in the chapter called Darkness Falls. They seemed to me to be stylistically out of keeping with the rest of the book, and for the same reason I was unhappy with the real people who cropped up throughout the text, Bert Lahr, Alfred Hitchcock, Roy Bolting, and so on. He refused to change any of these. I also had problems with Darkness Falls as a chapter title, and this was definitely one of his Easter eggs. Despite everything, Conway revered Agatha Christie and often stole ideas from her. Darkness Falls and the descriptions of Torley at night are an obvious riff on her novel Endless Night, just as another chapter, Taken by the Tide, pays homage to Taken at the Flood. Using Othello to plant a clue is very much in her style. After all, she named 4 of her novels after Shakespeare's plays. She even makes a guest appearance in the text. On the way down to Devon, Miss Kane is reading the new Mary Westmacott, which was, in fact, Christie's nom de plume. It wasn't just me. The copy editor got slapped down too. She had various issues, but one that I do remember was the LMR 57 steam engine that arrives to carry Punt back to London in the final chapter. It was actually withdrawn 100 years before the story takes place. It operated on the Manchester and Liverpool Railway rather than in Devon, and it was mainly used for freight. Alan didn't care. Nobody will notice, he said, and it stayed in. But why? Surely it wouldn't have been so difficult to make the change. She also agreed with me that it would have been very hard to find a right-hand drive Peugeot in 1953. None of these discussions seemed to have any relevance to the question of who had actually killed Frank Paris, though. But the fact was, Alan knew the truth. He'd told his partner James Taylor when he got back from Branlow Hall. They've got the wrong man. So why did he hide it? Why hadn't he told the police? It was a question I had asked myself before, but after reading Atticus Punt Takes the Case, I was none the wiser, even if it now seems that it contained not one but 2 sets of solutions between its covers. How could I get the book to unlock its secrets? I began with the names. Alan always played games with the names of his characters. In Night Comes Calling, the 4th Punt novel, they were all English rivers. In Atticus Punt Abroad, they were manufacturers of fountain pens. It didn't take me very long to work out what he had done in Atticus Punt Takes the Case. Although some of them are quite obscure, the names all belong to famous crime writers. Eric and Phyllis Chandler give it away. Obviously, that's Raymond Chandler, who created Philip Marlowe, perhaps the most iconic of private detectives. Algernon Marsh comes from Nio Marsh, Madeline Kane from James M. Kane, who wrote The Postman Always Rings Twice, and the wonderful Double Indemnity. Nancy Mitchell was Gladys Mitchell, who wrote over 60 crime novels. Philip Larkin was a fan. But Alan had been cleverer than that. He had also linked each one of the main characters to the people he had met and interviewed at Branlow Hall, giving many of them the same initials and all of them similar-sounding names. One example is Lance Gardner, from Earl Stanley Gardner, who had so offended Lawrence Treherne. Another is Dr. Leonard Collins, who clearly has a connection with Lionel Corby, L.C. By the same token, the Latvian producer Sīmanis Čaks must relate to Stefan Codrescu, although it's interesting that he has almost no role in the book. He isn't even really a suspect. I realised that if I was going to work out what was going on in Alan Conway's mind, I had to draw some sort of map between the worlds of Bramlow Hall in Suffolk and Torley-on-the-Water in Devon, and the most obvious landmarks were all these characters and their relationships both to each other and to their real-life counterparts. I had finished the book sitting at one of the tables outside the hotel, but now the sun had gone in, and so I returned to my room, grabbed a notepad and sketched out the following. Melissa James. Taken from P.D. James, author of Innocent Blood and A Taste for Death, or possibly Peter James. He provided a quote for the book. Character based on Lisa Treherne, Cecily's sister. Notes. The characters have very little in common except for their first name, Lisa Melissa. There is also one mention of the actress having a scar on her face. Page 5. Lisa Treherne was possibly having sex with Stefan Codrescu, as seen by Lionel Corby. But in APTTC, Melissa is having an affair with Dr. Leonard Collins. Alan Conway's wife was also called Melissa, and she seems to have had a close relationship with the gym instructor, Lionel Corby, L.C. Is Alan suggesting the two of them were having an affair? Francis Pendleton. Name taken from American crime writer Don Pendleton, author of The Executioner. Character based on Frank Paris. Notes. As well as the shared initials, F.P., Conway clearly connects Pendleton with Paris. They both have curly hair and dark skin, and on page 10 of APTTC, Francis is said to own a sailing boat called Sundowner, which is also the name of Frank's advertising agency in Australia. Both men are murdered, one with a knife, the other with a hammer. Another connection. But there is nothing in the book that comes anywhere near Madeline's motive for killing Francis. Nancy Mitchell. Name taken from Gladys Mitchell, author of the Mrs. Bradley mysteries. Character based on Natasha Mulk. Aidan told me the full name of the maid who found the body and the initials match. Notes. Not much to go on here, as although Conway would have met Natasha, I never did. Nancy's affair with Francis doesn't seem to have any echoes in real life. Frank, after all, was gay. Madeline Kane. Name taken from James M. Kane. Character based on Melissa Conway? Notes. There are no obvious similarities beyond the MC initials, but it might have amused Alan to turn his ex-wife into a crazed film fan and a killer. Alan had decided to get rid of Madeline anyway. He wanted James Fraser to appear in Book 4. Dr. Leonard Collins. Name taken from. Hard to be sure. It could be Michael Collins, pseudonym of the American author Dennis Lins, who wrote detective short stories, or possibly Wilkie Collins, author of The Woman in White and The Moonstone? Character based on Lionel Corby, L.C. Notes. This is puzzling. Dr. Leonard Collins is a murderer and a major character in APTTC, but he kills Melissa James, not Frances Pendleton. So is Alan deliberately saying that Lionel Corby did not kill Frank? Also, there's one killer involved in the murder at Branlow Hall, but two killers at the Moonflower. I can't quite make sense of this. Samantha Collins. Name taken from, same as Leonard Collins. Character based on, Cecily Traherne. Notes. It's quite difficult to see where Samantha has come from. And although she is briefly suspected, she only plays a small part in APTTC. The names Cecily and Samantha begin with the same homophone, and on page 29, her face is described as square and serious, which would fit both women. Simon Cox, Simanis Chax. Name taken from Anthony Barclay Cox, who wrote The Poisoned Chocolates case in 1929. A second link with APTTC, another of his books, was adapted by Alfred Hitchcock into the 1941 film Suspicion. Character based on Stefan Codrescu. Notes. It's interesting that Simon Cox has only a relatively small part to play in APTTC, even though Stefan Codrescu is the central figure in the murder of Frank Paris. He isn't even a suspect, really. At the same time, Alan Conway takes a mean delight in characterizing him not just as an Eastern European, Stefan from Romania, Simon from Latvia, but also as a small-time gangster who had just been released from jail, which is how Melissa describes him on page 35. Did Alan believe Stefan was guilty of the crime? Or did he know he was innocent and just take pleasure in taunting him? Lance Gardner, Maureen Gardner. Name taken from Earl Stanley Gardner, creator of Perry Mason. Characters based on Lawrence and Maureen Traherne. Notes. Lance and Maureen depicted as petty crooks, probably for Alan Conway's personal amusement. They have no involvement in either murder. Lawrence would have been right to sue. Eric Chandler, Phyllis Chandler. Name taken from Raymond Chandler. Characters based on Derek Endicott and presumably his mother. Notes. As with the Gardners, Alan Conway doesn't seem to connect Derek Endicott to the murder of Frank Paris, although there's something he may have missed. Suppose Paris wasn't the intended target? The Peeping Tom subplot, plus poking fun at people with disabilities, is vintage Conway. Did he meet Derek's mother? Maybe I should. Algernon Marsh. Name taken from Dame Nio Marsh, New Zealand's greatest crime writer, creator of the Roderick Allen detective stories. Character based on Aidan McNeill, obviously, as he had noticed, A.M. Notes. Aidan refused to talk to Alan. I met him for about 5 minutes. I didn't terribly like him. In return, Alan turns him into a minor crook, close to a caricature. Alan's revenge? No suggestion, though, that he is a killer. So much for the names. If Alan Conway had wanted to make it easy for me, then Frances Pendleton would have been killed by a character with the same initials as someone at Branlow Hall, and that would have told me who had killed Frank Paris. And now that I thought about it, that was exactly what had happened. Madeleine Kane had killed Frances. So, did Melissa Conway kill Frank? They were both MC. Even so, I just couldn't believe that Alan was deliberately pointing the finger at his ex-wife. First of all, by the time of the murder, she had changed her name back to Johnson. Secondly, what motive would she possibly have had to kill Frank Paris? Anyway, there's another Melissa in the book, Melissa James, strangled in Chapter 4. She, too, could have been inspired by Melissa Conway. Alan seems to be thinking of his ex-wife as both a murder victim and a murderess. But why did it all have to be so complicated? There were 2 other clues that appeared in Atticus Punt Takes the Case that had been deliberately drawn from the real-life events at Branlow Hall. I wrote them down on my notepad. The marriage of Figaro. The dog that barked in the night. It can't have been a coincidence that in Atticus Punt Takes the Case, Francis Pendleton lies about going to a performance of the same Mozart opera mentioned by Frank Paris when he talked to Cecily Traherne. This time, even the initials match. It was still a mystery why Frank made up that story. Where had he really gone? And why bother making up a story at all? As for the dog, both Kimber at Clarence Keep and Bear, the golden retriever at Branlow Hall, had barked at around the time of the murders. Again, I was sure Alan was trying to tell me something, and I made a note to ask Derek when I saw him again more about what had happened that night. The next time I looked out of the window, it was completely dark, and I was suddenly hungry. I closed my notebook and laid it next to my paperback copy of Atticus Punt Takes the Case. I was about to go down to dinner when I remembered something. I flicked back to the first page of Alan's novel, and sure enough, there it was. I was annoyed with myself. It was staring me in the face, but I had almost managed to miss it altogether. The dedication. For Frank and Leo, in remembrance. Frank was obviously Frank Paris. Leo had to be the rent boy that James Taylor had mentioned when I met him in London. Frank and Leo and Alan and James had all had dinner together. Frank Paris had helped Alan explore his sexuality. He had also enjoyed kinky sex with Leo. In remembrance. The words leapt off the page at me. Frank had been killed at Branlow Hall. Had Leo also died? On an impulse, I took out my phone and fired off a text. James, did I ever thank you for the lovely dinner at Le Caprice? Great catching up with you again. One quick follow-up question. You mentioned a friend of Frank Paris's called Leo. Do you know anything more about him? Is it possible he died? Notice Alan's book was dedicated to his memory. Thanks, Susan. X. I didn't have to wait long. About a minute later, my phone pinged and there was the answer on my screen. Hey, Susan. Not much I can tell you about Leo. He worked out of a swish flat in Mayfair, God knows how he afforded it, but I heard he'd left London and no idea if he's alive or dead. He was quite a regular with Frank, but I'm surprised the book was dedicated to him. Alan never mentioned him to me. Can't tell you very much more, as only met him once. He was blonde, died, and pretty. Short. I never saw him undressed, so I can't tell you how well endowed he was. Cut or uncut. I'm sure you're dying to know. He worked out a lot, in good shape. BTW, Leo may not have been his real name. A lot of us used false ones, better safe than sorry. Stud and Nando were always popular, also pet names. When Alan first met me, I was Jimmy, sweet and boyish. Have you got anywhere yet? Frank Paris was quite creepy. A real perv, now I think about it. He probably got what he deserved. Call me if you come down again. Jimmy. XXX. James had no idea if Leo was alive or dead. I wondered how I could find out. 2 more days. As soon as I woke up, I tried FaceTiming Andreas. It would be 10:30 in Crete, and he would have finished his breakfast and gone for a swim. Then, assuming that there was nothing serious demanding his attention, he would have retreated to our terrace with a little cup of thick black coffee, Greek, not Turkish, and a book. Andreas had been reading Nikos Kazantzakis when I left, and he'd recommended him to me, as if I ever had any time to read. There was no answer, so I rang him on the mobile, which went straight to voicemail. I thought of calling Nell or Panos or anyone else who worked at the Polydorus, but that smacked of desperation. Anyway, I didn't want to get them involved in our personal affairs. That's the trouble with living in Crete. Everyone has a village mentality, even if they live in the towns. I was still puzzled and, to be honest, a little annoyed that he hadn't replied. It wasn't as if I had pushed him into a corner. All I'd done was set out some of my feelings and suggest that we should talk them through. Was that really so extreme? It was true that Andreas was often slow opening his emails, but he must have seen the heading and known it was from me. There was a side to his character, I knew, that made him reticent about discussing issues, relationships, us. Maybe it was something to do with the long, drawn-out days in the Mediterranean sunshine that somehow made them feel disconnected, even lazy. But a lot of the Greek men I had met were the same. In the end, I gave up. I would only be in England for another few days. Cecily Traherne was still missing, and I was running out of people to talk to, questions I could ask. Reading Atticus Punt Takes the Case had provided me with almost no revelations at all. As to my own future, Michael Beeley had more or less told me that there was no chance of my picking up any publishing work, freelance or otherwise. So what options did that leave me? I could only go back to the Polydorus, sit down with Andreas and work out together what we were going to do. I showered, got dressed and went downstairs. Breakfast was served in the same room where I'd had dinner with Lawrence. The waiters dressed in black trousers and white shirts, all of them bussed in from Woodbridge. There was a traditional buffet with fried eggs, bacon and beans, all glistening in a slightly unappealing way under the old-fashioned heat lamps. I had a sudden yearning for Greek yogurt and fresh watermelon, but ordered from the menu and sat on my own with my notebook and a percolator of good coffee until the food arrived. I had just started eating when I looked up and realized I was no longer alone. Lisa Traherne was standing over me, smiling. But it was the sort of smile that would put anyone off their Weetabix. I could imagine her looking at Stefan Codrescu in exactly the same way before she fired him. "Good morning, Susan," she said. "Do you mind if I join you?" "Be my guest." I gestured at the empty chair on the other side of the table. "Actually, I'd say it was the other way round." She sat down primly. A waiter came across to offer her coffee, but she waved him away. "We're the ones looking after you." "And very well, thank you." "You like the hotel?" "It's lovely." I could see trouble coming. It wouldn't hurt to be nice. "I can see why you're so popular." "Yes, and this is the high season, of course. In fact, that's what I want to talk to you about. How's your investigation coming on?" I wouldn't really call it an investigation. "Is there anything you can tell me about Cecily?" "I reread the book yesterday, Atticus Punt Takes the Case. I have a few thoughts about what may have happened." I closed my notebook as if guarding its secrets. "A few thoughts?" She glanced down at my plate. I hadn't ordered very much, a poached egg on toast, but from the look on her face, you'd have thought I had emptied the buffet. "The thing is, Susan, I don't want to be rude, but you're staying in a room that we could be renting out for £250 a night. You're eating our food and probably dipping into our minibar too. You've managed to persuade my parents to pay you a quite extortionate sum of money, and the only communication they've had from you so far is a demand for the first instalment. As far as I can see, you've done nothing. If this was her trying not to be rude, I wondered what she was like when she was really determined to be offensive. I was reminded of Lionel Corby's description of her, a real piece of work. Perhaps I had been too hard on him when we met in London. Do your parents know you're talking to me? I asked. Actually, my father has asked me to have this conversation. We want to bring an end to this arrangement, and we think you should leave. When? Today. I put down my knife and fork, laying them neatly on the plate. Then I looked her in the eye and asked, as sweetly as I could, "Did you tell your father you were having sex with Stefan Codrescu before you fired him?" Her face flushed with anger when she heard that. And the strange thing was that it made the scar on the side of her mouth stand out as if the injury had happened just a minute ago. "How dare you?" she muttered in a low voice. "You were asking me about my investigation," I reminded her. "I would have said that was quite a useful piece of information and that it casts a different light on things, wouldn't you?" It was interesting. I hadn't been 100% confident when I had made the accusation, but she hadn't denied it. Then again, all the evidence was there. At that first dinner, Lawrence Traherne had said how much Lisa had liked Stefan, and that the two of them had spent lots of time together. Then she had fired him on what Corby had insisted were trumped-up charges. There were also sexual issues between her and her sister. They were always jealous of each other's boyfriends, Lawrence had said, and it struck me that a large part of her dislike of Aidan McNeill could have been down to old-fashioned envy. "Who told you that?" she demanded. I was quite surprised she hadn't stormed out of the room. I probably would have. "You fired him because he wouldn't sleep with you anymore." "He was a thief." "No, that was Natasha Mulk, the maid who discovered the body. Everyone knew that. I was only repeating what Lionel Corby had told me, but it seemed that once again he had been spot on." Lisa's face fell. "He's wrong," she muttered in a low voice. "Lisa," I said, "I've arranged to see Stefan at HMP Wayland in Norfolk. There's no point lying to me." Actually, I was the one lying to her, as I hadn't yet heard from Stefan, but she wasn't to know that. She scowled in a way that would have congealed my poached egg if the heat lamps hadn't already done the work for her. "Why would you believe anything he has to say? He is a convicted murderer." "I'm not so sure that he killed Frank Paris." It was funny, but even as I spoke the words, I knew with absolute certainty that they had to be true. Stefan had been arrested by a police officer who would quite cheerfully have locked him away for life simply because he was Romanian. The case against him was ridiculously slight. £150 hidden under his mattress. Nobody hides money under the mattress unless they're old ladies in a bad TV comedy, and anyway, would he really have risked years in jail for such a tiny amount? There were too many unexplained circumstances. The barking dog, the "Do Not Disturb" sign that had been hung on the door and then mysteriously removed, Frank Paris lying about the opera, and for me, there was still the biggest question of all. If Alan Conway had known the true identity of the killer, which had to be the reason why Cecily Traherne had disappeared, why had he chosen not to reveal it? "If Stefan didn't kill him, who did?" Lisa demanded. "Give me a week here and I'll tell you." She stared at me. I'll give you 2 more days. All right. I wanted to bargain with her, but it would only have made me look weak. At least I wasn't going to be thrown out before lunch. She started to rise, but I hadn't finished with her. Tell me about you and Cecily, I said. She sat down again. What do you want to know? Did you get on? We got on well enough? Why don't you tell me the truth, Lisa? Don't you want me to find out what's happened to her? She glared at me, so I asked her, how did you get that mark on the side of your mouth? That was her. Lisa brought a protective hand up, briefly hiding the scar. But she didn't mean it. She was only 10 years old. She didn't know what she was doing. What were you arguing about? It's irrelevant. It might not be. It was a boy. No, not a boy. A man. You know how little girls are. His name was Kevin and he worked in the kitchen. He must have been about 20 and we both had crushes on him. And he kissed me. That's all. One day, I was talking to him and I was giggling with him and he gave me a kiss on the cheek. When I told Cess about it, she got furious. She said I'd stolen him from her and there was a knife, a kitchen knife, and she threw it at me. She wasn't even aiming at me. But the blade caught me on the side of my face. It was very sharp and it cut me. She dropped her hand. There was a lot of blood. Do you still blame her for it? I never blamed her. She didn't know what she was doing. What about her and Aidan? What about them? When we last talked, I got the sense that you didn't like him very much. I've got nothing against him personally. I just don't think he pulls his weight, that's all. Do you think your sister loved him? I suppose so. I don't know. We never talked about things like that. I had deliberately used the past tense, and Lisa hadn't contradicted me. She, too, had decided that Cecily was no longer alive. What about you and Stefan? I asked. What about us? Tell me why you really fired him. It took her a few moments to make up her mind. Then she came out with it. I had sex with him a few times because, why not? He was good-looking and he was single and he didn't hold back, let me tell you. He was also a criminal with absolutely nothing going for him, and if it hadn't been for me, he'd have been out on the street, so maybe you could say he was just returning a favour. But I never coerced him, and if you're suggesting that I fired him because he wouldn't come into my bed anymore, then you can get the hell out of the hotel, and I don't care if you know who killed Frank Paris or not. Stefan Codrescu did what I told him to. That was part of the fun of it. I only had to snap my fingers and he'd come running, but unfortunately, whatever you may say, he was the one stealing money, not Natasha. And that was why I couldn't keep him here. The hotel mattered more to me. She stood up, the chair legs scraping against the floor. You've got today and tomorrow morning, Susan. Then I don't want to see you again. She couldn't resist one last parting shot. Check-out is at 12. Eloise Radmani. I wasn't sorry that Lisa Traherne had more or less fired me. I wanted to get back to Andreas, and if I did have to leave England without solving anything, she had given me an excuse. I needed to talk to him. Were we still together? That was the question that most troubled me. Certainly more than the small matter of who had killed Frank Paris 8 years before. I had less than 48 hours before my forced exodus from Branlow Hall. How was I to use them? Before Lisa had arrived at my table along with her anger and her evident sexual frustration, I had been writing a list of leads I might follow, and once I was on my own, I took out my notebook and looked at them again. I had a lot to do, and very little time. My first priority was to visit Stefan Codrescu at HMP Wayland. There was obviously a great deal he could tell me, starting with his memories of the night of the murder, his real relationship with Lisa, everything he had seen and heard, who had access to his room, and, crucially, why he had confessed. But it might be weeks or even months before he replied to my letter, and I simply couldn't wait that long. Then there was Leo, the rent boy who had known both Frank Paris and Alan Conway. I use that word in the biblical sense. If he was dead, as Alan's dedication suggested, then how had he died? And why had the book been dedicated to him in the first place? It was clear that he hadn't been Frank's life partner, just one of many available at a price. I needed to go back to Martin and Joanne Williams, who remained the only couple with a straightforward motive for the murder. I had thought them both remarkably creepy when I met them, but I now realized that they had told me an obvious lie. I should have spotted it when I spoke to them. It was Aidan who had actually given me the information that incriminated them, and Lawrence had repeated it in his long email. Martin had come to Branlow Hall on the day of Frank's death. He had told me that without knowing he had done so. I still hadn't spoken to George Saunders, the head teacher who had originally been allocated room 12 in the Moonflower wing, nor to Eloise Radmani, Roxana's nanny and, perhaps, Aidan's acolyte. I also wanted to track down Alan's wife, Melissa. She had been living right next to the hotel when the murder took place. She could have strolled in at any time of the night without being seen. And finally there was Wilcox, the name that Sajid Khan had accidentally mentioned to me when I saw him in Framlingham. I had managed to track him down, and although he had nothing to do with the case, he was still a priority. I intended to deal with him that same afternoon. I finished my breakfast and headed back to my room, but as I came out of the entrance hall, I noticed Eloise Radmani walking through the reception area with a basket of linen. Evidently, she was using the hotel laundry as an annex to Branlow Cottage. She saw me and turned away in the hope of getting out before I could stop her. But I wasn't going to let her escape. I hurried after her and caught her at the back door. I quickly reminded myself of what I knew. Eloise came from Marseille. She had arrived at Branlow Hall in 2009, a couple of months after Roxana was born and a full 9 months after the death of Frank Paris. Before that, she had been a student in London, where she had met her husband, who had subsequently died of AIDS. The first time we met, she had looked at me as if I were the devil. She was still far from welcoming, dressed in a muddy blue T-shirt under a loose-fitting jacket, adding a vague splash of colour to her palette of black and grey. "Good morning," I said, trying to be friendly. "Allô," she scowled. "I'm Susan. We met briefly outside the cottage. I wasn't able to explain to you why I'm here." "Mr. McNeil has told me?" She said Mr. and not Monsieur, but her French accent was still on the edge of parody. "You are trying to help find Cecily?" "That's right. Is there any news? I was in London yesterday." She shook her head. "There is still nothing." "It must be awful for you." She relaxed a little, but her eyes were still wary. "It is very difficult. Cecily was kind to me. She made me part of the family, and it is particularly hard for Roxana. All the time she is sad. She doesn't understand what is happening." "You've been with the family for a while?" "Yes." "When did you last see Cecily?" "Why are you asking me these questions?" "Lawrence and Pauline have asked me to find out what happened. I've talked to everyone. You don't mind, do you?" I was challenging her deliberately, wondering what it was she had to hide. She understood. Briefly, she shook her head. Of course, I don't mind answering your questions, but there is nothing I can tell you. So when did you last see Cecily? It was on the day that she died, just after lunchtime. I had to take Roxana to the doctor in Woodbridge. She was not well. She had, something with the stomach. Cecily told me she was going to take the dog for a walk. We spoke briefly in the kitchen of the house, and that was the last time I saw her. You took the evening off? Yes, Inga from the hotel looked after Roxana. Where did you go? There was that flash of anger which I recognized from our first meeting. What business is it for you? I'm just trying to piece things together. I went to the cinema in Aldeburgh. What did you see? What does it matter? A French film? How dare you ask these questions? Who do you think you are? I waited for her to calm down. She wanted to continue on her way, but I stood my ground. What are you afraid of, Eloise? I asked. She blinked at me, and I was astonished to see that suddenly she was close to tears. I am afraid that Cecily is dead. I am afraid that the little girl has lost her mother. I am afraid that Mr. McNeil will be left on his own. And you come here, you pretend this is all a policier, a detective novel. You know nothing of this family, and you know nothing of me and of my struggles. You lost your husband. If she hadn't been holding the laundry basket, she might have hit me. I saw her fists tighten on the plastic handles. Lucien was studying to be an architect, she said. Her voice was husky now. He would have been a great architect. He had ideas you would not believe. And do you know how hard I worked to support him? I washed dishes, I cleaned offices, I was the receptionist for an advertising agency, and then I went to Arund's and I sold men's clothes. I did it all for him, and then he was killed by your precious NHS who gave him the wrong blood. And when he died, they gave me no compensation, nothing. He was everything to me, and they killed him. I'm sorry. I noticed two guests coming down the stairs on their way out for the day. I wondered what they would have thought if they had overheard our conversation. It wasn't the sort of thing you would have expected in a country hotel. Why does nobody leave me alone? Eloise went on. First the police and then you. Aidan had nothing to do with the death of his wife. I tell you that from my heart. He is a good man, and Roxana adores him. What do you think happened to Cecily? I don't know. I think maybe nothing happened to her. I think maybe she had an accident and now she is dead, and you should go away and leave us alone. She swung the basket round and hurried out through the door. This time I didn't try to stop her. In her anger and her sense of martyrdom, she had told me something which perhaps she hadn't intended. I decided to check it out. I went straight back up to my room and found the number of Knightsbridge Nannies, the agency that Aidan had mentioned. He had used it to find Eloise in the first place. I rang it, pretending to be a mother who was considering her for a job. The woman at the other end of the line was surprised. I didn't realize that Miss Radmani had left her current employ, she told me. Does anyone still use the word employ as a noun? But I suppose it was that sort of agency. She's still with the McNeils, I assured her, but I'm afraid she's been having difficulties which have made her reconsider her position. You may have heard that Mrs. McNeil disappeared. Oh, yes, of course. That mollified her. I've interviewed her, and I think she's wonderful, but I just wanted to check one small detail on her resume. Miss Radmani told me she had worked in an advertising agency, and, as it happens, my husband works in advertising, so I was just wondering which one it was. There was a pause, and I heard the click of a computer keyboard as she found the information. It was McCann Erickson, she said. Thank you very much. If you speak to Ms. Radmani again, you might ask her to contact us, and if it doesn't work out with her, I'm sure we can help you find a suitable candidate. Thank you, I'll be in touch. I hung up and went over to my desk to open my computer, searching for the newspaper cuttings that I had looked at in London. The screen seemed to take an age to boot up, but finally there it was in front of me, just as I had thought. It was from Campaign, the advertising magazine. Sundowner, the Sydney-based advertising agency set up by former McCann Erickson Supremo Frank Paris, has gone out of business. The Australian Securities and Investments Commission, the country's official financial watchdog, confirmed that after just 3 years the agency has ceased to trade. Frank Paris had worked at McCann Erickson. Eloise Radmani had been a receptionist there. The two of them must have known each other. And now she was here. Atticus Punt had often said that there were no coincidences when you were investigating a crime. Everything in life has a pattern, and a coincidence is simply the moment when that pattern becomes briefly visible. I wondered if he was right. Back to Wesselton. I left the hotel and drove back to Heath House, the family home that had been left to Frank Paris and his sister, Joanne Williams. This time there was nobody working outside, so I rang the front doorbell and waited until it was opened. Martin Williams stood facing me, dressed in the same blue overalls as last time. He was holding a hammer, which was an unpleasant reminder of why I was here and indeed why I had come to Suffolk in the first place. But then he was obviously the sort of man who enjoyed doing odd jobs around the house when he wasn't on the phone selling art insurance. Susan. He seemed neither pleased nor displeased to see me, or perhaps in a strange way he was both. I didn't expect to see you again. I wondered if he knew what his wife had said to me when I left. I'm very sorry to have to trouble you again, Martin, but I'm leaving England soon, and a couple of things have turned up. If I could talk to you, it won't take more than 5 or 10 minutes. Do come in, he said, adding cheerfully, I don't think Joanne will be too happy to see you, though. Yes, she made that very clear. It's nothing personal, Susan. It's just that she and Frank weren't particularly close, and she'd much rather forget the whole thing. Wouldn't we all? I muttered, but I don't think he heard. He led me into the kitchen, where Joanne was working, mixing something in a bowl. She turned, and the half-smile on her face instantly faded when she saw who it was. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. This time there wasn't even a pretence of politeness, and certainly no offer of tea, peppermint or otherwise. It's very simple. I sat down as if to claim my place in the house. I also hoped it would make it a little more difficult for them to throw me out. The last time I was here, you told me 2 things that weren't true. I had plunged straight into it. The way Joanne was looking at me, I knew I had to get this over with as quickly as possible. First of all, you said that Frank Paris wanted you to invest in a new agency. But since then, I've learned that actually he had come to claim his half of the house, your house. He was going to force you to sell. That's none of your business, Joanne was brandishing the wooden spoon like a weapon, and I was glad I hadn't arrived when she was cutting meat. "You have absolutely no right to be here, and we don't need to talk to you. If you don't leave my house, I'll call the police." "I'm working with the police now," I said. "Do you want me to tell them what I know?" "I don't care who you're working with. Get out of here!" "Hold on a minute, Joe." Martin was equable in a way that was almost sinister. "Who gave you that information?" he asked me. "I think we have a right to know." Obviously, I couldn't tell them the truth. I had no particular fondness for Sajid Khan, but nor did I want to get him into trouble. "I've been talking to one of the estate agents in Framlingham," I explained. "Frank wanted to know the likely value of the house, and he told them he had a property that was coming onto the market. He also told them why." Even as I was making all this up, I thought it sounded unlikely. But Martin chose to believe me and didn't seem at all put out. "I wonder what it is exactly you're suggesting, Susan." I wasn't sure how to answer that. "Why did you lie to me?" I asked. "Well, first of all, because it was none of your business. Joanne's right about that. And although I'd say it's quite rude of you to suggest otherwise, what we told you wasn't actually so very far away from the truth. Frank wanted the money to start a new company, and he looked on us as investors. Neither of us was particularly happy about it. We both love Heath House. Joanne's lived here all her life. But we spoke to our solicitor, and there was nothing we could do, so we resigned ourselves." He shrugged. "And then, of course, Frank died." "We had nothing to do with it," Joanne added, unnecessarily. Her words only made it more likely that they had. "You said there were two things," Martin said. "Why are you doing this?" Joanne stared at her husband with exasperation. "We have nothing to hide. If Susan has questions she wants to put to us, I think it's only right and proper that we should answer them." He smiled at me. "So?" "You told me that Frank Paris had complained about the wedding at Branlow Hall. His view had been obstructed by a marquee." "I think I remember that." "Well, that doesn't quite work. He came to see you early on Friday morning. The marquee wasn't delivered until Friday lunchtime. This was the information that both Aidan McNeil and Lawrence Traherne had given me. Somehow it had lingered in my consciousness, almost like a flaw in an early first draft. Now I waited for a reply. "I wonder how you explain that?" I asked. Martin Williams was unfazed. "I'm not sure that I do." He thought for a moment. "Frank must have made a mistake. He couldn't have had his view obstructed by something that wasn't there." "Then maybe he lied to us." "Or maybe you went to the hotel later that evening and saw the marquee yourself," I suggested. "But why would I have gone to the hotel, Susan? And why wouldn't I have told you if I had?" "This is ridiculous," Joanne insisted. "We shouldn't be talking to this woman." "Unless, of course, you're suggesting that I killed my brother-in-law because I didn't want to have to sell the house," Martin continued. He looked at me, and there was something in his eyes that I had never seen before. It was a sort of menace that quite unnerved me. What made it all the more shocking was that we were sitting in this pleasant country kitchen with its Aga and its hanging pots and pans and vases of dried flowers. It was all so ordinary, and Martin was completely relaxed in his shabby work clothes. And yet he was staring me out, challenging me. I glanced at Joanne, and I knew that she had seen it too. She was afraid for me. "Of course I don't think that," I said. "Then, if you've got nothing else to ask me, I think Joanne's right and you should leave." Neither of them moved. I stood up, feeling quite breathless. "I'll show myself out," I said. "Yes, and please don't come back." "This isn't over, Martin." I wasn't going to let him intimidate me. "The truth will come out." "Goodbye, Susan." I went. To be honest, I couldn't wait to get away. Had Martin just confessed to the murder of Frank Paris? "I killed my brother-in-law because I didn't want to have to sell the house." He had spelled it out for me, and in truth, it was exactly what I had been thinking. From what I had discovered so far, and working on the assumption that Stefan Codrescu was innocent, nobody else had any motive to kill Frank Paris. No one at the hotel had even known who he was. But Martin and Joanne had a bona fide reason that they had done their best to keep hidden from me. What was more, Martin had lied about the marquee, and when I challenged him just now, he hadn't even tried to think up a reasonable explanation. He and his wife had both threatened me in different ways. It was almost as if they wanted me to know what they had done. I got into my car and drove slowly out of Westleton until I found the house I was looking for. About a mile down the road, it was called the Brambles, a tiny pink Suffolk cottage that looked as if it had been there forever, standing on its own next to a farm, separated from it by a low wooden fence. It was exactly the sort of house I would have expected Derek Endicott, the night manager, to live in. He had told me he lived close to Westleton, and I had got the address from Inga before I left the hotel. It had probably belonged to the same family for generations. The clues were there in the old-fashioned television aerial on the roof, the outside toilet that hadn't been torn down or converted, the glass in the windows that had trapped the dust of centuries. The doorbell might have been added in the 60s. When I rang it, it chimed out a tune. After what seemed like an eternity, the door was opened by a very old woman wearing a loose-fitting floral dress. It was actually more of a smock, and supporting herself on a walking frame. Her hair was grey and tangled, and she had hearing aids behind both ears. Lawrence had told me that Derek's mother was ill, but I must say that on first appearance she looked quite sprightly and alert. "Yes?" she asked. She had a strained, high-pitched voice that reminded me a little of her son. "Are you Mrs. Endicott?" "Yes. Who are you?" "My name is Susan Ryeland. I'm from Branlow Hall." "Are you here for Derek? He's still in bed." "I can come back later." "No, come in, come in." "The doorbell will have woken him. It was almost time for his lunch anyway." She turned her back to me and, leaning on the walking frame, edged herself into the single room that made up much of the ground floor. It was both a kitchen and a living room, the two jumbled together haphazardly. All the furniture was antique, but not in a good way. The sofa sagged, the oak table was scarred, the kitchen equipment was out of date. The only nod to the 21st century was a widescreen TV, which perched uncomfortably on an ugly fake wooden stand in the corner. And yet, for all that, it was a cosy place. I couldn't help but notice that there were two of everything. 2 cushions on the sofa, 2 armchairs, 2 wooden chairs at the table, 2 rings on the hob. Mrs. Endicott lowered herself heavily into one of the armchairs. "Who did you say you were?" "Susan Ryeland." "Mrs. Endicott. Call me Gwyneth." She had become Phyllis in Alan Conway's book, but I could already see that the two women had almost nothing in common. I wondered if Alan had come here. I doubted it. I don't want to be in your way if you're about to have lunch. You're not in the way, dear. It's only soup and shepherd's pie. You can join us if you like. She paused to catch her breath, and I heard a painful wheezing as the air entered her throat. At the same time, she reached down, and for the first time I saw the oxygen cylinder that had been concealed beside her chair. She held a plastic suction cap to her mouth and breathed several times. "I've got the emphysema," she explained when she had finished. "It's all my silly fault. 30 cigarettes a day, all my life, and it's finally caught up with me. Do you smoke, dear?" "Yes," I admitted. "You shouldn't." "Who is it, Ma?" I heard Derek's voice before I saw him. A door opened and he came in, wearing tracksuit bottoms and a jersey that was a little too small for him. He was obviously surprised to see me sitting there, but unlike Joanne Williams, he didn't seem put out. "Mrs. Ryeland." I was quite impressed that he remembered my name. "Hello, Derek," I said. "Have you got news?" "About Cecily, I'm afraid not." "Mrs. Ryeland is helping the police find Cecily," he told his mother. "That's a terrible business," Gwyneth said. "She's a very nice young woman, and a mother too. I hope they find her." "She's the reason why I'm here, Derek. Would you mind if I asked you a couple more questions?" He sat down at the table. There was only just enough room for his stomach. "I'd be happy to help." "It's just that there was something you said when we met at the hotel." I continued carefully, making it easier for him. Cecily had read a book that had upset her. And about 2 weeks ago, it was a Tuesday, about the same sort of time as now, she rang her parents in the south of France to talk about it. She said there was something in the book that suggested Stefan Codrescu might not have killed Frank Paris after all. "I liked Stefan," Derek said. "Did I meet him?" Gwyneth asked. "No, Ma. He never came here." "When I was talking to you about Cecily, you said something to me. I knew something was wrong when she made that phone call. Were you talking about the same phone call, Derek, the one she made to her parents?" He had to think about that, untangling his memories of what had happened and also their possible implications for him. "She did phone her parents," he said finally. "I was at the reception desk and she was in the office. I didn't listen to what she said, though. I mean, I didn't mean to." "But you knew she was upset." "She said he didn't do it. She said they'd got it all wrong. The door doesn't shut properly, so I could hear some of it through the crack." "Why were you at the hotel, Derek? It was midday. I thought you only worked nights." "Sometimes, if Mum's had a bad week, I switch over with Lars. Mr. Traherne is very kind like that. I can't leave her alone all night." "It's the emphysema," Gwyneth reminded me. She smiled at her son. "He looks after me." "So you were there during the day. Was anyone else nearby when Cecily made the call?" He pursed his lips. "Well, there were guests. The hotel was quite busy." "Was Aidan McNeil there, or Lisa?" "No." He shook his head. Then his eyes brightened. "I saw the nanny, Eloise. She was looking for Cecily, and I told her she was in the office." "Did she go in?" No, she could hear Cecily talking on the phone, and she didn't want me to disturb her, so she asked me to say she'd been looking for her and went off. Did you talk to Cecily? No. After she finished the phone call, she came out of the office and I don't know where she went. You're right that she was upset. I think she'd been crying. His face fell as he said that, as if it was somehow his fault. Did you tell the police all this? Gwyneth asked. No, Ma. The police didn't ask. I was beginning to feel uncomfortable, trapped in this small room between the invalid mother and her son. I felt a spurt of anger towards Alan Conway for manipulating them, turning them into caricatures in his book, but at the same time I knew that I had been complicit. I could have been more critical of Derek Chandler with his club foot and his schoolboy perversion, but I had gone ahead and published. And I hadn't complained when the book became a bestseller. There was something else I had to ask. I didn't particularly want to do this either. Derek, I began, why were you upset the day before the wedding? I wasn't upset. There was a party for the staff. I didn't go, but everyone looked as if they were having fun, and that made me happy too. That wasn't what Lawrence Traherne had told me. In the lengthy statement he had written, he had mentioned that Derek had been in a strange mood, as if he had seen a ghost. Was there someone who'd come to the hotel who you recognized? No. He was scared. He knew that I knew. Are you sure? I don't remember. I tried to be as gentle as possible. You may have forgotten, but you knew George Saunders, didn't you? The man who asked to change rooms and went into room 16. He was your headmaster when you were at school at Broomswell Grove. It had taken me an hour on the internet to get the information that I needed. There are dozens of websites that help old school friends reconnect. Classmates.com, Schoolmates, and so on. Broomswell Grove also ran its own very active message board. I had been interested that a retired headmaster had been booked into the room where Frank Paris was killed and, almost on a whim, I had decided to check out if he had any connection with any of the staff or guests who had been at Bramlow Hall at the time of the wedding. Derek's name had very quickly leapt onto my screen. Reading the posts and then cross-referencing them with Facebook, it was obvious to me that Derek had been viciously bullied at school. Fat, retard, wanker, and that decades later he was still being trolled online. Saunders didn't get off lightly either. He was a bully, a bastard, a paedophile, a pedant. As far as his ex-students were concerned, he couldn't drop dead soon enough. Alan Conway used to say that the internet was the worst thing that ever happened to detective fiction, which was one of the reasons why he set his own stories back in the 50s. He had a point. It's hard to make your detective look clever when all the information in the world is instantly available to everyone in the world at a moment's notice. In my case, I wasn't trying to look clever. I was simply searching for the truth. But I'm sure Atticus Punt wouldn't have approved of my methods. Why are you talking about George Saunders? Gwyneth asked. He was a horrible man. He was at the hotel, I said. I was still talking to Derek. You saw him. Derek nodded miserably. Did he see you? Yes. Did he say anything? He didn't recognize me. But you recognized him. Of course I did. He was a horrible man, Gwyneth repeated. Derek never did anything wrong, but the other boys ganged up on him and Saunders never did anything about it. She would have gone on, but she had run out of breath and had to reach for the oxygen cylinder again. He always picked on me, Derek continued where his mother had left off. There were tears in his eyes. He used to make jokes about me in front of all the others. He said I was useless, that I would never have any future. It's true, I was never good at stuff, school and everything. But he said I'd never be a success at anything. He cast his eyes down. Maybe he was right. I stood up. I was feeling ashamed, as if I had joined the trolls and the bullies by coming here. It's not true at all, Derek, I said. The Trehernes think the world of you. You're part of their family. And I think it's wonderful the way you look after your mother. God, how much more patronizing could I sound? I made my excuses and left as quickly as I could. As I got back into my car, I reflected on what I had just learned. I kept going over and over one thought in my mind. Just about every student who had been at Broomswell Grove had disliked George Saunders. They'd all wanted him to drop dead. Just the sight of him had been enough to reduce Derek Endicott to a jabbering wreck. But it had been Frank Paris who had died. Katie. I'd phoned ahead and told Katie I was coming, but for once I wasn't looking forward to seeing her. She was in the garden when I pulled into Three Chimneys, pottering about with gardening gloves and a pair of secateurs, deadheading the roses or pruning the marigolds or whatever else it was that would make her perfect house just that little bit more perfect. I love Katie, I really do. She's the only line of continuity running through the haphazardness of my life, even though there are times when I'm not even sure if I really know her. "Hello," she greeted me brightly. "I hope you don't mind a scrap lunch. I've brought it in, I'm afraid. Quiche from Honey and Harvey in Melton and a salad I've thrown together." "That's fine." She led me into the kitchen, where the lunch had already been laid out, and took a jug of homemade lemonade out of the fridge. She has a recipe where you mush up whole lemons with sugar and water, and of course it tastes a whole lot better than anything you'll get out of a can or a bottle. The quiche had been warmed in the oven. There were even proper cloth serviettes in metal rings. Who does that anymore? What's wrong with a square of kitchen roll? "So how's it all going?" she asked. "I take it the police haven't found Cecily Treherne." "I'm not sure they ever will." "You think she's been killed?" I nodded. "That's not what you said the last time you were here. You thought it might have just been an accident, that she could have fallen into a river or something." She considered what I'd just said. "If she was killed, then you think that she was right and Stefan, whatever his name is, was innocent after all?" That about sums it up. "So what's changed your mind?" It was a good question. At that moment, I didn't have a clue, and I mean that in every sense. I'd talked to people, I'd made pages of notes, but nobody had slipped up. Nobody had said anything or done anything that obviously pointed the finger at them. All I had really were vague feelings. If you'd asked me to draw up a list of suspects in order of likelihood, it would have looked something like this. Number 1, Eloise Radmani. 2, Lisa Treherne. 3, Derek Endicott. 4, Aidan McNeil. 5. Lionel Corby. Eloise and Derek had both overheard the fatal telephone call. Lisa Traherne had serious jealousy issues with Cecily and had been jilted by Stefan. Aidan was married to Cecily, and despite all appearances to the contrary, he still remained the most obvious suspect. Lionel was the least likely, but I hadn't liked him when I first met him, and I thought there was something about him that just smelled wrong. So where was I exactly? In Atticus Punt Takes the Case, the two deaths happen for very different reasons, and, of course, it turns out that there are two killers. I was almost certain that what I was dealing with was simpler, that Cecily had been silenced for exactly the reason that her parents had suggested to me. She knew too much. She had rung them from a public place, and she had been overheard. She knew who killed Frank Paris because she'd read the book. I'd read it too, and even though I must have seen what she'd seen, for some reason it had completely passed me by. I was beginning to realise that I should have asked more questions about Cecily, her likes and dislikes, her preoccupations. I'd have had a better idea of what might have registered with her. "It's just a feeling," I said in answer to Katie's question. "Anyway, I've only got today and tomorrow. Lisa Traherne has asked me to leave." "Why?" "She thinks I'm wasting her time. Or maybe she thinks you know too much." That thought had occurred to me too. "You can move in here if you like." I would have liked that. I wanted to be close to Katie, but in view of the conversation we were about to have, I knew it wouldn't be possible. "Katie," I said, "you know how fond I am of you. I'd like to think we're close." "We are close." She smiled at me, but I could see the fear in her smile. She knew what was coming. "Why didn't you tell me about Gordon?" I asked. She tried to brazen it out. "What about Gordon?" "I know about Adam Wilcox," I said. 5 simple words, and I saw her crumple. There was nothing dramatic, no tears, no anger, no exclamations. It was simply that in that 1 second, all the pretense with which she'd surrounded herself, the flowers, the exotic salad, the homemade lemonade, the quiche from some fancy deli in Melton, was revealed to be exactly that. Not real. And as it evaporated, the desperate sadness that had been lurking behind it all came bursting through. I would have seen it earlier if I hadn't been so obsessed with a crowd of people who had absolutely nothing to do with me. Oh yes, I'd picked up on the dead bush, the typos in her email to me, Jack's smoking, his motorbike, but I hadn't allowed them to make any emotional connection. I treated them like clues in a secondary crime story, something to be solved rather than taken to heart. And then Sajid Khan had made his slip-up. At the end of our meeting, he mentioned that Katie had approached him and that he'd recommended someone called Wilcox. He'd quickly realised his mistake, and he'd tried to cover it up, but I'd known something was wrong. Why would Katie have been consulting a solicitor? Once again, the internet had helped me. I'd started by typing Wilcox London Lawyers. I suppose I was lucky that it was a relatively uncommon name. My first search only brought up a dozen possible candidates. It was easy enough to dismiss Jerome Wilcox, trading standards, Paul Wilcox, intellectual property, and so on. Then I had a brainwave and tried Wilcox Ipswich Lawyers. I found Adam Wilcox on the first page. He specialised in divorce. "Did Gordon tell you?" Katie asked. "I haven't spoken to Gordon in a long time," I said. "Nor have I." She tried to smile, but that wouldn't work anymore. "I didn't want to tell you because it's so boring," she said. "After everything I've said to you over the years, I thought you'd sit there and think I was pompous and stupid and that it served me right." I reached out and took hold of her hand. "I'd never think that," I said, "not in 100 years." "I'm sorry." And now the tears came. She picked up her napkin and wiped her eyes. "I didn't mean that. That wasn't fair." "Just tell me what's happened." She sighed. "Gordon is having an affair with his secretary. Her name is Naomi. She's 20 years younger than him. Isn't that just the worst thing you've ever heard?" "It makes him sound ridiculous," I said. "He is ridiculous." She wasn't crying anymore. Katie had become upset because she thought she'd been unkind to me. Talking about Gordon just made her angry. "I've had all the usual crap about how he loves me and he loves the children and he doesn't want to hurt the family, but how he was secretly unhappy and she makes him feel young again and we all need a fresh start and blah, blah, blah. He's pathetic, but half of me blames myself. I should never have agreed to this week in London, weekends in Woodbridge arrangement. I should have known it would end in tears." "When did all this happen?" I asked. "It started a couple of years ago, just after you went to Crete. Gordon said he was getting worn out with all the commuting and wanted to rent a one-bedroom flat near the bank, and like a fool I agreed. At first it was just 1 or 2 nights a week, but suddenly he was only home at weekends, and he even managed to miss a few of those. Conferences, foreign trips, golf with the boss, God knows I should have seen it. The writing wasn't just on the wall, it was in capital letters." "How did you find out?" "A text. His phone pinged late at night, and I saw it for a few seconds before it got covered over by his screensaver. I have a feeling sweet little Naomi probably did it on purpose. She wanted me to know, of course she did." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Send you an email to Crete. What good would that do?" "I was here a few days ago." "I'm sorry, Sue, I wanted to. But part of me was ashamed, and I know that's ridiculous because I've got nothing to be ashamed about. But at the same time, I've always gone on at you about you and Andreas and how you should get your life together, and maybe I just wasn't brave enough to admit that my own life was falling apart. You know I'd have been there for you." "I know. And don't have a go at me or I'll start crying again. I knew you'd find out sooner or later, and I was dreading it." I had to ask. "I suppose Jack and Daisy know." She nodded. "I had to tell them. I'm afraid they've both taken it very badly. Daisy won't even speak to him. She's just disgusted by the whole thing. And as for Jack, well, you've seen him. I'm trying to put on a brave face. You've still got a father, midlife crisis and all the rest of it. But if you want the truth, Sue, part of me is quite pleased that they've taken against him. He's a selfish bastard and he's made a complete mess of everything." There was more coming, I could tell. "He spent a lot of money on Naomi. At the same time, his work at the bank has gone downhill and he's lost his job. Not that he cares at the moment. He's in his love nest in Willesden and all's right with the world. But we're going to have to sell this house. I could buy him out, but I haven't got the money, and basically it's 50-50. I'm not going to give you all the financial details. It's a mess." "Where will you live?" "I haven't even thought that through yet. Somewhere smaller. 3 Chimneys is going on the market next week." She got up from the table and put on the kettle. She needed to have a moment with her back to me. "I'm glad you know," she said, still not looking at me. "I'm so sorry for you, Katie. But I'm glad I know, too. There shouldn't be any secrets between us." 25 years! It's amazing how quickly it can all fall apart. She stood there waiting for the kettle to boil. Neither of us said anything. Finally, she came back to the table carrying 2 mugs of coffee. We sat facing each other for a few moments more. "Will you stay in Woodbridge?" I asked. "If I can. All my friends are here, and they've said I can work full-time at Greenways if I want to. Here I am, heading towards 50 and starting full-time work again." She looked into the black pool of her coffee. "It's not fair, Sue, it really isn't. I wish I could help you. Just knowing you're there helps me, and I'll be fine. This house has got to be worth quite a bit. I've got savings. The children are almost old enough to look after themselves." We talked some more, and I promised I'd see her again before I left Suffolk, and that I was always at the end of the phone if she needed me. And I know it was wrong of me, but all the time I was thinking of Andreas and wishing that we'd never had that argument in Crete, that I hadn't written him that email, that I had never come to Branlow Hall. Later that afternoon I tried ringing him again. I still got no reply. The Owl. It was 3 o'clock when I got back to the hotel, and all I wanted to do was go up to my room, lie on the bed with a damp cloth over my eyes, and put the whole business of Frank Paris and Cecily Traherne out of my head. Lisa Traherne had given me until 12 o'clock the next day to come to some sort of resolution, but I wasn't even close. I felt strung out after my meeting with Katie. I was worried about her. And talking about my so-called investigation had only shown me how very little I had managed to find out. But as I entered the reception area to pick up my key, I heard my name called out, and, turning around, I found myself face to face with the last person I'd expected to see. Alan Conway's ex-wife, Melissa, was standing there with a thin smile that said she knew I was surprised to see her rather than that she was surprised or even pleased to see me. It had been 2 years since we had met briefly in her home in Bradford-on-Avon, and she hadn't changed. Short chestnut hair, high cheekbones, an elegance that bordered on the austere. "You don't remember me?" she said. I realized I had been staring at her. "Of course I remember you, Melissa," I said. "I just didn't expect to see you here. What are you doing in Woodbridge?" "I lived here. After Orford, I rented a cottage in the grounds of Branlow Hall." "Yes, I heard. I made a lot of friends here. Aidan McNeill helped me at what was obviously a very difficult time for me just after my divorce. When I read about Cecily's disappearance, I thought I ought to come up and lend my support. You know, you've quite upset him." "I didn't mean to do that." "He seems to think you've got it in for him." I didn't respond, so she went on. "I'm going back to be on A this evening, but I was hoping I'd see you. Would you have time for a cup of tea?" "Of course, Melissa, I'd like that." I didn't want tea, and I certainly didn't want to sit there being accused by Melissa, but at the same time, I needed to speak to her. She had been at the hotel on the Thursday before the wedding, in a bad mood, according to Lionel Corby, who had seen her at the spa. And although she had been separated from Alan Conway by the time Atticus Punt Takes the Case was published, she had known him better than anyone. She had been married to him for 8 years, and she had been the one who had suggested he write murder mysteries in the first place. It was interesting that she had become friendly with Aidan McNeill. I had thought Alan's book had been the only link between the death of Frank Paris and the disappearance of Cecily Traherne. Now I realized that she was another. We went into the lounge. I would have preferred to sit outside with a cigarette, but she had led the way quite forcibly. We sat down. "So when did you see Aidan?" I asked. "We had lunch together at the cottage just now. I came over to the hotel hoping that I'd find you." A waiter appeared and I ordered a mineral water. Melissa had coffee. "You know that he is very much in love with his wife," she continued once we were alone. "I saw them together before they were married, and I can tell you he dotes on her." "Did they invite you to the wedding?" "No." So they weren't that close then. She saw what I was thinking. "I was closer to Aidan than I was to Cecily. He was the one who showed me round Oaklands, and when I moved in, he made sure everything was all right. I told him about me and Alan, and he sort of took me under his wing. He arranged the free pass at the spa for me, and I had dinner with him once or twice." "So how well did you get to know him?" I asked. "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking? The thing about you, Susan, is that you always were very direct, never one to spare anyone's feelings." She half smiled. "Aidan and I weren't in a relationship. We didn't have sex. The first time I met him was a few weeks before he got married, for heaven's sake. Anyway, he wasn't like that. He never tried anything on." "That wasn't what I meant," I said, although, of course, that had been exactly the thought in my mind. "I saw him maybe half a dozen times, and for what it's worth, when I had dinner with him, Cecily was there too." "What did you think of her?" "She seemed nice enough, although she didn't talk very much. She was probably nervous about the wedding. She'd had an argument with her sister, and perhaps that had thrown her." "Do you know what they argued about?" "I have no idea. I'm not sure there was very much love lost between them." She paused. "Actually, I seem to remember that Stefan's name came up. He was the man who was accused of the murder, wasn't he? Cecily was annoyed that Lisa had fired him." "Did you see much of Stefan?" "I saw him once. He came over to Oaklands to unblock a drain. I gave him £5 as a tip." The waiter arrived with a tray. She waited until he had gone. "I didn't really notice a lot of what was going on when I came here, Susan," she continued. "You've got to remember that I was in a difficult position. The man I was married to, who was the father of my child, had just told me he was gay and that he wanted a divorce. We'd sold our house in Orford. Freddie and I had no idea where we were going to live. Freddie was her son. He had been 12 years old at the time." "Did Freddie stay with you at the cottage?" "Some of the time. It was one of the reasons why I rented it. He'd just started at Woodbridge School, and I wanted to be close." "Where is he now?" "He's at St. Martin's School of Art." I remembered that he'd been applying when Melissa and I last met. "I'm glad he got in," I said. "So am I. I think what Alan did to Freddie was quite cruel. I've got absolutely no problem with a gay man coming out, and I didn't even mind that it ended our relationship. I mean, I wasn't happy about it, but I tried not to blame him. If that was his sexual identity, there was no point trying to hide it. But it was different for Freddie. He was 12 years old, in a new school, and suddenly he was reading about his famous gay father in all the newspapers. I have to say that the staff and teachers at Woodbridge School were marvellous, but of course he was teased and bullied. You know what boys are like. Alan never offered him any support. By then he'd met James and moved into Abbey Grange, and all we ever got from him were the monthly cheques." "Did Freddie ever stay with him?" "He didn't want to. I tried to build bridges. I thought that was the responsible thing to do. I was wasting my time. Freddie didn't want anything to do with him." I'd witnessed that for myself. Freddie Conway had come reluctantly to his father's funeral in Framlingham 2 years ago. He had shown no emotion apart from a desire to leave as soon as he could. It's extraordinary to think that you were actually here at the hotel that weekend Frank Paris was killed, I said. Who told you that? Lionel Corby. She had forgotten who he was, so I reminded her. He ran the spa. Oh, you mean the Australian? Leo. Yes, I used to train with him. Leo? That was what I always called him. It was a thought that had never occurred to me. Did anyone else call him that? I asked. She shrugged. I don't really know. Why? Is it important? I didn't answer. He said you were angry about something. When? On the Thursday. I really can't remember, Susan. It was a long time ago. It was probably nothing. Leo could be quite annoying. He was very full of himself. Maybe he'd piss me off. She was right about Lionel. I'd thought the same when I met him in London. Even so, I got the feeling there was something else on her mind. Did you know Frank Paris? I asked. Yes. You'd met him? I'd seen pictures of him in Campaign, and Alan had talked to me about him. He arrived that same Thursday at the hotel. Yes, she sighed. All right, it was quite an unpleasant surprise. I saw him in reception on the way to the spa. Maybe that was why I was in a bad mood. She leaned towards me. There were a couple of other people in the lounge, and she didn't want to be overheard. Look, I've been very straight with you about me and Alan, she began. We were married. He was gay. We got divorced. I'm not saying that things could have turned out any differently, but Frank Paris was the gatekeeper, if you like. He was the one who took Alan in hand and introduced him to this whole new world. The gay scene in London. They slept together, although Frank wasn't Alan's type. Alan liked younger boys from the very start. But Frank also took him in hand there, so to speak. He took him to clubs and helped him to find paid sex with kids barely out of their teens. And some of the stuff he was getting up to. I mean, I'm liberal-minded enough, but really, I didn't want to know. He told you about it? He got drunk once. He told me enough. So you blame Frank Paris? Not enough to hammer him to death, if that's what you're getting at, Susan. But let's just say I didn't shed too many tears when I heard the news. Despite myself, I was warming to Melissa. When she had accosted me in the hotel reception, she had seemed hostile and accusatory. It was also hard for me to forget that she had once had a relationship with Andreas. Admittedly before I met him, but the more she spoke, the more thoughtful and intelligent she seemed. She had been the creator of Atticus Punt as much as Alan. In another life, we would have been friends. You know that Alan dedicated the book to Frank Paris, I said. Atticus Punt takes the case. Actually, I didn't. I never read it. It's the reason I'm here, Melissa. I know. Aidan told me. Alan came to the hotel 6 weeks after the murder. He asked lots of questions. And then he used it all for his new story. She shook her head. That's so typical of him. He could be a complete bastard when he wanted to be. Which was most of the time, now I come to think about it. You didn't see him when he was here? No, I was away, thank God. I wouldn't have wanted to run into him, not then. He put a lot of people who worked here into the book. Lawrence and Pauline Traherne, Derek Endicott, Aidan. The main character is called Melissa. Maybe he was thinking of you. What happens to her? She gets strangled. Melissa laughed at that. That doesn't surprise me. He was always playing games. He did the same thing in Atticus Pund Investigates and No Rest for the Wicked, and Magpie Murders, of course. She looked me straight in the eye. Did he make Aidan the killer? No. He's not, Susan, believe me. That's what I wanted to tell you. Nobody was kinder to me than Aidan when I first came here, and I told you I saw him with Cecily. She was quite childish. She reminded me a bit of Dora in David Copperfield. A bit soppy. She never had anything very interesting to say. But Aidan was all over her. I think I'm a good judge of character, and I can tell you, he'd never do anything to hurt her. You turning up and accusing him, I haven't accused him of anything, Melissa. That's not how he sees it. We might have begun an argument, but just then Lars appeared, coming over to the table. Miss Ryeland? He asked. Yes? Do you drive a red MGB? Yes. I was puzzled and concerned. Someone has just rung reception. They say you're blocking their way. I had parked half an hour ago, and as far as I could remember, I hadn't been near another car. Are you sure? Lars shrugged. I looked at Melissa. I'll be 2 minutes, I said. I got up and left the lounge where we had been sitting. I entered the circular entrance hall and walked out the front door. What happened next was a series of images that hit me one after another, forming a sequence that told a story but would only make sense later. My car was there, and just as I thought, it wasn't blocking anyone. I should have turned back then, but I was still walking towards it, wanting to see who had complained. Across the drive in front of the hotel, I saw Aidan McNeil. He shouted at me. I thought he was angry about something, then I realized he was warning me. He was staring at something above me, out of my line of vision. I looked up in time to see the most extraordinary sight. There was an owl, its wings outstretched, seemingly in full flight. It took my brain a microsecond to work out that it wasn't a real owl at all. It was the stone sculpture from the middle of the parapet that spanned the front of the hotel and which I had seen when I arrived, but it wasn't flying, it was plummeting towards me. I was right underneath it. There was nothing I could do. I didn't have time to get out of the way. But then there was a dark blur and someone crashed into me, a man who had been near the entrance. I felt his arms around me and his shoulder against my chest as he rugby tackled me out of harm's way. Almost at the same moment, the owl hit the ground and smashed into 50 pieces. I heard the impact and knew without any doubt at all that it could have killed me. As we fell, the man had twisted so that I had landed on top of him. He had protected me from the gravel. Aidan was running towards us, horrified. I heard somebody shout. It was already clear to me that this had all happened deliberately. I had been tricked. The telephone call, my car blocking the way, all done to get me out of the hotel. The man who had saved me let go of me, and I turned to him. I hadn't seen him, but I already knew who he was. And I was right. It was Andreas. The Moonflower Suite. He pulled me to my feet. Andreas! I said, what are you? But I was too choked up to finish the question. I had never felt anything like it, the sheer relief overwhelming me. Not just because I'd had such a narrow escape, but because, inexplicably, Andreas was here. I pulled him close to me. "You know, you're becoming quite a liability," he said. "How did you get here?" But before he could answer, Aidan McNeill arrived, looking horrified. He could have had no idea that Andreas and I knew each other. So, as far as he was concerned, some random passerby had just saved me. "Are you all right?" he asked. He sounded genuinely concerned, and I felt bad that he had been number 4 on my list of suspects. Maybe, after this, I would drop him to number 5. I nodded. My arm and shoulder had been grazed by the gravel, and they were already stinging. I looked at the broken pieces of the stone owl. There was a large dent in the ground where it had landed. "There was someone on the roof," Aidan said. "I saw them." "What are you saying?" Andreas was still holding me. "I don't know, but there was definitely someone there. I'm going up to check." He continued past us into the hotel. Andreas and I were left on our own. "Who was that?" Andreas asked. "Aidan McNeill. He was married to Cecily Traherne. He's one of my main suspects." "I think he just managed to stop someone from killing you." "What are you talking about?" "He shouted a warning." "Aidan didn't save me, that was you." I grabbed hold of Andreas and kissed him on the lips. "What are you doing here, Andreas? How did you get here? And why didn't you answer my email?" Andreas smiled at me in the way I remembered best, slightly crooked, challenging me. He hadn't shaved or brushed his hair. He could have come here straight from the beach. "Do you really want to talk about this now?" he said. "No, I want a drink. I want to be alone with you. I want to get out of this bloody hotel. To be honest with you, I wish I'd never come." Andreas glanced up at the roof. "It looks as if someone else wishes the same." There was so much I wanted to say to him, but once again we were interrupted, this time by the arrival of Lisa Traherne, who had come hurrying out of the hotel. She was pale and out of breath. "I just met Aidan," she exclaimed. "What happened?" "One of those sculptures fell off the roof," I said. "Or someone helped it on its way," Andreas said. "Susan was almost killed." Lisa looked at Andreas indignantly, as if he was accusing her. "I'm sorry," she said. "Who are you?" "This is my partner Andreas," I explained. "He's just arrived from Crete." "Aidan has gone up to the roof now," Lisa said. "There's a service door on the top floor." "Presumably it's kept locked," Andreas said. It was funny, I hadn't told him that Lisa had forced me out of the hotel, but I could tell that he had taken an intuitive dislike to her. "I don't know that it is, but I can't imagine why anyone would want to hurt Susan." "Well, she's here investigating a murder and a disappearance, so maybe someone's decided that she knows too much." This was all getting out of hand. "I've hurt my arm," I said. I showed Lisa the grazes. "If you don't mind, I'm going up to my room." "I'll let you know if Aidan finds anything." Andreas had been carrying a travel bag that he had dropped when coming to my rescue. He snatched it up, then took my arm and led me into the hotel. As we passed through the doorway, it suddenly occurred to me that we might well run into Melissa Conway, who was presumably still waiting for me in the lounge. It was one embarrassment I was keen to avoid, so I steered him quickly into the reception area and stopped briefly at the desk where Inga was working. "Inga," I said, "I have a guest in the living room. Could you tell her that I've had to go up to my room?" I didn't wait for an answer. Still leaning on Andreas, I headed for the stairs. "Who was your guest?" Andreas asked. "No one," I said. "It's not important." I didn't breathe until the door had swung shut behind us and we were alone in what I had come to think of as the Moonflower suite. Andreas glanced with approval at the bed. Egyptian cotton sheets, 500 thread count. The flat-screen TV, the ensuite bathroom. "Beats the Polydorus," he said. I disagreed. Our views are better. I sat on the bed. Andreas went straight to the minibar and took out a miniature whiskey and added some water. He brought it over to the bed and sat down next to me. I took a sip and felt better already, although I didn't know if it was the drink or having him next to me. I hadn't realized how upset I was by what had happened outside. "Answer my question," I said. "How did you get here?" "EasyJet." "That's not what I mean, and you know it. I haven't heard from you for days. I thought—" I broke off. I didn't want to tell him what I'd been thinking. Once again he took my hand. "Agapitimu," he said. And it just made me happier, hearing him speak to me in Greek. "I'm sorry. Forgive me. I never got your email. Not until last night. It's the stupid computer. Your email went to spam." I should have remembered. There was a problem with his computer. Just before I'd left, we'd lost 2 bookings exactly the same way. "I found it last night," he went on. "I was going to call you, but then I decided to get on the first flight this morning. I wanted to speak to you face to face." "Who's looking after the hotel?" I asked. "Don't worry about the hotel. I'm sorry I wrote the email, Andreas. I'm sorry I left Crete." "No, you were right," Andreas sighed. "It's my fault. I've been trying so hard to make the Polydorus work that I haven't been thinking about you. We should have talked a long time ago, and if you weren't happy, you should have told me, or I should have seen it for myself. The Polydorus was always my dream, not yours, and maybe I was selfish ramming it down your throat. But I'm not going to lose you because of a building. I can sell it. My cousin can look after it. I want us to be together again, like we were. And if that means moving back to London and starting again, then that's what we'll do. I can get another job in a school. You can go back to publishing." "No, that's not what I want." I held his hand more tightly. "I want to be with you, that's all." Maybe I was thinking about Katie, or maybe it was the shock of what had just happened, but suddenly my mind was clear. "I can't stay here, Andreas," I went on. "I've more or less burned my boats in London. I sold my flat, and to be honest with you, the publishing industry isn't exactly waiting for me with open arms. You know, if I could just get some editing work, even on a freelance basis, that would be enough for me. It's just that books have always been such a big part of my life, and not having any connection with them in Crete, it's been a bit too drastic." "Have you been looking for a job?" I had lunch with a friend, but it didn't come to anything. I didn't tell him about my dinner with Craig Andrews. Nothing had come out of that either, so there was absolutely no reason to feel guilty. Or so I persuaded myself. Can you forgive me, flouncing out the way I did? There's nothing to forgive. I thought you were angry with me. I thought that was why you hadn't got back to me. I could never be angry with you. I love you. I drank the whiskey. It was the first time I'd attacked the minibar since my arrival. But right then I was tempted to go back and hit the champagne. That reminded me, have you had any money from Lawrence Traherne? I asked. Not yet. I did ask him to pay you. I don't want the money, Susan. Not if it's going to get you killed. Well, my big investigation is probably already over, I said. And I may end up not even getting anything. I got fired this morning. Lisa Traherne wants me to leave tomorrow. That was the woman we met outside. He smiled. I knew I didn't like her. It's all been a complete waste of time, and we've spent a lot of money on flights and hotels. I got up. Well, you can stay here tonight and we'll eat the most expensive meal we can manage in the hotel restaurant. At least that's free. Maybe you can bully a cheque out of Lawrence Traherne, and tomorrow we'll go back. To Crete. Polydorus. And what are we going to do until dinner? I think I've got an answer to that. I walked across the room to draw the curtains. Just in time to see Martin Williams getting into his car. He was acting furtively, clearly not wanting to be seen. Only that morning I'd more or less accused him of murdering his brother-in-law. I'd threatened to expose him and the lies he'd told, and now he was here. I stood there watching as he drove away. H.M.P. Wayland. The next morning, everything changed. I was having breakfast with Andreas when Inga brought over a letter addressed to me. There was something about the address on the envelope, the handwriting clumsy and heavy-handed, that told me at once who it had come from, and the single sheet of lined paper that it contained quickly confirmed it. Stefan Codrescu had written to me. He had arranged for me to visit him in prison that very day. All I had to do was register on the internet. I did that, and a few hours later we were away. Andreas and me in my MGB Roadster with the roof down, speeding up the A14 to Norfolk. I had never visited a prison before, and everything about HMP Wayland surprised me, starting with its location in a quiet community of what looked like retirement homes and bungalows a few miles north of Thetford. A series of narrow, twisty lanes brought us to a single red brick building that might have been a university, but for the ominous triple-height door that would presumably ratchet open to allow the prison vans in, and the endless stretch of walls and fencing behind it. Though surrounded by houses, it was actually in the middle of nowhere, with no public buses, no railway station for 12 miles, and a £20 taxi ride each way, the penalty for anyone wanting to make a visit. It was as if the authorities were determined to punish families as well as the men locked up inside. I stopped in the prison car park, and Andreas and I sat together for a few minutes. I was the only one who was authorised to go in, and we hadn't seen much in the way of pubs or restaurants nearby, so it looked as if Andreas was going to be stuck in the car. I feel bad about leaving you, I said. Don't worry. I flew all the way from Greece in the hope of being abandoned in a car park outside a maximum security jail. If they don't let me out, dial 999. I'm dialing 999 in the hope they'll keep you in. Anyway, don't worry about me. I've got something to read." He took out a paperback copy of Atticus Punt Takes the Case, and I wondered if it was possible to love a man more. Then I went into the prison. It was funny how HMP Wayland managed to be modern and old-fashioned at the same time. Maybe it's the whole idea of locking people up that has had its day. Fine for the Victorians, but somehow too simplistic and, for that matter, too expensive, given all the technology and the resources of the 21st century. I entered a small, brightly coloured reception area decorated with warning notices about drugs and mobile phones that might be concealed about, or even inside, my person. I had to bend low to speak through a hatch to a uniformed officer who inspected my ID and took my mobile phone for safekeeping. With another couple of visitors, I entered a cage. There was a loud buzz and the door I'd just come through slid shut. A moment later, a second door slid open in front of me. I was now in prison. A guard took us across a courtyard on the other side of the fence, and we entered the visitors' block. I found myself in what I can only describe as the worst cafeteria in the world. Too brightly lit, with about 30 tables screwed to the floor and a small window opening into a kitchen where food and drink could be purchased. Not surprisingly, this was a male prison. I was surrounded mainly by women. I noticed one of them eyeing me sympathetically. "First time, dear?" she asked. I wondered how she knew, but I imagined that in a prison there would be all sorts of indications that would give you away. She seemed friendly enough, though. "Yes," I admitted. "You should go up and buy food now if you want anything. When they let the men in, there'll be a long line and you won't have time to talk." I took her advice and went over to the window. I wasn't sure what Stefan would like, so I bought him a selection. A hamburger, crisps, 3 bars of chocolate, 2 cans of Coke. The hamburger reminded me of something you might buy outside a football match late at night, only without the cordon bleu cookery. I sandwiched it between 2 paper plates, hoping it wouldn't get cold before he arrived. About 10 minutes later, the men began to appear, streaming in through a side door and heading towards their wives, mothers, and friends sitting at the tables. They were all wearing tracksuit bottoms, sweatshirts, and really horrible trainers. A few guards stood around the sides, but the atmosphere was quiet, relaxed. I had seen photographs of Stefan Codrescu and recognized him at once. He didn't know me, of course, so I raised a hand and waved. He came over and sat down. It was an extraordinary moment, meeting him. It was like coming across the central character in a novel, but only after 200 or 300 pages, and in the knowledge that there are very few more before the end. All sorts of things went through my head. The first was that I might actually be sitting opposite a killer. But almost immediately I dismissed it. Even after 8 years in prison, he had a sort of innocence that made him peculiarly attractive. He was well built with broad shoulders, but still quite slight, like a dancer. I could easily see why Lisa Traherne would have wanted to possess him. At the same time, there was an indignation, a sense of injustice still smouldering in his eyes, a flame that the passing years had failed to extinguish. He knew he shouldn't be here, and I was immediately convinced of it too. Right then, I found myself questioning my own involvement in all this, and suddenly I felt uneasy. I had come to England because I had been paid. I had taken on the case with the enthusiasm of someone solving a crossword puzzle, when from the very start I should have realized that I was actually dealing with a massive injustice. 8 years in prison. While I had been tootling between Woodbridge and London, asking questions, making notes, he had been stuck in here. I had been fighting for a man's life. There was something else about Stefan. He reminded me of someone, but at that moment I wasn't sure who. He was examining the food and drink spread out on the table. "Is this for me?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "I wasn't sure what to get you." "You didn't need to get me anything. I'm not hungry." He pushed the hamburger to one side and cracked open the can of Coke. I watched him take a sip. "In your letter you said you were a publisher," he went on. "I was an editor once. I actually live in Crete, but I met Lawrence and Pauline and they asked me to come back to the UK." "Are you going to write a book about me?" He was looking at me with quiet hostility. "No," I replied. "But you paid Alan Conway." It wasn't quite like that. Alan wrote a book which has some sort of connection with what happened at Branlow Hall, but at the time I didn't know anything about you or Frank Paris. I only heard about it when Lawrence told me. I paused. "Did you ever meet Alan?" Stefan said nothing for a moment. It was obvious that he didn't trust me. He considered every word before he spoke. "He wrote to me when I was in remand, but why would I have wanted to meet him? He wasn't offering to help me. Anyway, I had other things on my mind." "Did you ever read the book?" He shook his head. "I haven't seen it in the prison library. They do have quite a lot of murder stories. They're popular here." "But you knew about it?" He ignored my question. "Where is Cecily?" he asked. "In your letter you said she's disappeared." Stefan hadn't known about Cecily, not until I'd written to him. And why should he have? He probably had limited access to newspapers inside the prison, and Cecily's disappearance wouldn't have made it onto national TV. Again, I was angry with myself. I had broken the news to him without any thought of the consequences. It had just been another piece of the puzzle. Now I chose my words more carefully. "We still don't know where she is. The police are looking for her. They have no reason to believe that she's in any danger." "Why are you saying that? Of course she's in danger." "She was afraid." "How do you know that? Did she visit you?" "No, but she wrote to me." "When?" By way of an answer, he reached into his pocket and produced a single sheet of paper, which he held on to for a moment before handing it to me. The first thing I saw was the date at the top of the page, the 10th of June. So Cecily had written this the day before she had disappeared. The letter was short, typed. I felt a stirring of excitement. It was new evidence. Nobody else could have seen it. "Can I read this?" I asked. "Go ahead." He sat back watching me all the time. I unfolded the letter and read. The 10th of June. Dear Stefan, you may be surprised to hear from me after such a long silence, but we had always agreed not to write to each other again, and after the verdict, when you pleaded guilty, I thought it was better that way. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I know now that you did not kill Frank Paris. I still don't understand why you took the blame, and I want to come and see you and talk to you. It's difficult to explain. A man called Alan Conway came to the hotel after it all happened and wrote a book called Atticus Punt Takes the Case. It's just a detective story, but he seems to have used people and things from the hotel. Mum and Dad are in it, and Derek, and there's a hotel called the Moonflower. The story isn't the same, but that's not the point. I knew from the very first page who killed Frank Paris. I'd known it all along. But reading the book made it clear to me. I need to come and talk to you. I'm told you have to put me on a list or something. Can you do that? I'm also sending the book to Mum and Dad. They'll know what to do. But I have to be careful. I don't think I'm in any danger, but you know what the hotel is like. Everyone knows everything, and I don't want anyone to find out. I'm writing this quickly, but I will write to you again next week, I promise. And when I see you, I'll explain everything. With love, Cecily. So it was true. All along, Cecily had known the identity of the killer. She had actually found it on the first page. I wished now that I had brought the paperback with me. The book opens with Eric and Phyllis Chandler in the kitchen at Clarence Keep. There's a mention of Florentines and Mrs. Tiggywinkle, neither of which could have had any relevance to Frank Paris's murder. Then I remembered that Andreas had a copy in the car. Once I was outside, I would read the whole chapter again. As soon as I got this, I put her on the list for a visit, Stefan said. I was wondering why I hadn't heard from her. Then you wrote to me. That is why I agreed to see you. Stefan, I felt completely out of my depth. There were so many questions I wanted to ask him, but at the same time I was afraid of offending him. 8 years in prison. How could he seem so calm, so unaffected? I really want to help you, I said, but I have to know, what exactly was your relationship with Cecily Traherne? She was the one who hired me after I came out of the Carlford unit at Warren Hill. Her dad had this rehabilitation program. She was kind to me when I was at the hotel. And when I was accused of murder, she was the only one who believed in me. You realize this letter could change everything. If anyone actually believes her. Will you let me keep this, Stefan? I'm in touch with the police detective who's looking for Cecily. He also investigated Frank Paris's murder. Locke? Detective Superintendent Locke, yes. For the first time, Stefan was angry. I don't want you to show him this, he said. He took the letter back and folded it away. That man is the reason why I'm here. You confessed. He made me confess. I could see Stefan fighting with himself, trying to keep his emotions under control. He leaned towards me, speaking softly but with venom. That bastard persuaded me that things would go easier if I pleaded guilty. All the evidence was against me. I had a criminal record. They'd found money, and there were blood stains in my room. He said that if I signed confession, he would put in a word for me, and like the fool I was, I believed him. So I did what he said, and I got life, with a minimum of 25 years. That means I'll be nearly 50 when I'm free again. You give him that letter and he'll tear it to pieces. He doesn't want anyone to believe me. If I was found not guilty, how do you think that would make him look? He wants me to stay here and rot. He slumped back in his chair, but he hadn't finished yet. I was finished the moment I came to this country, he said quietly. I was 12 years old and I didn't want to be here. Nobody wanted me to be here. I was trash, Romanian trash. And the first chance they got, they threw me in this place and forgot about me. You think anyone will read this letter? You think anyone will care? No. I could die in here. I could kill myself tomorrow. And I would, except for the one brightness in my life, the one dawn that gives me hope. I was going to ask him what he meant, but then he said, "Do you know who killed Frank Paris?" "No," I admitted. "Not yet." "You're an editor. Books, not a lawyer, not a detective. You can't help me." "Maybe I can." I reached out and rested my hand on his arm. It was the first contact between us. "Tell me what happened that night," I said, Friday the 15th of June, 2008. "You know what happened. A man called Frank Paris was beaten to death with a hammer." "Yes, but what about you? Where were you that night?" He wasn't going to answer, so I went on. "What are you going to do, Stefan? Go back to your cell and sit on your own? How will that help you or Cecily?" He thought for a moment, then nodded. "I went to a party. Cecily and Aidan had a party for all the staff next to the swimming pool." "Did you have a lot to drink?" "I had some wine, a couple of glasses. I was very tired. After a bit, I didn't want to be there, and I walked back to my room with the spa guy." "Lionel Corby?" "Yes, he had the room next to mine." "Did you ever call him Leo?" "No, I called him Lionel. Why do you ask?" "It doesn't matter. Go on." "I was asleep almost at once. That's all there is to tell you. I slept all night and I woke up quite late. Maybe 8:30 the next day. I didn't go back into the hotel. I didn't go anywhere near room 12. But Derek Endicott saw you." "He saw someone. It wasn't me." "Do you think you were deliberately framed?" "Of course I was framed. Haven't you listened to anything I've said? I was the obvious target." "Tell me about you and Lisa." That stopped him. "She's a bitch," he said simply, swearing for the first time. "You were in a relationship with her." "There was no relationship. There was sex." "She forced you." "You've met her?" "Yes." "Then why else would you imagine someone like me would want to have sex with someone like her?" "And when you refused to do what she wanted, she fired you?" "No, of course not. She was much cleverer than that. After I stopped seeing her, she came up with these stories about me stealing money and things. It was all lies. She was threatening me. She made sure everyone knew she was suspicious about me, and then she fired me." "But you were still seeing her." I was remembering what Lionel Corby had told me, what he had seen in the wood. "A couple of weeks before the wedding, you were seen together in the wood near Oakland's cottage." Stefan hesitated. I saw something, a memory, flash across his eyes. "That was the last time," he said. "I thought if I gave her what she wanted, I would get her off my back. It didn't work. 2 weeks later, she fired me anyway." He was lying to me. I don't know how I knew it, and I had no idea what he was hiding, but his demeanor had changed. Some of that innocence of his had become tarnished at the edges. I thought of challenging him, but knew it would do no good. I watched him as he finished the Coke and put it down, his hands enclosing the can, almost crushing it. "You can't help me," he said. "Well, at least let me try," I replied. "Trust me, Stefan, I'm on your side. I'm sorry we didn't meet sooner, but now that we have, I'm not going to let you down." He levelled his eyes at me. They were very gentle, a soft shade of brown. "Why should I trust you?" he asked. "Who else is there?" I replied. He nodded, then very slowly he took out the letter and slid it across the table towards me. "This is all I have," he said. "There is nothing else." He stood up. Before he walked away, he took all the food from the table, the crisps, the chocolate bars, even the cold hamburger. That told me as much about life in prison as anything that had happened since I had arrived. Then, without another word, he left. I couldn't drive. Andreas took over behind the wheel. He hadn't asked me what had happened inside the prison. He could see that I was too upset to talk about it. We drove a few miles through the Norfolk countryside, which became just a little softer and more welcoming when it became the Suffolk countryside, and then stopped for a late lunch at a pub, the Plough and Stars, just south of Thetford. Andreas ordered sandwiches, but I wasn't hungry. The food made me think of the horrible cold hamburger that Stefan had taken back to his cell. 8 years of his life. "Susan, do you want to talk to me about it?" Andreas asked eventually. The pub might have been a cheerful place on a Friday night. It had flagstones and a wood-burning stove and old-fashioned wooden tables, but we were almost alone. The man behind the bar looked fed up. "I'm sorry," I said. "I just feel so angry with myself about the way I went careering into all this. First of all, I abandoned you. But seeing that poor man just now, stuck in that place." "You know he's innocent." "I've known that all along, Andreas. I just never thought about it from his point of view." "So what happens next?" "I don't know. That's the worst of it. I just don't know what else I can do." I remember the moment exactly. We were sitting in a corner. The barman was wiping a glass. The only other customer, a man with a dog, got up and left. A wind had sprung up, and I could see the pub sign swinging outside. "I know who killed Frank Paris," I said. "I'm sorry?" Andreas stared at me. "I thought you just said—" "I know what I said, but I've worked it out." "Did Stefan tell you?" "No, he told me more than he meant to, but it wasn't him. It all just came together." Andreas stared at me. "Are you going to tell me?" "Yes, of course. But not yet. I need to think." "Really? Give me a little time." He smiled at me. "You're worse than Alan Conway." We didn't eat the sandwiches. We got back in the car and drove off. The killer. We didn't go back to Woodbridge. We drove straight onto Heath House in Westleton. We walked up to the front door together, and I more or less leaned on the doorbell, daring the occupants not to answer. After about 30 seconds, Martin Williams opened the door. He looked at Andreas with suspicion and at me with a mixture of surprise and anger. It had, after all, only been 1 day since he had told me never to come back. "You can't come in," he said. "Are you busy?" "Joanne doesn't want to see you, nor do I. We told you that the last time you were here." I know who killed Frank Paris, I said. My friend Andreas also knows. You can hear it from me or from the police. It's your choice. He stared at me, making his calculations. He wasn't a big man, but he had been leaning diagonally across the door frame, blocking my way. For once, he wasn't wearing overalls. He was dressed in jeans, leather boots, and a paisley shirt open at the neck, as if he was about to go out line dancing. He straightened up. "You're talking rubbish," he said. "But I wouldn't want you to make a fool of yourself. You can have 5 minutes. Joanne Williams came down the stairs as we entered the kitchen. She was furious to see me and didn't pretend otherwise. She didn't even look at me. "What's she doing here?" she asked Martin. "You promised me she wouldn't come back." "Hello, Joanne," I said. "Susan claims she knows who killed Frank," Martin told her. "I thought it best to hear what she has to say." "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." "Are you sure about that?" I said. "Maybe I should repeat what I just told your husband. If you won't talk to me, I'll go straight to the police. Which is it to be?" I saw them exchange glances and knew that they needed no further convincing. "Come in here," Martin said. We went back into the kitchen. It was a room I was beginning to know too well. Andreas and I sat on one side of the table, Joanne and Martin on the other. We glared at each other across the pine surface. It was like a council of war. "This won't take very long," I said. "This is the 3rd time I've come to see you, and you'll be glad to hear it's going to be the last." As I explained at the start, I was asked by Lawrence and Pauline Traherne to look into their daughter's disappearance and to find out if there was any connection with the murder of Frank Paris 8 years ago. The first time I came here, I won't say you lied to me, but let's just say that you were rather flexible with the truth. It didn't take me very long to discover that the two of you, and only the two of you, had a good reason to kill Frank Paris. The collapse of his advertising business in Australia meant that he needed money, and so he was going to force you to sell Heath House, which had been left to you 50-50 by your mother. It was your family home, and if he died, assuming he hadn't left it to anyone else in his will, you'd get to keep it. "He left it to Joanne, actually," Martin said. "Did he really?" Andreas and I both looked amazed. "Well, that's what he always told us." I shook my head in disbelief. "That's just what I don't understand, Martin," I said. "Why are you telling me that? I'd have thought that's the last thing you'd want me to know. It just makes you look more suspicious. If you were left the house in his will, then you definitely had a motive for the murder, but here you are blurting it out without a second thought. It's like when I came here yesterday, and instead of denying everything, like any sane man would, you spelled out exactly the reason why you might have committed the murder. Why have you even allowed me in now when you told me you never wanted to see me again?" "Because I want to put these ridiculous accusations to bed." "That's not what it sounds like to me. Is that what it sounds like to you, Andreas?" "No," Andreas agreed. "I'd say he's stirring it up." Joanne was watching Martin so intently that she might not actually have been breathing. I waited for him to speak. "I think you should leave," he said. "It's too late for that," I replied. "I know the truth. You can make any accusations you like, but you can't prove anything." "As a matter of fact, I can, Martin," I countered. "I can prove 100% without any doubt at all that you did not kill Frank." "How can I do that?" "Because as I told you at the door, I know the identity of the real killer, and it wasn't you." "Then what are you doing here?" Joanne demanded. Because I'm fed up with both of you, and I want to put an end to your little charade once and for all. From the moment I first walked into this house, you've been pissing me around, play-acting. I don't know what you mean, Martin interrupted. Don't you, Martin? Well, I'll tell you. Let's imagine, just for the sake of argument, that you found yourself trapped in a generally shit marriage with a wife who bullied you and who made you feel small about yourself. How dare you? Joanne sat bolt upright, her cheeks darkening. That's more or less what my sister Katie told me. She had dinner with you once, and she described you, Joanne, I think the word ball breaker was the one she used. She said you walked all over Martin like a doormat. She wondered how the two of you even managed to stay together. Well, that's her view, Martin muttered. It's certainly not true now, is it? Things seem to have changed. You're definitely the one in control, Martin. Why is that, I wonder? Maybe it's because Joanne's come to the conclusion that it was you who killed Frank and that actually you're quite a dangerous character. And maybe, just maybe, you've encouraged her to believe it because it gives you a bit of power and freedom in this house. That's ridiculous. Is it? It would explain why you told me about the will just now and why you gave me such a rubbish answer when I challenged you about Frank seeing the Marquis. From the very moment you and I met, you've been wanting me to suspect you. Martin stood up. I'm not listening to any more of this, he said. Yes, you are, Martin, because you actually tried to kill me. I saw you yesterday, sneaking away from Branlow Hall. Maybe you wanted me to see you, but I know it was you who dropped the stone owl off the roof. The trouble for you is that I've also got proof. That stopped him in his tracks. When you called the hotel to get me out of the door, you were already up there in position. You waited for me to come out and then you pushed it off the ledge. I turned to Joanne. Did he tell you what had happened? He said he'd heard about it. Joanne was staring at her husband in a way that made this whole visit worthwhile. Did he also tell you that he was recorded going in on CCTV and that the hotel switchboard can trace the call he made, that the number was logged? And did he mention if he was wearing gloves or not, because the police are examining the fire door on the roof and the fragments of stone? This wasn't true. The police weren't actually involved, but they could well have been. The colour had drained out of Martin's face. Tell me this one thing, Martin, while I'm in a slightly forgiving mood. Just reassure me that you weren't really trying to kill me, and that you actually intended for me to see you sneaking away from the hotel. All you wanted was to frighten me, to make me think you were a threat, because that was part of the game you were playing with your wife. Martin the killer, Martin the real man. You didn't kill Frank and you didn't try to kill me. That was just an image you were trying to project. There was a long pause, but then at last it came. Exactly what I wanted, though only in a whisper. Yes. Was that a yes, Martin? Yes. Louder this time. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. I got up and walked out of the house with Andreas at my side. We hadn't made it to the garden gate before Martin Williams came up to us. He was looking contrite, pathetic. He shouldn't have followed us out. I didn't mean any harm, he exclaimed. You're right, what you said about Frank. And what I did yesterday at the hotel, I swear to you, I didn't want to hurt you. You won't tell the police, will you? Before I could stop him, Andreas lashed out. He swung round and his fist crashed into Martin's face. If this had been one of Alan's books, Martin would have been knocked off his feet and thrown unconscious to the ground. In fact, it was a lot less dramatic than that. There was a soft thwack, and Martin was left standing, dazed, with blood streaming over his lip. It was possible Andreas had broken his nose. The two of us walked away. "You said you weren't going to hurt him," I said as we walked back to the car. "I know," Andreas replied. "I'm sorry." I opened the car door. "Apology accepted." Checkout. When I was editing Atticus Punt Takes the Case, I had one other argument with Alan Conway. It concerned the last 2 chapters, in which Atticus gets all the characters together at the Moonflower Hotel. I know scenes like this work well on television. I've seen David Suchet as Poirot, John Nettles as Barnaby, Angela Lansbury as Jessica Fletcher, and between them they must have done it 100 times, closing in on one suspect after another until finally they reveal the real culprit. But that was exactly my point. I was worried that even in what was intended to be a homage to the golden age of detective fiction, the climax was a little overdone. I wondered if Alan could find another way of presenting the information. Well, you've read the book. You know how much faith Alan had in my editorial judgment. So he would probably have been amused to see me in the lounge of Branlow Hall, surrounded by no fewer than 7 people and a dog. The dog was Bear, Cecily's golden retriever, and he at least was asleep in a corner. But the rest of them had come to hear me explain myself. I could almost feel the invisible TV cameras pointing in my direction. This was my last day at the hotel. In fact, it was already past my checkout time. Lisa Traherne had asked me to leave, she had said, with the full support of her father, but I had rung Lawrence and told him that I knew who had killed Frank Paris, and also what had happened to his daughter. I had reminded him that so far he hadn't paid me a penny of the money he had promised me, egged on, I'm sure, by Lisa. He had agreed to meet me in the afternoon. "Come to the lounge at 3 o'clock and I'll explain the whole thing," I said. "And bring a cheque for what you owe me. £10,000 made out to Andreas Patakis." Of course, it should have had my name on it, but Andreas had flown about 2,000 miles in time to save me from a falling missile. I wanted him to be the one to have the pleasure of cashing it. I had hoped that Lawrence would come alone, but Pauline was with him when he arrived, and Aidan McNeill had joined them too. I suppose that was fair enough. He had the greatest stake in what had happened. He was still waiting for news of Cecily. I did think it a little odd, though, that he had brought Eloise Radmani along for support. The two of them were sitting next to each other on a sofa, and it struck me that they seemed to have a nanny-stroke-employer relationship that was strange and rather sinister. At least they had left Roxana with Inga. Worst of all, as far as I was concerned, Lisa Traherne had also invited herself to the party. I had Andreas with me, and she nodded briefly at him but ignored me, throwing herself into an armchair as if she'd already decided the whole thing was going to be a waste of time. Finally, Detective Chief Superintendent Locke was sitting in a chair next to the door. It had been Andreas who had persuaded me to invite him, but it hadn't been an easy decision. I had no wish to see him again after our last meeting at Martlesham Heath. He was a bully and a racist, and he was largely responsible for the injustice that had been done to Stefan Codrescu. But Andreas had insisted that someone from the police should be present. We had to make this official. I was actually quite surprised he had agreed to come. Andreas and I had driven over to his office, and it struck me that a pair of local sex offenders would have been given a warmer welcome. He had dismissed the idea that I knew who had killed Frank and became angry when I refused to tell him there and then. It was only the letter that Stefan had given me that changed his mind. It proved that Cecily had been convinced of his innocence, and it made it clear that her disappearance was connected to what had happened all those years ago. Locke should have known about the letter. Its very existence made him look weak. That, I think, was the reason he was here. It wasn't quite the assembly that Atticus Punt would have addressed. No butlers, vicars, or chambermaids, but even so, I got a strange sense of his presence in the room. I could almost see him perching on one of the empty seats, his walking stick beside him, waiting for me to begin. I'd often thought that my whole approach to crime, the way I talked to people and examined the evidence, was somehow influenced by him and his ridiculous book, The Landscape of Criminal Investigation, and I suppose all in all, I had warm feelings towards him. I thought of him as a mentor. This was strange, firstly because he was a fictitious character, but mainly because I couldn't stand the man who had created him. "We're waiting, Susan," Lisa said. "I'm sorry, I was just collecting my thoughts." I smiled. Maybe I could enjoy this after all. I was certainly never going to do it again. Perhaps I should start by saying that I don't know where Cecily is, but I do know what happened to her. I also know exactly what she discovered in Atticus Punt Takes the Case. There was a copy on the table in front of me. I'm afraid Alan Conway left her a message, several messages, actually. And in doing so, he put her in danger. I glanced at Andreas. He nodded at me. He was watching my back. The thing about Frank Paris was that nobody at Branlow Hall had any reason to kill him. I went on. He was passing through, on his way to visit his sister and his brother-in-law in Wesselton. He'd just come back from Australia. Apart from his half-share in a house here, he had no links with Suffolk. My first thought was that he had been killed by Derek Endicott. It could all have happened by mistake because Frank hadn't liked the room he'd been given and had been changed to room 12, which was where a retired headmaster called George Saunders was meant to be staying. As it happened, Derek had gone to Broomswell Grove, which was where Saunders taught, and he had a very rough time there. He was certainly very put out when he saw Saunders again. I could imagine a scenario in which Derek took a hammer and went upstairs in the middle of the night. It's dark in those corridors, and he could have killed Frank without realizing he'd got the wrong man. As it happens, we only have Derek's word for it that Stefan ever went into the room. Nobody else saw him. "That's a ridiculous story," Aidan said. "Derek wouldn't hurt anyone." "I agree, which is why I've ruled him out. Anyway, Derek could never have arranged all the other clues that pointed to Stefan. In particular, the money under the mattress and the blood splatter. I just don't think he's clever enough. Now, we're left with just the four of you, I said. But there are two people missing from the room, and I want to deal with them first. Let's start with Melissa Conway. She was staying at Oakland's cottage on the edge of the estate, and she was in and out of the hotel around the time of the wedding. She saw Frank, and she wasn't happy about it. Part of her blamed him for leading her husband down the garden path, the path in this instance taking him to gay bars and bathhouses. Suppose she'd decided to get her own back on him for stealing her husband. Though it often surprises me, she did actually love Alan. What would have happened if Alan had discovered the truth, that his own ex-wife was guilty of the crime? Wouldn't that have been a perfect motive for not revealing it in his book? He would have to keep quiet to protect her and, by extension, himself. The moment I heard she'd been here, I thought she was a likely suspect. But there was just one problem. She couldn't possibly have overheard Cecily make the phone call to her parents. She was probably at her home in Bradford-on-Avon when Cecily disappeared. However, Melissa said something to me that really got me thinking. She mentioned how she'd used the spa a lot when she was living in Oakland's cottage and that she used to train with Lionel Corby. Only she didn't call him Lionel, she knew him as Leo. Now, as it happens, Frank Paris knew someone called Leo, a rent boy working in London. I found that out when I was there. The two of them slept together. Alan Conway even dedicated his book to Frank and Leo. I'm sorry if this is all a bit sordid, by the way, Lawrence, and I'm afraid it gets worse. Frank wasn't just gay. He had quite curious sexual tastes, including bondage, S&M, that sort of thing. Suppose Lionel was Leo and Frank recognized him when he booked into the hotel. When I met Lionel, he mentioned that he'd had a lot of private clients in London. You have no idea of the sort of stuff I got up to. Those were his exact words. I assumed he was talking about personal training, but who knows? The trouble is, I've got the same problem as I had with Melissa. Lionel could have been Leo and he could have killed Frank, but he wasn't here when Cecily made the telephone call. I don't see how he could have attacked or hurt her. How would he even know she'd read the book? But Eloise was here, and she did know. The moment I spoke the words, Eloise Radmani lost her temper in the way that Mediterranean people do so well. "How can you drag me into this?" she cried out. "I have nothing to do with it." "You were here when Cecily disappeared, and you even overheard the telephone call she made to her parents about the book. You were outside the office." "I had nothing to do with Frank Paris." "That's not true. You worked at the same advertising agency as him, McCann Erickson. You were the receptionist." That took her by surprise, the fact that I knew. She faltered. "I was there only for a few months." "But you met him." "I saw him. We never spoke." "You were with your husband then, weren't you? His name was Lucien." She looked away. "I'm not going to talk about him." "I have just one question, Eloise. Did he have a nickname? Did you ever call him Leo?" It was the one thing I needed to know to be absolutely sure. I wasn't going to say this to her, and certainly not in front of the others, but it had occurred to me that the AIDS that had killed him might not have been the result of a faulty blood transfusion. Was it possible that he had found other ways to support himself while he was training to be an architect? Had Lucien worked under the name of Leo? Had he contracted AIDS as a result of having unsafe sex? That was what I was really asking. "I never called him that. No one did." I believed her. Aidan and Cecily had hired her months after their wedding. I couldn't see how she might have been at the hotel on the night of Frank's death unless she had come under another name, and anyway, Derek had been sure he had seen a man stealing along the corridor towards room 12. Even as I confronted Eloise, I knew it couldn't have been her. Andreas had opened a bottle of mineral water. He handed me a glass, and I drank. Over by the door, Locke was sitting ramrod straight, trying to pretend he wasn't there. I was aware of the others watching me and dreaded what was coming next. But it wasn't my fault. I had wanted to see Lawrence Traherne on his own. He was the one who had invited the entire family. There is another possibility, I continued, choosing my words carefully. It did occur to me that Frank Paris might not have been the target at all. Suppose the whole point of the murder was not to kill him, but to frame Stefan Codrescu. This was greeted with a less than enthusiastic silence. Eventually Lawrence spoke. "Who would want to do that?" he asked. I turned to Lisa. "I'm afraid we have to talk about you and Stefan," I said. "You want to trash us all, is that your aim?" She shifted in her seat, crossing her legs. "My aim is to tell the truth, Lisa, and like it or not, you were very much part of what happened. You were in a relationship with Stefan." I drew the inverted commas with my fingers. "Yes." She had already admitted it to me. She couldn't deny it now. Her parents looked at us in dismay. "He refused to continue that relationship." She hesitated. "Yes." "Were you aware that Stefan was also having sex with Cecily?" Now it was Aidan who was angry. "That's a lie!" "I'm afraid it's not." I paused deliberately for effect. "I saw Stefan this morning." "You saw him?" Pauline was astonished. "I visited him in prison." "And he told you that about Cecily?" Aidan sneered at me. "And you believed him?" "He didn't tell me. In fact, he did the best he could to cover it up. But all the evidence was there. I just had to put it together." "Lionel Corby told me that he had seen two people having sex in the wood near Oakland's cottage a couple of weeks before the wedding. At first, he thought one of them was you, Aidan. But then he saw that the man didn't have a tattoo on his shoulder and realized it was Stefan. He couldn't see the woman from where he was standing. She was underneath. But he knew that Stefan had been seeing Lisa, against his will, and assumed it was her. He was wrong. Again, I addressed Lisa. "How do I know?" "Actually, it's very simple. There was something that you said to me over breakfast just before you asked me to leave. You denied that you had fired him because he wouldn't come into my bed anymore. And it was that turn of phrase that told me everything I needed to know. Why would you take the risk and the discomfort of meeting him in the middle of a wood when you could quite easily have sex in your own home? You live alone in Woodbridge. You had no reason to hide, but of course, for Cecily, it was different. She was sharing a house with Aidan. The two of them were engaged. She couldn't even use a room in the hotel. She might be seen. Sex in the wood was the answer. "Cecily would never have cheated on me." Aidan was furious. "We were happy together." "I'm sorry." "Lionel didn't see her. You've just said that." "That's true." "Well, then you're lying." "I'm afraid not, Aidan. I've seen a letter that Cecily wrote to Stefan after he was sent to prison. It was very short, and she hadn't written to him for many years, but the tone of it was still intimate. It was signed, with love. And it wasn't just that. When I asked Stefan if he had been with Lisa in the wood, he hesitated, and then he told me that it was her. even though it directly contradicted what he'd said just a minute before. I knew immediately that he was lying and that he was protecting someone. I took another sip of water. Over the edge of the glass, Andreas caught my eye. He gave me a nod of encouragement. I had told him all of this on the way down from Norfolk, and he knew what was coming next. There was something else that Stefan said, I continued. It made no sense at the time, but I looked it up afterwards, and it confirmed what I had suspected all along. Once again, it relates to you, Aidan, and you're not going to like it. But I wonder if you know anyway. What are you talking about? Aidan looked at me with poison in his eyes. Stefan was saying how much he hated England, but then he added, I could kill myself tomorrow, and I would, except for the one brightness in my life. The one dawn that gives me hope. I wondered what he meant. At the same time, talking to him face to face, I knew he reminded me of someone. I couldn't dress it up anymore. I had to come out with it. He's Roxana's father. No! Tortured cry from Aidan. He half rose from his chair, and Andreas also got up ready to protect me if he had to. On the other side of the room, Locke didn't even move. That's a wicked lie! There's no truth in it! Eloise took his hand. How dare you! Lawrence was spluttering, wanting to throw me out, but he didn't because he knew I was right. Aidan is fair-haired, Cecily was blonde. Roxana has black hair and she's the spitting image of her father. Aidan told me that Cecily chose the name, and I think she did so quite deliberately. She knew who the father was. Roxana is a very popular name in Romania. It means brightness or dawn. I went on quickly, wanting to get this part of it over with. This is what happened. Lisa fired Stefan when he refused to have sex with her, and then she discovered that he was having sex with her sister, the same sister, incidentally, who had scarred her as a child. How did she feel about that? Wouldn't it be a great revenge on both of them to kill a complete stranger and frame Stefan so he went to prison for life? If Lisa had been in her office, she could easily have heard the phone call that Cecily made to the south of France. That's what I've been thinking for a long time now. I was convinced that Lisa was behind both crimes. Then you don't know anything, Lisa snarled. I didn't kill anyone. I think we've all had quite enough, Lawrence said. Detective Superintendent Locke, are you going to let her go on like this? Andreas cut in before he could reply. Susan knows who killed Frank Paris, he said. He could have been a teacher once again talking to a classroom full of boys. If you sit down and let her finish, she's going to tell you. The five of them, Lawrence and Pauline, Lisa, Aidan and Eloise, looked to each other. It was Aidan who made the decision for them. He sat down again. Go on then, he said. But maybe you could get to the point. I think we've all had enough of this speculation. For someone who had just been told that his daughter had been fathered by another man, he was surprisingly calm. But then I was sure he had always known. It all begins with the book, I said. Atticus Punt takes the case. That's what this has all been about. Cecily saw something in it, and that's why she had to disappear. The letter to Stefan that I mentioned just now, she wrote it after she read the book. Did she tell him what she'd seen? Pauline asked. Unfortunately not. She did say that she had always suspected who killed Frank Paris, but it had been proved to her on the very first page. The question is, what page was she referring to? I assumed she meant the first page of chapter 1, but there's nothing there. So maybe it was the author biography or the reviews or the chapter headings. I looked at them all, but actually, it was much simpler than that. It was the dedication. For Frank and Leo, in remembrance. Why did Alan write that? Was it because they were both dead, or could it actually mean something quite different? Frank, of course, was dead. But maybe Leo wasn't, and Alan was telling him that he remembered, that he knew who he was. Maybe it wasn't a dedication at all. Maybe it was actually a warning. I let this sink in. Then I continued. I never met Cecily, and I wish I'd known her better, because I've come to realize that her character is the key to everything that happened. When was she born, by the way? I'd imagined that it was sometime in November or December. It was November the 25th, Lawrence said. Then he added, How did you know? That would make her Sagittarius, I said. And of course astrology was very important to her. That was something that was impressed on me from the very start. Aidan told me that she started every day by reading her horoscope, but it was more than that. On the day of her wedding, it told her to prepare for ups and downs, and instead of just dismissing it with a smile or pretending she hadn't read it, she became very upset. When she went down the aisle, she was wearing an astrological necklace. I've seen the photograph, 3 stars and an arrow, Sagittarius. We stopped in a pub on the way down from Norfolk, the Plough and Stars, and it was the name that made me realise what had been staring me in the face all along. Astrology pretty much defined Cecily's life. Even her dog, Bear, was named after a constellation. Hearing its name mentioned, the dog thumped its tail once lazily on the floor. But it goes further than that, I went on. In his long email to me, Lawrence mentioned that Cecily was first drawn to Aidan because they were compatible. That's a word you often find in astrological charts. He actually met Cecily on his birthday when he was showing her round a flat. And we know that was the start of August 2005, which would make Aidan a Leo. Andreas completed the sentence. Cecily would have known that Leo and Sagittarius go together very well. They're both fire signs. They share the same values, the same emotions. They come together in security and trust. At least, that was what she believed. And of course she would have been assured by the tattoo that Aidan has on his shoulder. Lionel told me that it is a cosmic snake, a big circle with a tail. But actually what he saw is a symbol. Some people call it a glyph, that is used to represent Leo. I'm Leo, Aidan said. She was Sagittarius. We suited each other. What's the big deal? You knew Frank Paris. I'd never met him before in my life. That's not true. You claimed you were working as an estate agent in London, but even Lawrence was surprised how well you'd managed to do for yourself. You were in your 20s, so how could you possibly have made enough money to get yourself a place on the Edgware Road? You had to be making money some other way, and here's another thing. When I asked a friend of mine who knows about these things, he was surprised that a 20-something rent boy was able to work out of an expensive flat in Mayfair. He couldn't possibly afford it. But suppose he had the keys to an unoccupied flat as part of his job. Suppose he worked as— "You're wrong," Aidan cut in before I could finish. I ignored him. Let's go back to Frank's arrival at Branlow Hall. He doesn't like his room, and you get sent in to sort it out. You meet, and suddenly he's your best friend. I've listened to the recording of Cecily's interview, and even she thought he was being too friendly. She said he was all over Aidan. Of course he was. He'd slept with you quite a few times. And when he said goodbye, he folded his hands round yours. I remember the detail. It struck me as very strange. He was a creep. Cecily thought he was playing with you in some way, that he was sneering at you. And then there was that business with The Marriage of Figaro. He said that it was his favourite opera, that it had a great story, and that he was looking forward to seeing it at Snape Malting's. Except it was all lies. It wasn't actually on. What was that all about? I've no idea. That doesn't matter, Aidan, because I think I have. What is the story of The Marriage of Figaro? It's about a pervy nobleman, the Count Almaviva. He's in love with Susanna, his wife's maid, but she's about to marry Figaro. So on the actual night of the wedding, the Count tries to use his droit de seigneur, which gives him the right to take Susanna to bed with him. I learned a bit about Frank Paris when I was in London. He enjoyed sex games that included submission and humiliation. In a way, he saw himself as a bit of a Count Almaviva. Let's imagine that he came to Branlow Hall and bumped into a rent boy he knew from years back. He'd often paid Leo for sex, but now Leo's come up in the world. He's about to get married into a nice family with a nice job waiting for him on a plate. What will Lawrence and Pauline say if they discover the truth about their new son-in-law? Frank has got Leo exactly where he wants him, and a delicious idea comes into his mind. He will exercise his droit de seigneur. He will fuck the groom on his wedding night. I think that when he put his hands round Aidan's, he was passing him a duplicate of his room key. By then, the two of them had come to an agreement. It probably gave him a real kick, giving Aidan his room key right in front of the woman he was about to marry. "You're making this all up," Aidan said. "This is all lies." Well, let's see what happens next. Let's imagine that you've decided that you're not going to play along with what Frank has demanded. Instead, you're going to get rid of this sick pervert once and for all. And you've got the perfect fall guy to take the blame. You go to the party which Lawrence and Pauline have thrown for the staff. Cecily was taking sleeping pills, diazepam, and it would have been easy for you to steal a few of them and spike Stefan's drink. When he went to bed that night, he was drugged, not drunk. The following morning he was bleary-eyed. He would have slept through anything. Cecily had also taken a pill, and she was asleep when you crept out for your midnight assignation. It was important to you that Stefan should be seen entering room 12, but you had it all arranged. You collected the toolbox from the maintenance shed and put on a beanie just like his. You went in through the front door and took the lift up to the second floor. Derek Endicott was sitting in the reception area down below. How were you going to get him upstairs to see you? The answer was Bear, the dog. My guess is that you used the Irish brooch that sits on the table beside the basket. I had it in my handbag and took it out, then unclasped the needle, which was about 2 inches long. I placed it on the table in front of Locke. When this is all over, maybe you should have it analysed, Detective Chief Superintendent. There should still be traces of Bear's blood. I think Aidan jabbed it into him, and that's why he barked. I turned back to Aidan. So Derek comes up to see what's wrong. He's kneeling to examine the dog, and you flit past, going along the corridor towards room 12. It's dark up there. He barely has time to see anything, just the beanie and the workbox. Of course, he assumes it's Stefan. Even so, he goes across to the corridor to see, but by the time he gets there, only a few seconds, the man has disappeared. What does that tell us? Derek doesn't hear anybody knock. He doesn't hear voices. No explanations or greetings or anything like that. Frank might have propped the door open using a waste paper basket or something, but I think that's unlikely. Part of the fun was Leo letting himself in, and, of course, he has the key. You're in room 12. Frank is waiting for you. You wait until Derek has gone back downstairs. And then you take out the hammer and beat Frank to death so violently that come the next day he will be unrecognisable. There was a lot of anger in this murder. I knew that from the start, and you had every reason to be angry. But the night wasn't over yet. You took money from Frank Paris's wallet, and you also needed some of his blood to sprinkle onto the bedclothes and the shower in Stefan's room. I think that's why you stole Lawrence's fountain pen, which had never been used and which wouldn't contaminate the blood sample. You used the reservoir to suck some of Frank's blood into the pen, and then you took it, along with the money, to the stable block. There was a duplicate key in Lisa's office, and it would have been simple for you to get hold of it too. Stefan wouldn't wake up. He was still drugged, sound asleep. He didn't hear the door open. He didn't see you hide the money and spray a few drops of Frank's blood. After that, you got rid of the pen and went back to bed. Let's not forget the Do Not Disturb sign. You had killed Frank because he threatened your marriage to Cecily. It was essential to you that the marriage went ahead. That's why you put the sign on the door after the murder. Presumably, you got Stefan's fingerprints onto it while he was asleep. And then sometime after the service and before the big party, you must have taken it down again. Why did you do that, Aidan? I'm not answering any of your questions. Well, maybe it was because you didn't want to go on the honeymoon. After all, you didn't love Cecily. I don't think you even liked her. My guess is that you married her for the money and the security and the life of a country squire. Maybe it even gave you a kick, ruining her big day. And you almost got away with it. Except that a few weeks after the murder, a writer turned up at the hotel looking for a story, and it was your bad luck that he found you. Alan Conway recognised you too, didn't he? That's why you were reluctant to talk to him. I've listened to the tape he made when he was talking to Pauline, and what's the first thing he says when he sees you? We've already met. At that moment, everything makes sense for Alan. He knows who the killer is, and in his own way, he's taunting you, just like Frank did a few weeks before. Of course, you have to try to cover yourself. Yes, I was in reception when you arrived, you explained for the benefit of Pauline. But then, what does he say a few moments later? Please call me Alan. And you reply, I'm not playing this game. Because that's what it is, isn't it? An unpleasant game. You both knew the truth. You'd met over dinner in London, and Frank Paris was at the table too. Nothing happens now for 8 years. Alan has disappeared, and you probably heave a sigh of relief when you hear he's dead. Maybe you've glanced at what he's written, but on the face of it, Atticus Punt Takes the Case has got nothing to do with Branlow Hall. You think you've got away with it. I took another sip of water. Everyone in the room was silent, watching me, waiting for me to continue. Only one of them, Locke, was sitting there with his eyes fixed on Aidan, realizing what he had done and perhaps even what it might mean for his future career. I put the water down. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Andreas give me a smile of encouragement. I went on. Then Cecily reads the book. Let me go back to what I know of her character. Lawrence told me that she was too good-natured, too trusting, the sort who believes the best in everyone. He was talking about her relationship with Stefan, but he could just as well have been referring to her relationship with you. Melissa Conway even compared her to Dora in David Copperfield. I think Cecily went into her marriage with the same innocence. She had no idea what she was getting into. But she found out soon enough. I don't know what it must have been like living with you, Aidan, but she must have known you weren't quite the Prince Charming of her dreams. Even in the early days when you were engaged, you obviously weren't up to much in the bed department because she was having to satisfy her needs with Stefan. And later on? Women are intuitive. We sort of get the idea when we're married to a homicidal maniac. But even if she suspected that you killed Frank Paris, she still had no evidence, mainly because you had no reason to. You'd never even met him. So what happens when she opens the book and sees the dedication? For Leo and Frank? If Aidan is Leo, then suddenly everything that happened during Frank's visit, his strange behaviour, his lies, makes some sort of sense. And let's not forget, that's exactly what you were to her. The beloved Leo to her Sagittarius. Aren't you forgetting something? Aidan looked at me defiantly. I was the one who gave her the book. I read it before she did. I told you that. That's what you said to me, Aidan. That's what you wanted me to think because it made you look innocent. The book identified the true killer of Frank Paris, so whoever the killer was, he'd be the last person to let Cecily see the book. But the truth is, by the time I arrived at the hotel, you hadn't even read it, at least not all of it. Of course you wanted to. You had to know what was in it, what Cecily had seen. But you had difficulty getting hold of a copy because, as it happened, there had been a major glitch at the distribution centre in Didcot. I actually met the publisher, and he told me that nobody had been able to get hold of Atticus Punt Takes the Case for about 2 months. The copy that you showed me was brand new, and my guess was that it had only arrived a day or so before I did, and you'd only just started it. When I asked you if you'd enjoyed it, you described it as twisty and said the ending had a sucker punch. But those weren't your words. I picked up the paperback and handed it to Lawrence. If you look at the reviews that are printed at the beginning, you'll see that the Observer described it as twisty and the author Peter James said it had a sucker punch. I used to meet a lot of people in publishing who did the same. They pretended they'd read the book when in fact all they'd done was glance at the crits. I glared at Aidan. You'd got as far as page 23. That's where Algernon turns up. You didn't have a clue what happened next. Where is Cecily? Locke hadn't spoken until now. Finally he got to his feet, choosing this moment to take charge. Aidan didn't reply, so I did. I think he killed her. I glanced at Lawrence and Pauline. I'm sorry. You have to ask yourself why Cecily made the call from her office in the hotel rather than from her home. But of course she didn't want to be anywhere near Aidan. Unfortunately, Eloise overheard her, and I suppose she told him. I glanced at her. Did you? Eloise was staring at Aidan as if seeing him for the first time. Yes, I did. I noticed she was no longer holding his hand. He knew that Cecily had worked out at least some of the truth and that he was no longer safe. So when she went for a walk, he went after her. He knew what route she was taking, and it would have been easy enough to wait for her on the other side of the woods at Martlesham. I don't know how he killed her, and I don't know how he had time to get rid of the body, but I think that to start with he put her in the trunk of his car. That's why he went to the charity shop in Framlingham with a completely random collection of her clothes, including a dress that she'd just bought and which she'd never worn. He just needed to be sure that there would be a reason for her DNA to be in the back of the car if the police ever looked. Locke took a step towards Aidan. I think you had better come with me, he said. Aidan looked around him, and at that moment there was something about him that reminded me of a trapped lion. Andreas stood up and put an arm round my shoulders. I was glad to have him near. Mr. McNeil, Locke continued. He reached out as if to take hold of him. And that was when it happened. Aidan's face didn't change, but something that I can only describe as nightmarish glimmered in his eyes. And I knew that Frank Paris must have seen exactly the same thing in his last moments in the room at the hotel. And that Cecily Traherne, too, would have recognized it in the wood near Martlesham. The look of someone about to kill you. Aidan lashed out with his fist, and at first I thought he had punched the detective under the chin. Locke was much bigger than him and powerfully built, but he seemed completely stunned by the blow, as if he didn't know how to react. For a moment, everything was still, but then, to my horror, I saw blood cascading down the side of his neck, soaking into his shirt, and realized that as he stood up, Aidan must have grabbed hold of the antique brooch. He had driven the point deep into the detective's throat. Locke let out something between a sob and a cry of pain. He fell to his knees, one hand gripping the wound. More blood gushed between his fingers. Nobody moved. Aidan stood there blank-faced, still holding the brooch with the pin jutting out. I was terrified that Andreas would try something, but even he was stunned. The dog had got to its feet and was barking furiously. Locke was still on his knees, groaning. I saw Pauline turning away in shock. Aidan ran towards me, and I flinched, expecting the worst. But then he had passed me, and I heard a great crash of breaking glass and splintering wood, and realized that he had kicked in the French window at the back of the lounge. I caught just one last glimpse of him disappearing into the garden. Eloise had run over to Locke and was kneeling down, cradling him. Lawrence was caring for Pauline. Lisa had taken out her phone and was dialing for an ambulance. Andreas took me in his arms. "Are you all right?" he asked. I was stunned. I was swaying on my feet. I could hear Lisa being connected to the emergency services. "Just get me out of here," I whispered. We left the room together. Neither of us looked back. Last words. We weren't allowed to go back to Crete for a few days. Although I'd had nothing to do with the death of Frank Paris or the disappearance of Cecily Traherne, I still had to give a full statement, more or less repeating what I had said in the lounge of Branlow Hall. I got the feeling that I was being held personally responsible for what had happened to Detective Chief Superintendent Locke. He was lucky to be alive. The tip of the needle had punctured his carotid artery, which explained the massive blood flow. And but for the fast arrival of the paramedics, he wouldn't have made it. The policemen who questioned me were unfriendly, to say the least. I couldn't possibly stay at Branlow Hall. The truth was, I didn't want to see any of them again. Not the Trahernes, not Eloise, not Derek, not even Bear the dog. Nor would I have felt comfortable moving in with Katie. In the end, Andreas and I took a room at the Crown Hotel in Framlingham, which was where I had stayed at the time of Alan's funeral. I liked it there. It was a comfortable distance from Woodbridge. We knew very little of what was going on. We deliberately kept away from the newspapers, and the police didn't tell us anything. But on the third day of our enforced stay, I received an envelope at the breakfast table. I knew where it had come from even before I opened it. The silhouette of an owl was printed on the envelope. There were 2 letters inside. The first was from Lawrence Traherne. I was glad, finally, to see a cheque for the money he owed me. Dear Susan, I feel uncomfortable writing this letter to you, but first of all, I am enclosing a cheque as agreed and apologise for the long delay. I hope you will not mind me saying that, in a way, you have done more damage to our lives than even Alan Conway managed, although, at the same time, I suppose, I must thank you. We asked you to do a job, and you did it very effectively, although none of us could possibly have known how devastating the consequences would be. I want to bring you up to speed on other developments which I am sure will be of interest to you. The first is that Aidan McNeill is dead. After that dreadful business at the hotel, he drove himself to Manningtree Station, where he threw himself under a train. I'm surprised the police weren't able to stop him, but I'm afraid D.S. Locke had come to the hotel on his own, a grave error, and that everything happened too quickly after that. Pauline and I both feel the same about his death. We bitterly regret that our poor, dear daughter ever met him, and we are glad that we will never see him again. She was too kind-hearted and trusting. You were absolutely right. Before he killed himself, Aidan wrote a letter addressed to me, and the police have allowed me to retain a copy. I, in turn, have made a copy for you, and I am enclosing it as it shows you what sort of man he was and what you were up against. It also answers a few more questions which I think will interest you, even though some of what he has to say is manifestly untrue. The cold-blooded manner in which he planned Cecily's death is almost beyond belief. I should warn you that it is very hard to read. There is one last thing that I wanted you to know. Pauline and I feel very bad about the way that we treated Stefan Codrescu, even though, of course, we weren't in possession of the facts. We understand that the police have already begun proceedings to allow him to be released from jail and to rebuild his life, and he should be free in a matter of weeks. I have written to him to offer all the support that he might need. He is welcome to return to Branlow Hall, and it goes without saying Pauline and I recognise him as the true father of our only granddaughter, and will do our best to make amends for what has passed. I hope that you and Andreas will be able to return to Crete soon, and once again, thank you for what you have done. Sincerely, Lawrence Traherne. That was the first letter. The second was written on 3 pages torn out of a cheap exercise book that Aidan must have bought on his way to Manningtree. His handwriting was surprisingly childish, with big loops and eyes topped with circles rather than dots. I didn't read it until much later that day, when Andreas and I were together in our room, armed with large whiskies. We needed them. Dear Lawrence, it feels strange to be writing to you, knowing that in about 20 minutes I'm going to be dead. I bet you won't be sorry to hear that. But prison isn't really an option for someone like me. I wouldn't last 5 minutes surrounded by all those pervs, so I'm waiting for the next London train. One that doesn't stop. Why am I writing this? I don't know, really. I never liked you or Pauline very much, to be honest. The two of you always patronised me, as if I had to be grateful to you all the time when I was actually working my guts out at the hotel. But I feel close to you right now because I killed your daughter. I'm sure you'd agree something like that does bring people together. This isn't a confession. You've heard it all already. But there are 1 or 2 things I want you to know. Get it off my chest if you like. All the time I've been with you at the hotel and the cottage and on holidays in France, I've always had to pretend. But now I want you to understand the real me. I always knew I was different. I'm not going to tell you about my life. I haven't got time, and why would you care? But you have no idea what it was like growing up in Hag Hill, which is one of the shittiest parts of Glasgow, living on a shitty estate, going to a shitty school, knowing that I was special but that I was never going to have a proper life. I wanted to be rich. I wanted to be someone. You look at footballers and celebrities on TV and you think they've been given so much. They've only got one small talent and the whole world falls at their feet. Well, I had a talent. I could make people like me. I had good looks, I was charming, but all of that was useless in a place like Hag Hill. So as soon as I could, when I was 17, I left home and went to London. I thought that was where I'd make it big. Of course it didn't happen that way. In London, everything is against you. 3 quid an hour washing cars, 5 quid an hour waiting tables. Sharing a room with someone who'll steal your socks before they have time to get dry, paying through the nose for the privilege. And all around you more money than you can possibly imagine. Shops dripping with nice things, smart restaurants and penthouses. I wanted it so badly, but there was only one way I was going to get it. I became Leo. You have no idea what it's like selling yourself. Having rich, fat old men pawing at you and doing what they want to you just because they can afford it. In case you're wondering, Lawrence, I was never a homosexual, and I want you to know that. I did what I had to because there was no other way, and I hated it. That made me sick. But I made money. I'd managed to get a job as an estate agent, you see? It was that charm again. But it was Leo who made the real money. 300 quid a night, 500 quid a night, sometimes 1,000 quid a night. They were all cowards. A lot of my clients were married, bloody hypocrites. I smiled at them and did what they asked me, even though I wanted to smash their faces in. But I knew that one day I'd escape. That was the thought that kept me going. I'd make enough money to leave Leo behind and have the life that I wanted for myself. And then I met Cecily, showing her a flat. I think I knew almost at once that she was the one. She was so thick and so bloody susceptible. The moment I told her it was my birthday, she was all over me. Oh, you're a Leo, I'm a Sagittarius, we're made for each other. Oh, oh, oh. We went out for a drink that night and she told me all about you and the hotel and her horrible sister who she hated and all the rest of it, and I knew right then that I could get everything I wanted out of her because I was her little Leo. So we started seeing each other and I came to Suffolk and I met you and Pauline and everyone else, and of course you all liked me because that was my one talent. And then Cecily and I got engaged. I chose a day when her universal day number was the same as her life path number because I knew that would be lucky for her, and she said yes. Of course she did. That was it. No more fucking Hag Hill and no more being fucked in London. I thought I'd got it all. I'd work in the hotel and I'd look after the guests because that was what I was good at. And if it's any consolation, I always knew that I'd have to kill Cecily eventually. And probably Lisa too. I wanted it all, you see. The hotel, the land, the money. It was the future I'd always dreamed of for myself, and there was never going to be room for her. When Frank Paris turned up 2 days before the wedding, I couldn't believe it. It's just like Susan said, the miserable bastard recognised me. And just for the sheer fun of it, he blackmailed me and forced me to come to his room on my wedding night so that he could do what he wanted with me. It makes me sick to the stomach even to think of it. I knew I was going to kill him. I couldn't stop myself. I went to his room like he asked, but instead of giving him what he wanted, I smashed his head in, and I enjoyed every minute of it. I'm running out of time. Let me tell you how it ended. I knew Alan Conway the same way I knew Frank Paris, another middle-aged pervert who preyed off boys like me. I'd have liked to have killed him too, but he knew who I was, and there was nothing I could do. I was terrified he was going to give me away, but of course he couldn't do that without landing himself in it. Even so, I was relieved when he left the hotel, and even more relieved a few years later when I heard he was dead. I didn't know he'd written that fucking book. I didn't know Cecily had read it, and I still don't know how she got her hands on it 8 years later. Stefan in jail and everything between Cecily and me as sweet as apple pie. Well, not everything. Of course I knew that Roxana wasn't mine. I think it's fair to say that I didn't find your daughter attractive, Lawrence. No offence. I knew she was seeing Stefan. She couldn't keep that secret from me. That was why I set him up. And I can't tell you how much it amused me to see him jailed for life. Cecily did suspect that I'd killed Frank Paris, certainly in the days after it happened and before Stefan made his confession. I'd always tried to keep up the pretense when I was with her, but she'd seen through me a couple of times. She was stupid, but not completely stupid, and she'd realised I wasn't quite the Mr. Perfect she'd dreamed about. Still, I managed to persuade her that Frank and I had never met, and why would I have wished a complete stranger any harm? Well, that was my defence, and she believed it. But then she read that book, and everything changed. Frank and Leo. I was always waiting for something to go wrong, and I realised I was in trouble, even before Eloise told me about the telephone call she'd overheard. That was on a Tuesday, and I knew at once that it was all over and that Cecily had to go. I went out and dug her grave that night, before I killed her. The thing was, you see, I knew I wouldn't have much time on the Wednesday. Killing her was one thing, but burying her was quite another, and I'd have to account for every minute of that day. So on Tuesday evening I drove into Rendlesham Forest and dug a hole. If you want to find her, it's on the other side of Broomswell. Follow the track marked number 12 and it's behind the 7th tree on the left. I carved an arrow into the bark and it'll point you the right way. Sagittarius. She'd have liked that. I tried to pretend everything was normal on the Wednesday, but I wonder if she knew. I've been faking it all my life. I'm good at it. But I could tell she wasn't herself. She took Bear for a walk around 3 o'clock and I followed her. I saw her park at Woodbridge Station. I knew exactly where she was going, so I drove round to Martlesham, parked the car and then came into the wood from the other side. There was no one around. There hardly ever is. She knew exactly what I was going to do when she saw me, and she didn't even try to put up a fight. I always knew. That's all she said to me, and when I put a stocking round her neck, it was one of her stockings. She just looked at me sadly and let me do it. I'd brought some of her clothes and also a clean shirt for me. I dumped her in the back of the car and then drove hell for leather over to Rendlesham Forest to bury her. That was the riskiest part because I had to look out for dog walkers, but she was only above ground for about 30 seconds. It took me about 20 minutes to fill in the grave, whereas digging it had taken me bloody ages. Then I put on a clean shirt and drove over to Framlingham. I arrived at the charity shop a bit after 4 and it was like nothing had happened. I gave the woman there her clothes as well as some of my stuff, and I included the shirt I'd been wearing when I'd been digging, so that got rid of that. And that was the end of it. I really thought I'd got away with it. And you know what makes me sad? It was the perfect murder. I didn't actually make any mistakes. 2 perfect murders. I had you all fooled from day one. And I only got caught because of things I couldn't control. It's Frank's fault that this has all happened. And Cecily's. And yours, for bringing in that bloody woman from Crete. Anyway, that's it. I've got to go. I've got a train to catch. Aidan. Zeus's Cave. The night we finally arrived back at Polydorus, Andreas and I threw a party for all our friends, partly to celebrate our return, partly to put the whole thing behind us. Panos, assisted by his 86-year-old mother, cooked what looked like an entire sheep. We drank a crate of Argyros wine from the island of Santorini. Vangelis played his guitar and his bouzouki, and we danced under an ink-black sky with the slenderest of crescent moons. A couple of the guests came down to complain, but decided instead to join in. It was a wonderful night. I slowly got back into the routine of life in Ios Nikolaos, and 2 things happened that helped me on my way. First of all, my sister Katie came out for a week, the first time she had visited the hotel. She needed a break. She had begun the grisly process of divorce proceedings while Gordon had just moved in with his young love in some atrocious bedsit in London. We didn't talk too much about him. We didn't talk about Branlow Hall either. We walked together and visited some of the main tourist sites and enjoyed each other's company. The fact that she fell hopelessly in love with Crete only reminded me of what I'd been thinking of giving up. Also, and this came right out of the blue, I was offered the job of associate editor at Penguin Random House. This was nothing to do with Michael Bealey, who had been less than helpful. It turned out that Craig Andrews had mentioned he'd met me to someone at the launch of Time to Die, the 4th book in his Christopher Shaw series. I must have told him I was looking for work because the next thing I knew, an email came out of the blue and I was hired, admittedly on a freelance basis, but with a 400-page manuscript as my first assignment. At the same time, Lawrence's cheque had taken care of most of our debts, and to our surprise, the second half of the season suddenly took off and we were completely full. With my new salary, we were able to bring in extra help, so although in the morning I was still rushing around looking after our guests and our staff, and trying to work out which of them caused me the more trouble, by lunchtime I was free to sit on the terrace doing the work I'd done all my life, completely at ease. Even so, I couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened, both at the time of Frank Paris's murder and immediately afterwards when Alan Conway had written his book. When I left London, I had brought with me all the notes that I had made during the investigation, as well as the old manuscripts from my days at Cloverleaf. I'd also gone out and brought a complete set of the Atticus Punt novels, even though it irked me having to fork out the money. As the summer wore on, I found myself poring over them, certain that there was something missing. I knew Alan too well. He was dangling something in front of my eyes, but I just couldn't see it. I understood why he had been unable to reveal the identity of the killer, why he had deliberately concealed it. Aidan had been right about that. Alan was riding the first wave of what would become international success, with 2 bestsellers under his belt and a 3rd on his way. His name was becoming known. He had not come out as a gay man. Of course, it wouldn't matter. When he did finally announce that he had divorced Melissa and moved in with James, nobody cared. It's one of the better ways that the world has changed. Nobody is afraid to express their sexuality, unless, perhaps, they're a hate preacher or a major Hollywood actor. At the same time, though, Alan must have been worried about the stories that Leo might tell. Being gay is one thing, but the sort of stuff he'd been getting up to with rent boys wouldn't have gone down so well. He was insecure. He preferred to keep these things quiet. Exposing Aidan to the police would have put his own career in danger. At least, that was how he saw it. And from a PR point of view, I have to admit that it might have been tricky. After all, Atticus Punt is so wholesome. There's almost no sex in any of his books. Nobody even swears. But surely he would have done something more than that dedication. Alan, being the sort of man he was, wouldn't have been able to sit on the secret. He would have to hint at it with his special brand of clues, his twists and turns, his little jokes. I reread Atticus Punt Takes the Case 6 times, and there were several passages I could have quoted almost off by heart. I made pencil markings on the pages. I sat there, scowling in the sun, until finally I saw it. With all the knowledge I had accumulated at Branlow Hall, I saw what he had done. It was the Red Lion pub in Torley-on-the-Water that started me. Such an ordinary name, and yet chosen, I was sure, deliberately. Everything hinged on Leo, and so Alan had mentioned him over and over again in the text, banging a subconscious drum that must have resounded in Cecily Treherne's mind. But not quite Leo. Instead, he put about 12 lions into the book. They're everywhere. It's not just the pub in Torley-on-the-Water. The church is also dedicated to St. Daniel, who famously went into the lion's den. Atticus Punt visits the church and sees the saint's ordeal depicted in the stained-glass windows. Clarence Keep, the house where Melissa James lived, is named after Clarence the Cross-Eyed Lion, a comedy film from the 60s, and William Railton, who had supposedly owned it at one time, was the architect who designed the 4 monumental lions in London's Trafalgar Square. Melissa's dog is a chow, a breed from China, also known as puffy lion dog. And it's even called Kimba, a white lion in a television series from Japan. In the hallway, Madeline Kane notices a poster from The Wizard of Oz, signed by the actor Burt Lahr. She remarks that Melissa never acted in that film. Lahr, of course, played the Cowardly Lion. As the weeks passed, I became quite obsessive, and I noticed Andreas becoming agitated as I found myself going back to the pages whenever I had the opportunity. Still, they kept coming. Samantha has just started reading C.S. Lewis to her 2 children in Church Lodge, so the book must be the first one, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Melissa was meant to be starring in a film in which she would play Eleanor of Aquitaine. She would therefore be the mother of Richard the Lionheart. The silver cigarette box in Melissa's lounge is engraved with the MGM logo, a roaring lion. And on page 194, Detective Chief Inspector Hare makes a completely random remark about the first labour of Hercules, which he believes relates to the cleaning of the Augean stables. It isn't. It's the slaying of the Nemean lion. Now I remembered some of the editorial disagreements that I'd had with Alan during the editing of the book. Of course he'd wanted Algernon's car to be a Peugeot. The silver badge that ends up smeared with the opera singer's blood is in the shape of a prancing lion. And a quick search of Wikipedia showed me that the LMR-57 steam engine that carried Punt out of Bideford Station, even though it was about 100 years out of date, was also known as Lion. By the end of the month, I was actually stealing out of bed at night to continue my lion hunt. I hadn't even started the edit of my 400-page manuscript, and I noticed Andreas frequently looking askance at me. And yet I still worried that I'd missed something in Atticus Punt Takes the Case. I was sure that Cecily had seen something that I hadn't. I had the book, I had all my notes. There had to be something else. What was it? I can remember exactly the epiphany, the moment when the novel revealed the last secret buried in its unpleasant heart. The awful truth is that it had been in front of my eyes all the time, although I'm not quite sure why I saw it at that moment, sitting in my little office above the bar with the sun streaming in. I wish I could say that an owl flew past. We actually have quite a lot of them in Crete, but it didn't. For no reason at all, I was thinking how Cecily Traherne had liked anagrams. She had taken the name of the hotel and rearranged the letters to make Barn Owl. And that was when it hit me. The first murder is committed by Lionel Collins. His name, obviously, conceals another lion. He is Leo. But Madeline Kane is also a murderer, and she kills Francis Pendleton, F.P., the fictional equivalent of Frank Paris. Madeline Kane is an anagram of Aidan McNeill. Andreas was in the room with me when I saw it. I remember howling with excitement, throwing paper into the air, rushing into his arms, almost crying with the stupid simplicity of it. He looked past me at the newspaper cuttings, the notepads, the letters, and the 9 volumes that made up the adventures of Atticus Punt. He took my hands in his. "Susan," he said, "will you be angry with me if I make a suggestion?" "Of course I won't be angry with you." "We have each other. We have the hotel. You have your editing. Everything is going well for us. So maybe it's time to finish with all this." He gestured at the scattered documents. "You've found enough lions. And honestly, I think you've allowed Alan Conway to do enough damage to your life." I nodded slowly. You're right. Here is what I would like to suggest. Why don't you take all these papers and the books, especially the books, let's put them in the car and drive up to the La City Plateau. It's beautiful at this time of year with the olive trees and the windmills. I want to take you to the Cicro Cave, which is also known as the Cave of Zeus, because they say that is where he was born. And I want you to put everything in a pile at the entrance and set fire to it as an offering to the gods, to thank them for bringing you back to me and to release you from all the dark shadows, the memories of what you've left behind. And after that, I'll take you to a little hotel I know near Kaminaki, and we'll have dinner together and we'll sit on the terrace drinking raki, surrounded by the mountains and looking at the stars because, believe me, there is nowhere the stars look more magnificent. Is Leo in the ascendant? I hope not. Then let's go. And that's exactly what we did.
We hope you've enjoyed this Penguin audio production of The Moonflower Murders by Anthony Horowitz, read by Leslie Manville and Alan Corduna. It was produced by Roy Macmillan and Wardour Studios, and the post-production was by Ross Berman and Tidor Niedu. For more Penguin audio productions, visit us at penguin.co.uk/audio. Copyright and recording, Penguin Audio 2020. Text copyright, Anthony Horowitz 2020. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thanks for listening.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.